The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Since 1976, the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines has been the symbol of the nation's commitment to science. The DOST-Philippines is mandated to recognize outstanding achievements in science and technology, as well as provide meaningful incentives to those engaged in scientific and technological researches. The Academy also advises the President and the Cabinet on matters related to science and technology. DOST-Philippines engages in projects and programs designed to recognize outstanding achievements in science and promote scientific productivity. The Academy also embarks on programs traditionally expected of an Academy of Science. DOST-Philippines has 4 functions. The recognition function. The Academy recognizes and provides incentives to Filipino scientists for outstanding achievements in scientific research and development. DOST-Philippines recommends individuals to be conferred the Order of National Scientist, the highest honor given by the President of the Republic of the Philippines to a Filipino man or woman of science in the country who has made significant contributions in one of the different fields of science and technology. DOST membership. Membership to the Academy is by peer recognition and carries with it the title of academician. Elected as academicians are resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to science and technology and have advanced its cause in the Philippines. Corresponding membership is conferred on non-resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to the advancement of science and technology in the country. The Academy continues its primary mandate of giving awards to Filipino scientists and scientific and technological endeavors aimed at advancing the state of Philippine science and technology by the following awards. DOST Awards. Outstanding Young Scientist, Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards, Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards, DOST Award for Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine, DOST Environmental Science Award, DOST Talent Search for Young Scientists, Dr. Emiliano T. de Ocampo Visionary Awards for Medical Research, DOST Awards or NSTW Awards, Outstanding Research and Development Award or the Eduardo A. Casumbing Medal for Basic Research and Julian A. Banzon Medal for Applied Research, Outstanding Technology Commercialization Award or the Gregorio Y. Zara Medal, Outstanding Science Administrator Award or the Dioscoro L. Umali Medal, Magsaysay Future Engineers or Technologist Award, DOST International Publication Award, DOST Granted Patent Utility Model Award. Activities under Recognition Function. DOST Lecture Series. The activity aims to promote science and technology and bring our scientists closer to the grassroots. DOST Symposium for the Youth. The activity aims to promote science and technology and to bring our scientists closer to the youth. Research Upgrading and Performance Evaluation. A series of capability building workshops that aims to help researchers to conduct research projects and produce R&D outputs. The second function is the advisory function. Through its advisory activities, DOST has been able to bring science and technology closer to the lives of the Filipino people. Activities such as legislative and information fora, roundtable discussions, conferences, with topics about biotechnology, genetic engineering, research performance evaluation, manufacturing, intellectual property rights, information and communications technology, among others. The main activity of the advisory function is the annual scientific meeting. The function also conducts annual regional scientific meetings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Speakers Bureau is a program under the advisory and advocacy functions of DOST-Philippines. This activity aims to gather and bring experts in various fields to lend their expertise to academic institutions or any interested organizations who are in need of speakers and resource persons on any science-related issues. Scientific linkages function. NAST's commitment to international and national linkages are aimed at promoting collaborative efforts among Filipino scientists and between Filipino and foreign scientists, promoting and encouraging scientific cooperation through Scientist Exchange Visit Program under the Memorandum of Agreement between NAST and the Foreign Science Academy. The Academy has maintained linkages with 29 science academies and institutions all over the world. The fourth function is the maintenance of the Philippine Science Heritage Center. Philippine Science Heritage Center was created under Republic Act 9107 to be the country's main repository of the contributions, achievements, and accomplishments of Filipino scientists in the field of science and technology. The activities under the Philippine Science Heritage Center are DOST-NAST Symposium, a series of symposia tackling one S&T related matter to bring science closer to the public and to areas not usually reached by scientific conferences and seminars targeting elementary and high school students and teachers. Meet Your Scientist, a monthly seminar that aims to promote the achievements and contributions of Filipino scientists and increase awareness and appreciation of students on science-related degrees and inspire them to pursue careers in these fields. The DOST-Philippines is also in charge of the Scientific Career System. The Scientific Career System is a system of recruitment, career progression, recognition, reward, and attraction of scientists in the public service. DOST-Philippines envisions itself as an academy of recognized experts that serves as principal advisor to the nation in science, technology, and innovation, contributing to national development. Together, let's work hand in hand towards a progressive Philippines anchored in science.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new DOST-NAST Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the DOST-NAST Science Center be your gateway into their minds. DOST-NAST.
be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.
Before we begin, please be reminded of our house rules. Proper decorum is expected among all participants. Any act of disrespect and rudeness shall not be tolerated throughout the duration of the meeting. Kindly key in your questions for the panelists in the Q&A. These will be answered during the open forum.
Okay. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Welcome to the second day of the NAST 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting. I am Academician Fabian Nairit, Chair of the Mathematical and Physical Sciences Division of NAST Philippines, and I will be your moderator this morning. For this session, our discussion will revolve around the theme, Educating for a Future, Retrieving the COVID-19 Generation. Our lineup of esteemed speakers will tackle the impacts of COVID-19 on the education sector, wherein the impacts on basic education and higher education will be discussed separately. Each topic is given about 1 hour and is composed of 1 speaker and 2 discussants, and the Q&A will follow afterwards. For our participants, you may key in your questions in the Q&A box, and we will try to accommodate as many as we can during the open forum. For our participants watching via Facebook Live, please key in your questions in the comment section. Before we begin, we would like to invite everyone to like and follow NAST Philippines social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and use the official hashtag 2021 Philippines ASM. I'd also like to remind all of the participants to attend all of the sessions today to be able to receive a certificate. The link for the evaluation form will be given in the afternoon after the last plenary session of the day. So let us now start with basic education. Our first speaker is Academician Christopher C. Bernido. Dr. Bernido, Academician Bernido, is the founding director of the Central Visayan Institute Foundation, or CVIF. Dr. Bernido obtained both his master's and PhD degrees in physics from the State University of New York at Albany, USA. He was a research fellow of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation in Germany from 1987 to 1989, and a senior associate member of the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, Italy, from 1996 to 2001. Academician Chris Bernido and his wife, Dr. Maria Victoria Bernido, run the Central Visayan Institute and Foundation, CVIF. Together, they developed a revolutionary way of teaching physics, mathematics, and other subjects, which they called Dynamic Learning Program, or DLP, a system of teaching that focuses on student activity rather than on traditional classroom lectures. They were both given the Ramon Magsaysay Award in 2010 for improving basic education in the Philippines through a program which is now known as the CVIF DLP program. Academician Bernido, the virtual floor is now yours.
Sound.
Yeah, sound, please. Can you start from the beginning again?
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the National Academy of Science and Technology for their kind invitation for me to share some of my thoughts on curriculum-induced learning loss before and during a pandemic. Let me start with the following observation. Here we have the scientific productivity measured by the number of published papers comparing different countries, including some ASEAN countries. On the left table, we have the number of published papers, and as you can see, the numbers for the Philippines is quite low compared with Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, and so on. On the right is a measure of the research influence as measured by the number of citations. And again, the Philippines is below that of Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. And part of the reason for this is that there are very few Philippine researchers in the sciences. And why is that? If we look at the next page, we have here the feeder for our masteral, doctoral researchers would actually come from basic education. And it is at the masteral and doctoral level that people publish scientific papers. So there are more than 27 million students in the Philippine basic education. And if you notice, this is much, much more than the total population of Singapore, which is just 5.7 million. But then Singapore beats us in research influence and research productivity. Therefore, let's take a look at the basic education at the high school level. What are the numbers? Here we have the performance indicators in the past quarter of a century. There were a series of international assessments. In 1996, for example, we had the TIMSS, or Trends in International Math and Science Studies, where the Philippines ranked 39 out of 42 participating nations. There was a TIMSS repeat in the year 2000, and we ranked 36 out of 38 nations. In 2003, another TIMSS, we ranked 42 out of 45 participating nations. And decades later, in 2018, we participated in another international assessment, the PISA, which is the Program for International Student Assessment. And we rank second to the last in math and science, number 78 out of 79 nations, and the last in reading. So what could be the cause of this long-running, consistent low performance as far as our basic education is concerned? There are many factors, but we talk about congested curriculum as a possible cause, the spiral curriculum, the conventional teaching methods, and of course the migration of good teachers. These are all important factors which could give us this very low performance for decades. Now, what is this spiral curriculum? Let us define or understand the spiral curriculum in contrast to the disciplinal curriculum. So on the left, we have the spiral curriculum, and it simply means that, for example, in grade 7 students get a taste of the different sciences. First 10 weeks, first quarter, they have earth science, followed by biology, then chemistry, and then physics. And then the following year, grade 8, more of the same. It's a mixture of the different topics, different subjects, up to grade 10. In contrast, the disciplinal curriculum, it's from first quarter to fourth quarter. For grade 7, it's just purely general science. For grade 8, it's purely biology. For grade 9, it's purely chemistry. And for grade 10, for the whole school year, it's purely physics. So if you compare this with a spiral curriculum, the spiral curriculum is like watching a movie, right? Wherein for the first 30 minutes of the movie, the grade 7 students would look at it, the first 30 minutes. And then the next 30 minutes of the movie, they see it the following year, grade 8. And the next 30 minutes, they watch that same movie for another 30 minutes. And finally, in grade 10, they watch the latter part ending of the movie. So you can already see how difficult it is for the students to really understand. By the time they're in grade 8, they would have forgotten the start of the movie. And it's the same when you're dealing with different subjects in the spiral curriculum. Students have forgotten the foundations of the subject when continued after a year. So the teacher will have to repeat and remind the students, which is really a waste of time, compared with the disciplinal curriculum where they can go deep towards mastery for 1 year for just one subject. And with the spiral curriculum, there's also a temptation. Some teachers in maybe some schools, a teacher in grade 7 might be teaching different subjects. The teacher might be teaching earth science, chemistry, physics, and biology because he or she is assigned to grade 7, and it might be the same story for grades 8, 9, and 10. So the teacher becomes a master of everything, but it's not really her expertise. So this is one weakness of the spiral curriculum. So let's look at this problem tree analysis. At the bottom would be the root causes, the trunk would be the main problem, and the consequences would be the leaves and the branches. So if we look at education, the causes, there are many, but the main ones would be a legislation of an ineffective curriculum, and this has actually been done. Another cause would be the lack of qualified teachers in basic education, maybe due to migration and so on. And because of these two causes comes the main problem, the spiral curriculum, the congested curriculum, and a teacher-centered pedagogy. And because of this main problem, the offshoot, the branches, the consequences would be the consistently bottom performance, stellar performance in PISA and TIMSS. There are many college teachers who complain about unprepared college freshmen. There are a lot of reports of unprepared non-readers, in fact, in high school and even in elementary. And of course, this would translate into unqualified personnel for the fourth industrial revolution. So let's look at this, discuss this further. Now, note that there have been curricular changes in the Philippine basic education, say from 1970s all the way to 2013. So we've been oscillating from disciplinal curriculum to spiral curriculum to disciplinal curriculum to spiral curriculum. And oftentimes, there's not really data analysis of the data once this curriculum is being changed. And these are the names of the programs attached to it. SEDP would be Secondary Education Development Program, and so on. And 2013, we went back to the spiral curriculum, which is, again, to my mind, very problematic. So again, let's look at the spiral curriculum and some of the consequences. The students in the spiral curriculum, as you know, there is physics in grade 7, 8, 9, and 10, a little of physics, grade 7, just 8 to 10 weeks, and so on. And then that is matched, of course, with the spiral mathematics subjects. And if you notice, for example, in the present curriculum, grade 7 physics, they have to discuss kinematics. But any physicist, if you ask any physicist to discuss deeply with mastery kinematics, you would need all the mathematics that you have, a student has to learn, starting from grade 7 all the way to grade 10. They need to know laws of exponents, equations in two variables, all the way to solutions of polynomial equations. But how could you possibly go deeply with mastery the kinematic discussion in physics at grade 7 when they don't have yet this mathematical background? This mathematical background will be learned at later years. So that is one very glaring defect of the spiral curriculum, which leads to lack of mastery by the students in the different subjects. This is just an example in physics. On the other hand, if you contrast it with the disciplinal curriculum, remember in disciplinal curriculum, grade 7, general math, grade 8, purely algebra, go deeply for one school year. For grade 9, purely geometry, grade 10, trigonometry, and the same with the sciences in the disciplinal curriculum. So, for example, grade 8, they discuss biology purely, then chemistry grade 9, and then physics grade 10. So notice that putting physics at grade 10, by the time they deal with all the subjects from kinematics and so on, the students would already have learned all the mathematical tools, all the mathematical prerequisites needed to go deeply on a subject. So in the disciplinal, you can really go all the way as compared with the spiral curriculum. So let's talk about congested curriculum. This is the present curriculum. You can Google this. It's available online. This is under the spiral curriculum. And let's take, for example, grade 8 mathematics. In particular, let's zero in on the second quarter, week 1. So these are the topics to be discussed in 1 week for grade 8 students. These are 14-year-old students, okay? So there are many adults probably listening to me now, but I don't know if you're familiar with this subject. For example, in 1 week, the 14-year-old students will have to differentiate linear inequalities in 2 variables from linear equations in 2 variables. They have to learn in 1 week together with that an illustration illustrates and graphs linear inequalities in 2 variables. And then they have to learn within that 1 week solves problems involving linear inequalities in 2 variables. So this is an example of a congested curriculum. So teachers have this tendency to just brush through all these topics. Now, to discuss in 1 week all these topics, what are the prerequisite competencies? To discuss this effectively and with mastery, students would have learned linear equations in 1 and 2 variables. They would have learned finding the solution of a linear equation. They should have learned already graphing a linear equation in 1 and 2 variables. Even graphing 1 variable would be, many college students would find that difficult. And linear inequalities in 1 and 2 variables. This should be number 4 and 5. And finding solution sets, which could be infinite, by the way, by graphing and elimination. So these are the prerequisite topics that should have been learned by students in order to learn in 1 week this math subject. So it's very, very congested. And well, you could already guess the end result, the understanding of the students. So this perennial lack of students' mastery due to the curriculum, this curriculum-induced loss of learning, can be due to a spiral curriculum. It could also be due to a congested curriculum. For example, in the spiral curriculum, topics discussed end up not suitable to age level or mathematical preparation. We gave an example of that in physics, where kinematics in grade 7 would need all the mathematical preparation, but these mathematical topics are discussed years later in grades 8, 9, and 10. The spiral curriculum, as well as the congested curriculum, could lead to the following problems. It would tempt teachers to rush through subjects without the learner's mastery of the topic for both spiral and congested. And there could be superficial coverage, which makes deep learning impossible for many. Of course, the congested curriculum would end up, essential topics would end up no longer discussed, and essential and non-essential topics would be given normally equal weight. The teacher would just look at the topic and then discuss it, rush through it, whether it's an essential or non-essential, they're given equal footing. So these are the pitfalls of congested curriculum as well as the spiral curriculum. Let's look at again our problem 3 analysis. We have been discussing spiral curriculum and congested curriculum, the pitfalls involved with this curriculum-induced learning loss. And I also listed here teacher-centered pedagogy. And let me just mention in one slide something about this item. We have been implementing in our school since 2002 the CVIF Dynamic Learning Program, which has in fact been shown to be robust against disruptions in education like during the pandemic. At the moment, there are roughly around 700 schools all over the country which are now implementing the CVIF Dynamic Learning Program. It's a systems approach to process-induced learning. It incorporates 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, communication, skills needed for the 4th industrial revolution. And this program has been applied at the elementary, secondary, and tertiary levels. So this program is a departure from the teacher-centered pedagogy. And in fact, this is also related with the discussion on the curriculum. Before 2013, we were still implementing, or the whole country was still implementing the disciplinal approach. And we were able to cover, under the disciplinal curriculum, we were able to cover 90%, sometimes even in math subject, we were able to finish the whole required competencies required by DepEd, and still 1 month to go in the school year. On the other hand, in the spiral curriculum, many schools are having difficulty. They're only able to cover, it ranges from being able only to cover 40% to 75% of the required curriculum in the spiral progression. So this is again another experience on our part, contrasting the disciplinal and spiral curriculum, where we cannot cover much in the spiral, as also experienced by the other schools. So what would be my recommendations and resolutions? The first one is quite serious, which is to amend the 2013 Republic Act 10533 to delete the provision of Section 5G that the curriculum shall use the spiral progression approach. We should not tie down the hands of the many schools all over the country to follow the spiral curriculum in view of the problems that we have already cited. In fact, some accredited schools in Metro Manila have already opted to go disciplinal, to follow the disciplinal curriculum rather than the spiral, because in their best judgment, the disciplinal curriculum would allow their students to have deeper mastery of the different subjects. Now, it would take a lot of time to amend a Republic Act. So my second recommendation would be, for this coming school year, 2021-2022, as an emergency measure in view of pandemic conditions, that public and private schools be allowed to choose whether to follow the spiral or disciplinal curriculum. For those people in power, you could hopefully find ways and means to enact an emergency measure so that schools which would like to go disciplinal can be allowed so in spite of the Republic Act. My third recommendation would be to decentralize curriculum implementation. there could be a friendly competition among DepEd divisions, which may help improve Philippine performance in international assessments instead of, hopefully, well, if the central office would make a wrong decision, then all the schools in the whole country might go in the wrong direction. So just like in economics, friendly competition would be good for the consumer. So if we decentralize the curriculum implementation, it might also be good for everyone in the Philippines. So thank you for listening, and good day.
Well, thank you very much for that very informative and certainly challenging presentation, Academician Bernido. To our participants in Zoom, you may now key in your questions for Academician Bernido's presentation in the Q&A section. To our participants watching via Facebook Live, kindly key in your questions in the comment section. Now, to give some insights on the problems addressed on the basic education topic, let me call on the first discussant on this topic. Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian is the 18th Congress's chairman of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture. Initially elected as Valenzuela City's first district representative and later on as city mayor, Senator Gatchalian set out to nationalize some of Valenzuela City's most effective education reforms. A year into his term as senator, the Senate approved Senate Bill number 1304, or the Affordable Higher Education for All Act, a landmark legislation that made education within the reach of deserving but underprivileged students. The measure was eventually enacted into law as Republic Act number 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act in August 2017, which set the stage for millions of young Filipinos to attain a free college education. So let's welcome Senator Win Gatchalian. Senator Gatchalian, the floor is now yours.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Nagpapasalamat ako sa National Academy of Science and Technology at sa lahat ng nasa likod ng 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting para sa pagkakataong makapaglahad ng aking kaalaman at adhikain at aksyon sa larangan ng edukasyon. Tulad ninyo, naniniwala ko na napapanahon na upang ating suriin ang estado ng edukasyon sa bansa at nang sa gayon ay masolusyonan natin ang samot-saring suliranin na ating kinakaharap. Sadly, the challenges we are facing have been with us long before COVID-19. According to the 2018 Program for International Student Assessment and Southeast Asia Primary Learning Matrix 2019, the Philippines was lagging behind in math and science. The 2019 Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study also came up with the same set of findings in 2019. The study also reported that more than 50% of our learners were not receiving instructions with high clarity. Itong mga pag-aaral na ito ng PISA at TIMSS ay siya ring binanggit kanina ni Academician Christopher Bernido sa kanyang pagsusuri ng problema ukol sa edukasyon. In a way, I felt a sense of irony in the title of his presentation, Curriculum-Induced Learning Loss. Curricula are, by nature, designed to promote the improvements in learning. Yet here we are talking about a teaching program that is problematic. Sang-ayon po ako sa assessment ni Dr. Bernido na kailangan natin pag-isipan muli ang probisyon ng Republic Act No. 10533 kung saan ni-require na tanging spiral curriculum lang ang gagamiting programa sa leksyon ng mga pag-aaral. Pero hindi siguro sapat na amendahan ito para lamang bumalik tayo sa mandatory disciplinal curriculum. Gaya nga ng nabanggit ni Ginoong Bernido, mula 1970s hanggang 1980s, tayo ay gumamit ng disiplinal. Tapos tumalon tayo sa spiral noong 1990s. Nagbalik disiplinal na naman noong 2002 bago na isabatas ang spiral noong 2013. We have been hopping sideways for years, yet we are still unable to take a serious forward leap to improve the quality of education in the country. Bago pa mangyari ang pandemya, tayo po ay nakatutok sa programang ng Department of Education na sulong Edukalidad, kung saan patuloy na pinag-aaralan ang lahat ng aspeto ng edukasyon para magkaroon ng makabuluhan at pangmatagalang pagbabago sa sistema. Kasama na dyan ang pag-streamline ng curriculum. Bukod sa spiral curriculum, sinusuri din natin ang mother tongue-based multilingual education na nakapaloob din sa K-12 law. Allow me to share with you the results of a workshop that Synergia Foundation and I organized last year for teachers, which evaluated the spiral progression approach and the mother tongue. We all know that we have been implementing these for some time now, yet participants who joined the workshop said very few to almost none of their co-teachers were trained to teach all the branches or areas of a subject. Maging ang science teachers ay naturuan lang sa isang larangan ng siyensiya at hindi sa iba't ibang paksa nito, gaya ng chemistry, biology at physics. Paano natin naasahan ang mga guro na magturo ng lahat ng subjects na ito sa loob ng isang school year? Gayon sila mismo ay nangangailangan din ng training. When it comes to the mother tongue, among the difficulties identified in the workshop were inadequacy of learning materials and teacher training on the use of mother tongue and transitioning to the second language. Lumalabas po na bagamat maganda ang layunin ng mother tongue policy at spiral progression approach, marami pa rin pagkukulang sa pagpapatupad ng mga ito. Sa ating pagreforma sa curriculum, kailangan natin punan ang mga pagkukulang na ito upang matiyak na makatutulong ang mga polisiyang ating itinutulak para sa pagkatuto ng mga mag-aaral. Nakahanda po tayong suportahan ang DepEd, hindi lamang sa pagrepaso ng curriculum, kundi lalo na sa pagsulong ng kinakailangang panukalang batas base sa rekomendasyon ng Edukalidad. Alongside this, we are also pushing for the revival of the Congressional Oversight Committee on Education, or EDCOM for short, because we believe that this would pave the way for a more aggressive pursuit of reforms in the basic education sector. Kamakailan lang ay inilabas ng World Bank ang pag-aaral nito na halos 80% ng estudyante sa bansa ang tila kapos ang kaalaman at kakayahan na inaasahan sa kani-kanilang grade level. Maging ang kawalan ng disiplina sa klase at bullying ay problema rin sa mga paaralan. Now, more than ever, the DepEd and legislators must continue to work as partners because we can no longer ignore the signs that are right in front of us. There's so much at stake and education cannot afford to be relegated anywhere but top priority. Sa bahagi naman po ng ating Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, tayo po ay patuloy na naglalaan ng panahon para matukoy ang iba pang problema at nang sa gayon ay makapaglatag tayo ng karampatang reforma. Ang unang aspeto na kailangan solusyonan ay ang teacher education. Kaya po matapos magkaroon ng 2 public hearings at 6 na technical working group sessions, nasa plenary debates na ang Senate Bill number 2152 o ang Teacher Education Excellence Act. This bill proposes to amend RA 7784 so we could empower the Teacher Education Council to carry out the vision of a dynamic, modern, and equitable education system. Our goal is very clear. We want to elevate the quality of teacher education in the Philippines. They need to be taught well from college, and subsequently, their training needs to be continuing and deliberate endeavor throughout their careers. We strongly believe that this will contribute substantially to our common goal of a world-class education system. As mentioned, the Teacher Education Council will become a key component of the Teacher Education Excellence Act because the TEC will work as the responsive coordinating institution with the Commission on Higher Education, the Professional Regulatory Commission, and DepEd. Meanwhile, CHED and PRC will function as pre-service filters. These agencies will regulate the enrollment and graduation requirements in tertiary education courses, as well as the qualifications for licensure exam for teachers or LET. Napakalaki at napakahalaga rin ang magiging papel ng DepEd sa Senate Bill 2152 dahil halos 850,000 ng 1.1 million teachers sa bansa ang nagtuturo sa Department of Education schools. Ang problema po kasi sa ngayon, kahit nakatutok ang DepEd sa in-service education ng mga guro, pagdating naman sa pre-service education, wala itong gaanong partisipasyon. Gayunpaman, ang kakulangan sa koordinasyon sa pagitan ng DepEd, CHED at PRC ang lumalabas na dahilan kung bakit watak-watak at kadalasan ay hindi gaanong epektibo ang sistema ng teacher education sa bansa. We cannot stress enough that DepEd employs 3/4 of all Philippine teachers. It also operates the schools where 86% of Filipino learners at the basic education level are enrolled. Dahil dito, kailangan talaga na magkaroon ang DepEd ng mas malaking papel sa paghubog ng mga guro. Mahalaga na maihanay ang pre-service at in-service education sa isa't isa para maiangat ang kalidad ng ating mga guro at ang kanilang pagtuturo. Isa ito sa pinakamabisang paraan para maitaas din ang kalidad ng mga estudyante sa elementarya at high school. Bukod sa CHED, DepEd at PRC, malaki rin ang pwedeng maging papel ng mga local government units sa pagpapatatag ng edukasyon. Particular dito ang kanilang kaalaman at kakayahan na siguraduhin tuloy-tuloy ang daloy ng educational services kapag may kalamidad at iba pang emergencies na nakakaabala sa kalendaryo ng klase. Ito ang layunin ng ating Senate Bill number 1579 o ang 21st Century School Boards Act. It aspires to boost the efforts of the education sector to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic. Nais ding amendahan ng panukalang batas na ito ang Republic Act number 7160 o ang Local Government Code of 1991. Binibigyan nito ng mas malaking papel ang school boards ng mga LGUs sa basic education governance. Kabilang dito ang responsibilidad na gumawa ng mga programa para maibsan ang masamang epekto ng mga tigil klase dulot ng malakas na bagyo o iba pang sakuna. Kasama na dyan ang pandemya at iba pang malawakang medical crisis na maaring mangyari sa hinaharap. Malaki nga ang naging epekto ng pandemya sa edukasyon sa Pilipinas. Lahat ay naapektuhan, mga paaralan, guro, estudyante, at magulang. Sa katunayan, higit 1 milyon ang ibinaba ng enrollment sa basic education para sa school year 2020-2021 kung ikukumpara noong 2019-2020. Ang private schools ay tinamaan din ng husto dahil maraming mga mag-aaral ang lumipat sa public schools dahil sa pandemya. Obviously, even if we continue to find ways to solve all challenges, our situation will certainly bring in new problems that need to be studied so these can be dealt with appropriately, responsibly, and decisively. This is why I am in total agreement with the Ministers of Education of ASEAN member states in their joint statement issued during the conclusion of the 11th ASEAN Education Ministers meeting. Education will indeed play a very crucial part in ASEAN's recovery from the pandemic. To achieve this, all stakeholders of the education system must give their 100% commitment to a stronger education system, which can be achieved by instituting reforms and by adopting innovations in teaching methods and learning systems. We must also work harder to ensure inclusion and equity. Partnerships with the private sector must be pursued and harnessed. And we must give our children and young people the opportunity to help shape the digital transformation of education. In other words, we still have a lot of work to do. Hindi ito magiging madali. Dapat nagkakaisa tayong lahat para maisagawa ang kanya-kanyang nating responsibilidad at pananagutan sa edukasyon. Dapat iisa lang ang ating tinatahak at pinatutunguhan. Maraming leksyon ang naidulot ng pandemya. Huwag natin sayangin ang mga ito. Gamitin natin ang lahat ng pagkakataon na sama-samang pag-usapan, pag-aralan at pagplanuhan ang mga bagay na dapat gawin. This 43rd scientific meeting is one such great opportunity, and again, I'm very thankful to the organizers for inviting me to make a humble contribution. I hope and trust that the next days will yield a rich harvest of frameworks and concrete steps that will guide all of us in the education sector as we move forward from our current normal into a better normal in the next few years. This is a crucial time for everyone. It will shape the future of our children and youth, not only as educated Filipinos, but as world citizens as well. Nasa kamay natin ang kanilang kinabukasan. Pananugatan natin ito, hindi lang sa kanila, kundi pati sa buong bansa. Muli, maraming salamat sa imbitasyon at maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, for your insights and for sharing what the Senate is doing. The second discussant for basic education topic is Attorney Nepomuceno Malaluan. Attorney Malaluan is Undersecretary and Chief of Staff of the Secretary at the Department of Education. Undersecretary Malaluan provides overall supervision to a number of priority programs of the Office of the Secretary, including National Educators Academy of the Philippines, or NEAP, Transformation, Sulong Edukalidad, and now the Learning Continuity Plan in the time of COVID-19. He represents the department in various interagency processes, such as the Cabinet Assistance System. He also represents DepEd in the SDG 2030 Global Steering Committee. Yusek Malaluan obtained his BS Economics and Bachelor of Laws from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. And Yusek Malaluan, the virtual floor is now yours.
Good morning. On behalf of Secretary Briones and the Department of Education family, I welcome the provocative presentation by Dr. Christopher Bernido on his observations on the country's K-12 curriculum. When curriculum, the very foundation of what formal education seeks to teach our learners, is seen as inducing learning loss, clearly we need to listen. The observations by Dr. Bernido comes at an opportune conjuncture when the quality of education is put on the spotlight. When Secretary Briones assumed office in 2016, she flagged education quality as the biggest challenge that education faces today, based on the historical results in our national large-scale assessments, or the National Achievement Tests. As part of our thrust to address the challenge of quality, we made the decision to join international system assessments. Among these international assessments was the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, administered by OECD, which we joined only for the first time in 2018, after it was first administered in the year 2000. Our objective was to look in the mirror and find out how our learners compared with the rest of the world, and to generate important data to deepen our understanding of the major factors that impact on student performance to guide our reforms for quality. DepEd released our PISA 2018 National Report on December 4, 2019, in which we disclosed the performance of our learners in detail. And as we should all be aware, a large proportion of our learners failed to achieve the expected proficiency for 15-year-olds based on the PISA standards in reading, science, and mathematics. As our response for the immediate term, we launched also in December 2019, Sulong Edukalidad, comprising 4 reform pillars to address the challenge of quality, namely curriculum review, continuing improvement of the learning environment, teachers upskilling and reskilling, and engagement of stakeholders. All these are ongoing and are being pursued aggressively. I focus on an update on the curriculum review as it relates to the observations by Dr. Bernido. Our curriculum and instruction stand undertook the curriculum review in cooperation with the Assessment, Curriculum, and Technology Research Center, or ACT-RC, which is a joint initiative between the Assessment Research Center of the University of Melbourne and the University of the Philippines. The review looked into the intended curriculum, the implemented curriculum, the assessed curriculum, and the attained curriculum. While the review did not inquire into a comparison between the spiral versus discipline-based approach to the curriculum, within the present spiral model, there are indeed findings that converge with observations of Dr. Bernido. And some of the findings include: one, there is space within the curriculum to differentiate essential versus desirable learning competencies and move towards focusing mainly on essential learning competencies. There is indeed congestion arising, for one, from repetition of learning competencies in different subject areas. There is a need to improve sequencing and placement of prerequisites. Sometimes there are even missing prerequisites. The cognitive demand in K-10 curriculum was found to be even more demanding than other jurisdictions that demonstrate high-quality outcomes. And this relates to a large proportion of teachers reporting that their students were not prepared for the learning competency at their level. Because of the congestion of and as well as student readiness for the cognitive demand, as high as 60% of teachers reported not having adequate time to finish teaching the required learning competencies of the curriculum. Our teachers identified factors that they find helpful in teaching effectively, and these include in-service training, learning action cells, school leadership, and the incentives and reward system. On the other hand, factors that they find to have negative impact on teaching are the big class size, extracurricular activities, too much learning competencies arising from the congestion, as well as student discipline. Education quality is a complex issue within a complex system. The level of economic development, the household resources, the learning environment within and outside schools, the learning resources, the teachers, the language of instruction, the motivation of learners, and many other factors impact on teaching and learning. Addressing quality requires multidisciplinary study and deliberation. As part of the fourth pillar of Sulong Edukalidad, which is that of engagement of stakeholders, DepEd has convened the Philippine Forum for Inclusive Quality Basic Education, or EDUC Forum, a broad network composed of DepEd, other government agencies, and education partners in civil society, in education sector organizations and foundations from the private sector, and also bilateral agencies and multilateral organizations. EDUC Forum is now a platform for education consultation, collaborative research and analysis, and high-level advice to strategic basic education policy, planning, and programming. And we have requested EDUC Forum, and it has agreed to host an Addressing the Challenge of Education Quality, an EDUC Forum series. And this series will tackle updates on ongoing major reform initiatives for quality by DepEd and partners. The series will also tackle major unresolved issues in education quality. Every episode or session will be a platform to inform, to deliberate and refine, and coordinate action. The format will be a main presentation, panel reaction, open forum, agreements, and further action points. The episodes will be open to the media, and it will also be shared to the public via live stream. This is intended to spur greater awareness and public discussion on education issues, focusing on quality in an informed manner. These are the initial topics to be taken up in the series. As you can see, it will cover a broad range of topics that refer to the reforms that are currently ongoing. But as you will note in our list of initial topics for the series, first in the list is the results of the curriculum review. And we will be happy to invite Dr. Bernido to be part of the panel when the matter is taken up by EDUC Forum. Maraming salamat. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Malaluan, for your insights and for addressing the issues that our speaker, Academician Bernido, presented in his talk. To our participants, kindly key in your questions at the Q&A box, and we will, and we will try to answer them, as many of them, during the open forum. At this point, we will proceed to the second topic of this plenary session, which will focus on the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on higher education. This topic will be discussed by Academician Maribel G. Nonato, Vice Rector for Research and Innovation at the University of Santo Tomas. Academician Nonato holds a PhD degree in organic chemistry with specialization on natural products chemistry from the University of Wollongong, New South Wales, Australia. She pioneered research on the phytochemistry and biological activities of Philippine-grown species of the genus Pandanus, which aims to develop the plants into herbal products. Her research on the novel alkaloids of Pandanus earned her the 2006 NRCP Achievement Award in Chemical Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Academician Nonato to the virtual floor.
Honorable Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, DOST Secretary, Academician Rodora Asansa, NAST President, National Scientists, NAST members, participants, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Today, I'm going to present learning loss in tertiary education, and we'll also share Universities of Santo Tomas experience. Before the pandemic, the Philippine education system was faced with several reforms needed for global comparability. The Commission on Higher Education initiated reforms on the revision of the general education curriculum, the institutionalization of the Philippine Quality Framework, and the paradigm shift to the outcomes-based educations. HEIs were mandated to shift to outcomes-based education. It was not an easy task because it means revisiting and revising their processes and retooling their people. CHED offered orientations and training pertaining to OBE. I believe for the engineering programs, OBE is not a new thing, but to many HEIs, this is really a paradigm shift. Each HEI organized their own seminars and training for their faculty members to ensure that they understand the move to the outcomes-based education. The HEIs invested time and resources to implement effectively the OBEDI's curricula of their academic offerings. Then came the reform in basic education. DepEd implemented the K-12, the additional 2 years in basic education, now known as the senior high school. The newly implemented OBE curricula was revised to align to the implementation of the K-12. The new higher education curricula was implemented in 2018-2019, and the first cohort is expected to graduate in academic year 2021 to 2022. The implementation of this new higher education curricula is barely on its 2 years when COVID-19 hits the Philippines and the world. It is said to be the largest disruption to education in history. In the Philippines, education is often disrupted, brought about by extreme weathers, or some labor strike and the likes, but not of this magnitude that resulted to the suspension of face-to-face class activities for a longer period. The United Nations reported that it affected about 95% of the world's student population. The different sectors of the society were all caught unprepared. Past lessons from the impact of disruption to education caused by weather disturbances may not be applicable to the pandemic. The realization that the pandemic is to stay for a longer period of time was hard to comprehend. Faculty members and students were concerned on how they will continue with their classes. Faculty members were worried on the online implementation of the OBE curriculum aligned to K-12. Similarly, students were uneasy on the new mode of instruction. Suspension of face-to-face instruction due to pandemic led to concerns about consequences to student learning. The Commission on Higher Education recognized the gravity of the situation and maintained to be at the top of the situation to provide assistance to HEIs on the continuance of classes at the tertiary level. Working on the guiding principle that the state shall protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all. During pandemic, we talk of quality online education and accessibility is consideration now to technological capacity and internet connectivity. So the Commission on Higher Education formulated guidelines for prevention, control, and mitigation of the spread of coronavirus diseases or disease 2019 in HEIs. So the first advisory is more focused on the emergency plan to prevent transmission and control of the disease. Subsequently, several advisories were released within the span of 4 months. These advisories covered guidelines on several areas, such as the suspension of the face-to-face classes, the adjustment of academic calendars, the suspension of the on-the-job training and internship, the guidelines on flexibility to extend classes, and guidelines on catch-up plans, and so on. And in September of 2020, CHED released the CMO 4 series of 2020, which covers guidelines on implementation of flexible learning. So the abrupt and rapid transition from in-person to online learning due to the crisis circumstances would be best described as emergency remote teaching. And this emergency remote teaching posed challenges to the institution processes, people, and its product. And these processes were outcome, the curriculum or the curricula itself. As I mentioned, there are only it's been only 2 years or nearly 2 years that the new higher education curricula are being implemented. And so the faculty members were now faced with a predicament on how to deliver the course content and the scope by online instruction. The emergency shift to remote instruction requires them to revisit their course content and scope and to make a decision on which to prioritize to ensure that the expected learning outcomes will still be able of the course will be met. So they prioritize the outcomes, and they also make adjustment to their course assessment and the grading schemes. Academic programs that require laboratory courses, thesis, internship, and on-the-job training for practical skills development were discontinued, and faculty members and students were actually disoriented on how to proceed during the shift to emergency remote teaching. Learning methods such as the learning management system includes a learning management system. And there are several HEIs that are unprepared, and this definitely posed serious problem in the implementation of online instruction at the onset of the pandemic. Some faculty members resorted to free learning management system to deliver their online classes. The critical situation that was observed was the absence of technical facilities required to shift to remote instructions. Can you imagine faculty members and students having no computers to use for their online education or instruction? To the disadvantaged homes, internet is also a luxury. So not every home would have internet connections. And for some students and faculty, they may be living in places where there's low and unstable connections. So these are problems with regards to access to quality online education. Learning environment is also a huge challenge. We want to create an environment conducive to learning, a global classroom, yet the reality is a big number of our students have limited or no home space conducive to learning. Our students are distracted and are not focused during the time of this pandemic. The suspension of face-to-face classes affected significantly also practical skills development. At the onset of the pandemic, there is, with the suspension of the face-to-face classes, the laboratory courses is not really prepared for an online delivery of these courses, particularly those in the STEMs, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So several HEIs don't really have the resources to immediately shift to remote teaching for these courses. People, faculty members, students, and support staff are also challenged during the shift to emergency remote teaching. Some faculty members have reservations to the shift. They fear the use of available technology. They distrust digital education. And for some, they have no interest to learn new mode of teaching delivery because they just undergone learning the OBE. In the end, some of them decided to take a leave of absence from teaching, thinking the situation will eventually normalize within a term or within a year. For HEIs with no learning management system, it is quite obvious that the faculty members will require training once the university acquire their own LMS. Similarly, the students are also said not ready for remote instructions. Like faculty members, students require orientation and skills to attend and participate actively in online classes. Work arrangement of the support staff were disturbed, resulting to slow services that faculty members and students need to access. The biggest challenge of this emergency remote teaching is the graduate. But of course, we will probably see that in the effect of learning loss in the graduates by 2022. So the concern is the competencies and the attributes of our graduate. As mentioned earlier, these are students who are under the new higher education curricula, and then they suddenly shift to an emergency remote teaching. So it is quite obvious that there will be learning loss along the way. So let me share to you our UST experience. That at the onset of the outbreak, immediately there were implementation of prevention and control measures, which I'm sure all of you also carried out, and suspension of local and international off-campus activities and the provision of low-risk alternative activities. Office of our Secretary General released several guidelines also with regards to prevention and control. They base those guidelines from the CHED advisories. Then the university shift to online learning using the enhanced virtual mode of instruction with the options for online strategies for those with technology and internet limitations. So we have the combination of the synchronous and asynchronous classes. Let me go back to the previous slide. Yes, the intention was to address the prevailing problem on insufficient classrooms at the España campus. At the same time, the UST Cloud Campus is also part of the plan, the expansion plans to meet the needs of the forthcoming UST General Santos campus. So there were several online training courses developed to facilitate the learnings of the faculty and the student during the pre-pandemic and during the pandemic. In addition, the trainings were enhanced, as I said, during the pandemic, to capacitate the faculty members in pedagogy. It is a reality that many faculty members in the higher education institutions were hired because of their content expertise and not their knowledge on pedagogy. So there were several trainings that faculty members were asked to attend, and the online delivery of the new GE courses offerings was created part of the programs under the UST Cloud Campus. We are just fortunate that these online courses were developed before the pandemic. And this is not a perfect plan, but it's still a work in progress to eventually have all the GE curricular courses plus some the major courses will also be delivered online. The university also established just 2 years ago the Center for Innovative Teaching and Educational Delivery, just before the pandemic. The intention is to intensify the use of online instructions. So GE courses, faculty members teaching GE courses, they are required to attend a training program before they start teaching the course. So the training was not fully appreciated and accepted by the faculty until the pandemic. They basically use what they've learned, and of course the training of the faculty members continue even during the pandemic, and I'm sure even beyond the pandemic. So the question is, was there learning loss? I think it's very obvious that there was learning loss from the rapid transition from in-person learning to online learning. The situation where we just implemented the new higher education curricula, and in the middle of the implementation, it was disrupted because of the occurrence of the pandemic, then definitely there will be learning loss along the way. So it can come, as I said earlier, from different sources, from the institution's processes and people. And the occurrence also of mental health issues from the faculty members and the students also contribute to learning loss. I browsed through publications that that actually studies the learning loss in tertiary education, and one of them is a publication by a faculty member of the University of Mindanao Bansalan College. He observed of the unwillingness with the online blended learning approach by the student, and the mental health issue challenges were also observed. Survey conducted with the students. The student didn't like really the online blended learning approach, mainly for three main reasons. One is they don't have the internet connection. The other is they still prefer learning inside the classroom. I would say it's maybe because they don't find their home to have the conducive learning environment. And then they don't have the budget or finances for an online classes. It's because they need to acquire the required technology facilities for them to be able to attend online classes. So these are three major issues that the student face during the online delivery. And another study showed that during the time of the pandemic, with regards to the mental health issues, I think students are expecting more tender, loving care from their faculty members. They want to experience for faculty members to show extra attention to make them feel better. And so that is, I think, something for us to look in terms of delivering our online classes. And another study shows that there's a concern over effectiveness of the online learning environment as expressed by graduate students. And it seems that being with the others promotes better learning than being separated from each other, because they have struggled with the possibility of not seeing their colleagues physically. And the uncertainty over the coronavirus proved difficult also to manage. And they have recommendations to cope with strategies that enough space to work and connecting with others. This is for emotional support. So that basically, I think it's parallel to the observations of the previous study. So moving forward, it is apparent that we will no longer be returning to how we are before the pandemic. I think we have to keep in mind that moving forward to the new normal, we will have to make plans on how to deliver quality online education, which is the right of every Filipino. Sloan's 5 pillars of quality online education, or the 5 building blocks for quality education, developed by Frank Mayadas, the president of Sloan-C. It's learning effectiveness, access, scale, student satisfaction, and faculty satisfaction. So the learning effectiveness reflects the distinctive quality of the institution, while access provides the means for all qualified, motivated students to complete courses, degrees, so all possible support that the student can access. And when you talk of scale, it actually talks about our control costs, that tuition fee should be affordable, yet sufficient to meet the development and the maintenance costs of online education. And of course, we have to satisfy the faculty members as well as the students. The faculty should find the online teaching experience personally rewarding and professionally beneficial. And for our students, they should be satisfied with regards to the course rigor and fairness. They should be satisfied with the professor and the peer interaction as well as the support services. So these are areas that we can look at in terms of delivering quality online education. In terms of access to quality online education, of course, this is still the main reason that sometimes quality education, this is the one of the main challenge actually of quality online education is the connectivity. And the ICT adoption is one of the 12 pillars of Global Competitiveness Index 4.0. So I hope that the government would put more emphasis with regards to the ICT adoption, because certainly this would be the direction, this would be the need in the new normal of our higher education. I think not only higher education, but even in basic education. Currently, the Philippines rank 88 out of the 141 economies in ICT adoption. So there's still a lot of opportunities for improvement. And I hope the circumstances of the COVID-19 may result to planning on connectivity enhancement by the government. The world, we are now challenged by what we call the VUCA world. So teaching and learning in a VUCA world during the COVID-19 pandemic. The VUCA world is a situation where we are right now, that the world is constantly changing, where these changes are becoming more unpredictable, happening at fast rates. And everything is becoming uncertain, more difficult to anticipate and predict how they will unfold. And problems are more complex and their repercussions are more multi-layered, harder to understand. And it's ambiguous. It's rare for things to be completely clear or precisely determinable. What we need is to build our agility to be able to cope up with the challenges of the VUCA world. Setting our vision, understanding interconnections, clarity or focus on what counts and what it's really about will eventually lead to flexibility and agility. I think the target is for us to be able to adapt to the challenges that the VUCA world have. The landscape of teaching and learning post-pandemic will change significantly. We need to build a more resilient system for teaching and learning. The future of teaching and learning beyond the pandemic will be affected by external factors such as Industry 4.0, globalization, and Education 4.0. Gaston Berger said that the purpose of looking at the future is to disturb the present. So if you try to reflect on that, could the COVID-19 pandemic be viewed as an opportunity? Could it be a catalyst for change as we look forward to the new normal, to quality online education? Could the COVID-19 be painting the future of education in the country? Is it just learning loss that we could see during this pandemic, or can we also see beyond learning loss and see this as learning gain as well? COVID-19 pandemic moving to the next, we are likely not going back to how we were before, but we are definitely going to be better. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Academician Donato, for your informative talk. You may key in your questions for Academician Donato in the Q&A section. Now let me call on the first discussant to give her insights on the problems addressed on higher education, Dr. Esther Albano Garcia is currently the president of the University of the East, a position she has held since 2006. She was chairman of the Commission on Higher Education from 1999 to 2003. Dr. Garcia, together with other concerned scientists, was one of those who influenced the creation of the PhD Consortium in Chemistry. This is by DOST. She is a recipient of, among many other awards, an Achievement Award in Chemistry from NRCP and the Achievement Award in Chemical Education from the Philippine Federation of Chemical Societies. Dr. Garcia, the virtual floor is now yours.
Good morning to all the distinguished participants and guests, especially officials of the Department of Science and Technology, and of course, the National Academy of Science and Technology, and all other government agencies that are around, academicians, outstanding scientists, and fellow speakers. UE's journey with online learning started when the university started experimenting in using blended learning sometime in 2011, using Moodle as our learning management system. In 2018, the university subscribed to Canvas LMS for the use of senior high school, undergraduate, and graduate school levels. Faculty and teachers were provided with capacity building training and were encouraged to immediately implement the use of Canvas in their instruction. However, the faculty were hesitant to go into blended learning. During the trainings, I would use a 75-year-old faculty member as our poster boy because he really loved the use of Moodle. And when he started Canvas, he said, it's even better. So I used to tease the younger faculty members, how can you not do this when in fact a 75-year-old is doing a good job with it? But anyway, the faculty were hesitant to go into blended learning. Then the pandemic came and they did not have a choice anymore. In early 2020, I instructed the Office of Curriculum Development and Instruction, or OCDI, to study a webinar entitled Swiftly Pivoting to Fully Remote Campus, Responding to COVID-19, hosted by the American Council of Education. Based on the webinar, there were three major courses of action that we implemented. First, we prepared the faculty by training them again in the use of Canvas. Due to the shift to online learning, it was also imperative that they prepare online modules so they can deliver their lessons under the new modality. By the way, just like UST, we had earlier prepared online modules already, even before the pandemic, long before the pandemic. We did it for the core GA courses. Last summer, 600 faculty members were trained in the use of Canvas while preparing their modules, not just for the summer, but also for the first semester. Second, we prepared and informed the students about our plan to offer a purely online summer and flexible learning as mandated by CHED in the first semester. It took some time to allay their fears and convince them that online learning will work. It also involved convincing them and their parents to still invest in education, even while experiencing the adverse economic impacts of the pandemic, where some parents lost their jobs either temporarily or permanently. There was a movement by the students started from other universities. So no school year 2020-2021, meaning the just past academic year. And I said, no way, I will go on because it is the student's choice to go on or not to go on, but many of them enrolled anyway. Third, once the faculty and students had been convinced of the idea of purely online learning for summer 2020, the IT department prepared the necessary IT infrastructure for the conduct of online learning. Despite the sudden surge of demand for development and modification of online systems, the IT department took the challenge while employing a techie skeletal workforce. Online systems were modified to allow remote access by the key employees who are also working from home. Going back to the early part of our preparation, when the faculty members started to undergo Canvas training for online summer, and when the students finally accepted the final summer schedule, I informed the IT department that it was their turn to prepare the needed IT infrastructure for online learning. I must say that UE is lucky in that early in 2000, the chairman then, I wasn't even in UE yet, was very active in promoting the improving the IT infrastructure of UE. So when I came in, actually they already had a working IT infrastructure. UE had an existing data center housed in one of the campuses, the Manila campus actually, and a backup storage and server at the Caloocan campus. The total bandwidth for UE was 1,100 Mbps. Its IT department developed an online enrollment system as early as 2005, as I mentioned earlier, even before I went to UE, which they had to upgrade immediately. It also manages the UE website and houses the different portals for students, faculty, and parents. We have a parent portal because early in my stay in UE, one parent was complaining why her son was not included in the graduation list. And we looked at the records and we found out that he never enrolled, not one semester. So we put up a parents portal where the parents can check on their children. There was also an existing system for online encoding and viewing of student grades. But the pandemic offered unique challenges. Suddenly, the demand for the use of technology more than doubled. Admission, enrollment, and payments needed to be fully automated. Key personnel working from home had to be granted remote access. Access to the student, faculty, and parent portals had to be improved to comply with data privacy protocols. These demands were satisfactorily addressed by the IT department. Access to Canvas, our learning management system, was also granted to enrolled students and current faculty. The IT department also acquired Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, and Zoom for the online meetings. Library services were either integrated in Canvas or added to the existing online access at the UE website. Moreover, a framework for curating open educational resources was developed by the Department of Libraries, in collaboration, of course, with our OCDI, our Office of Curriculum Development and Instruction, and the Data Privacy Office, because I had to make sure that we are following the law on data privacy. Guidance, counseling, and career services, cultural and other students' activities were all made available online. With all these modifications in the operations of the university, one pressing concern remained: the conduct of laboratory. Computer science, natural science, HRM, multimedia arts, engineering, and dentistry programs all require different types of laboratories. The concern was addressed partly by doing an inventory of the licensed softwares acquired by the university the use of open software, and the subscription of the university to Labster, a virtual laboratory for the basic sciences. By the way, I also convinced the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities, the schools there, to also look at Labster. And in fact, in the end, many of the PACO schools actually subscribe to Labster. We use Labster software in all biology, chemistry, and physics courses, both at the senior high school level and at the tertiary level. It provides students with a virtual version of the laboratory and features fully interactive advanced laboratory simulations based on mathematics algorithms that support open-ended investigations. The software was a big help moving our science online courses quickly during the pandemic. Labster provides diverse simulations that mimic the actual laboratory, wherein students can perform simulations for various subjects. To name a few: microbiology, physiology, genetics, ecology, of course, organic chemistry, biochemistry, and analytical chemistry. In fact, after we had already received the initial list of experiments, we actually asked for more, and they did provide us for more. They developed these things as we asked for them. While students perform the basic laboratory protocol, for instance, DNA sequencing, multiple choice and true or false questions serve as checkpoints to evaluate students' understanding of the basic concepts. Students must answer these questions correctly to move forward to the next step in the simulation. According to our students, the simulations are very exciting, educational, highly interactive, and free of hazards because they do not physically get hold of hazardous chemicals in the chemistry wet lab. Of course, there are curious students who still prefer real-life laboratory activities. I would be one of those if I were the one, because I know that experiencing how to deal with hazardous substances is very important for making you aware of the necessary, practices in order to keep yourself safe. Aside from simulations provided by Labster, more advanced science subjects use several softwares which can be downloaded over the internet for free. We also teach our students to access worldwide databases such as National Center for Biotechnology Information, IUCN, and online herbaria. So there are many such databases already available. For basic statistics, biostatistics, and psychological statistics, UE makes use of a remote access to our on-campus computer laboratories via a software called Remote Utilities. Once the students are connected using their own devices, they see the screen of the computers in our computer labs on their own devices, provided the computers in our labs are turned on. And they may use any application as if they are sitting in front of our computers in the computer lab. So we let our lab technicians turn on all the computers in our computer labs, and depending on the scheduled class, we had to schedule also the classes, even the the synchronous and asynchronous, so that the students don't overload the computer labs, because that would be, because they have to get the software from our own computer labs, the licensed softwares. This software allows our students to access our licensed software, such as SPSS in the case of statistics. Even before the pandemic, calculus classes in UE were taught with the integration of computer applications like Desmos, GeoGebra, and PHET Interactive for simulations and demonstrations of graphs and 3D. Our biggest concern now is the assessment and evaluation of students. We cannot be using only the same methods we use in face-to-face learning. Magaling silang mandaya dyan. We are now having training programs for this. There are also, by the way, softwares for assessment, but we have looked at some of them, and these are very expensive. And some work only on very expensive and the more expensive devices. Many of our students don't have those devices, and some of them use only cell phones. So we cannot be using these kinds of very sophisticated softwares for the assessment. So we have to, we got our College of Education teachers in assessment to train our own faculty members on how to do different kinds of assessment for our students. Relative to the future, we in UE, I'm now also president of UARM, have decided that even after the pandemic and when face-to-face learning will be allowed, we will use both methods where we see the advantages for such. In other words, we will use the blended learning approach as necessary and for best results. By the way, I did not include in my official presentation what we are doing in UARM, but maybe I shall explain a little bit. I am also president of UARM, and in 2018, when I went in, I also convinced them to get into Canvas. And we've been training our faculty in UARM also since then. Of course, they were not really using it, just like in UE, they were not, since there was face-to-face, they preferred face-to-face than using Canvas. But when pandemic came, of course, just like UE, they also started using Canvas. And I'm very pleased that, in fact, they are now very adept at using Canvas. And they have subscribed to softwares like Lecturio, for example, in medicine, and many other different softwares, including some for laboratory simulations. We started face-to-face clinical in March, but then we had to stop it because of what happened in PGH, in UP Medicine. So we now follow the recommendations of the Association of Deans of Medical Schools on when to start and when to stop our learning because of what's happening. But now it's continuing. We had all our students vaccinated already. All of them doubly vaccinated, double dose already. For those who are doing clinical, and for those coming in, fourth-year students also doing clinical, all the students who will be doing clinical work in our hospital we are already vaccinating them to make sure that they would have the second dose before August, when they will start doing clinical. But we are getting some experiences with respect to this. There are rules of CHED, both of CHED, DOH, and approved by IATF and the president himself, on what subjects are allowed, what courses are allowed face-to-face learning, and of course also the LGU, we got their approvals. So there are, and these are at this point in time only for health-related courses. We are hoping that CHED will decide soon because they are telling us that they are working also on engineering, IT, and hospitality management, because these are the ones that require laboratories. And we hope that they will decide soon so we can also implement the very strict protocols that are being implemented by, required by both CHED and DOH. Thank you and good morning.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Garcia, for your insights. Let me now call the second discussant for higher education topic, Attorney Cinderella Filipina Benitez Haro, who is Executive Director 4 of the Commission on Higher Education. Let me introduce Attorney Benitez Haro. Prior to her appointment as executive director, she served as director of the Legal and Legislative Services. Under her leadership, the LLS produced notable policies such as those on random drug testing for students and on data privacy guidelines for CHEN. Attorney Haro serves as the chair of the Technical Working Group on Flexible Learning Guidelines for Higher Education Institutions, Smart Campuses Development, and Futuristic Opportunities in Rewiring Education, among others. So let us welcome Attorney Haro.
Thank you to the National Academy of Science and Technology members, to our esteemed academicians, to our outstanding national scientists, to our Honorable Department of Science and Technology officials, and to everyone present here with us today for the 33rd Annual Scientific Meeting. A pleasant day to you all. Thank you for inviting the Commission on Higher Education in the momentous event to share and discuss points related to learning in the higher education sector, in response also to the presentation of academician Maribel G. Nonato. The Commission is gearing towards 21st century learning. Mastery in core subjects is not enough to have 21st century ready students and graduates. This is necessary to complement the paradigm shift in curriculum development and delivery, which is outcomes-based education. As early as 2013, the Commission has recognized that it is important to expose undergraduate students to various domains of knowledge and ways of comprehending social and natural realities, developing in the process intellectual competencies and civic capacities. Hence, we integrated into our curriculum learning and innovation skills such as creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, quantitative reasoning, and communication. However, the emergence of the COVID-19 situation greatly affected the teaching and learning landscape all over the world. According to Kim Kong-heng in the recent study on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, national and regional implications, in Southeast Asia alone, at least 877,000 cases and 20,000 deaths from COVID-19 have been reported by mid-October, which has initiated countermeasures to ensure the safety and health of the academic community. UNESCO states in their article on the impact of COVID-19 on education, measures that have direct consequences on education are the closure of schools and universities. Across the world, 194 countries had closed schools nationwide by April 4, 2020, affecting more than 1.5 billion learners, and by June 4, schools in 134 countries remained closed, affecting more than 1.1 billion learners, or about 64% of the total enrolled learners in the world. In the Philippines, based on our records, about 29 institutions or higher education institutions have already signified and or applied their intention to temporarily suspend their programs or operations. At the start of the pandemic, the Commission had to act on many issues which have greatly affected the higher education sector. At the time, the semester was about to end, but due to the continuous rise of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, the education sector had to explore all possible avenues to mitigate the impact of the pandemic. Measures to avoid and limit the risk of infection in the academic and higher education institutions have been implemented. Traditional face-to-face instruction for the meantime and alternative teaching and learning methods have to be adopted to continue classes amidst uncertain times. Our direction for 21st century learning was in a way hastened because there was an immediate shift for information literacy and life skills. The Commission had then to incorporate into our policies the integration of media and technology skills, flexibility and adaptability, initiative and self-direction among our stakeholders. The Commission adopted to the flexible learning modality for higher education, in which we allowed flexibility of time, place, and audience. To emphasize, although it commonly uses the delivery methods of distance education and facilities of education technology, This may vary depending on the levels of technology, availability of devices, internet connectivity, level of digital literacy, and approaches. The shift to flexible learning in a few months was not an easy task. In fact, even if we have a law on distance education or the Republic Act 10650 on open distance learning, which embodies the general principles of flexible learning, there are few institutions which have been granted authority to offer programs through distance learning mode. Based on our records on April 13, 2021, there were only 23 higher education institutions authorized to offer programs through distance learning. Based on the experience of private higher education institutions, which are the pioneers in online learning, it took them years to shift to online learning, and at that time, they were not even implementing it all in all of their programs. This was elucidated also by our academician Nonato and, of course, President Garcia. Due to COVID-19, all higher education institutions had to shift right away to flexible learning for academic year 2020-2021 in all programs. In the Commission, aside from the issuance of the necessary policies for the implementation of flexible learning, simultaneous measures have to be undertaken in order to ensure that there will be continuity of inclusive and accessible education through flexible learning. The Commission launched the CHED High Ed Bayanihan together with leading higher education institutions throughout the country in order to conduct free training on flexible learning. This initiative is a virtual and free cooperative learning environment for educational fora, training, capacity building, and research sharing among Philippine higher education institutions. It is a digital community of educators, learners, and content makers that explore innovative responses in the context of Philippine higher education institutions. CHED also funded several capacity training to faculty members in order to capacitate the faculty members for the opening of classes in August 2020. The CHED also launched the PhilCHED Connect website for free access to instruction or learning. Admittedly, the sudden shift to flexible learning will have effects, especially in the mastery of courses in the programs of our students. We recognize that not all skills in some programs can be achieved through flexible learning. Some programs require skills development in laboratories, hospitals, healthcare facilities, and communities. In this light, adopting new learning designs in higher education institutions, capacity building for faculty, and learning opportunities for students have been prioritized by the Commission in mitigating learning loss. In response to meet the demands brought by the pandemic in the Philippine higher education and to limit learning loss, all areas of education should be revisited with emphasis on the following. 1. Strengthening systems and procedures for transition to flexible learning, particularly on resources. Continuing capacity building for faculty and students, providing learning management systems, open educational resources and mechanisms for anti-plagiarism to HEIs, developing quality modules for flexible learning, improving institutional monitoring and evaluation of flexible learning classes, and updating and recalibrating the learning continuity plan of state universities and colleges, as well as private higher education institutions. On the priorities on learning design, which is to strengthen systems and procedure for transition to flexible learning, particularly on resources, this is the situation. 88% of our 49 state universities and colleges have adopted blended learning modalities, which is the hybrid modalities between online and offline learning. However, our state universities and colleges experience challenges in internet connectivity, lacking bandwidth to secure strong connectivity during classes. Also, both faculty and students of different LGUs encounter intermittent internet connectivity. The response of the Commission is this. The Commission has funded smart campus projects through the initiative also of our legislatures and, of course, the administration of our state universities and colleges to help them in upgrading their internet capability and IT infrastructure. A partnership with TICT has also been established for the provision of IT infrastructures of the HCIs in Mindanao. As for the support of the Commission for students and faculty who encounter difficulties in internet connectivity, the Commission has coordinated with local government units regarding proposals to provide better internet connections in their areas. In order to continue capacity building for faculty and students, which I might admit this is the situation, most SUCs have conducted seminars to capacitate faculty members on computer proficiency. However, there's still a need for more exposure in the use of digital uses. Also, students have limited capacity for exposure to online classes due to sometimes due to lack of orientation, or in some situations, they do not have gadgets to participate in online classes. In response to this, the Commission is continuously conducting seminars and workshops for faculty and students in the use of technology and flexible learning environments. Partnerships with SUCs and LUCs have also been established for the provision of gadgets and learning materials to students. In order to provide learning management systems, open educational resources and mechanisms for anti-plagiarism to HCIs, this is the situation. Most SUCs and LUCs are using free-to-use software as their LMS in flexible learning. This has been actually mentioned by our academician Nonato. A few HCIs have proprietary learning management system. HCIs subscribe to online plagiarism checkers to address issues on plagiarism, and some SUCs have OERs available. Thus, the Commission has opened calls for proposals from SUCs for their Smart Campus funding, and the PhilShed Connect website has been launched, an online platform for various higher education teaching, learning, and research materials. In order to develop quality modules for flexible learning, these are the challenges faced by our higher education institutions. Our higher education institutions with outcome-based education modules have to be revised for flexible learning. Students face difficulties in understanding lessons from the provided modules. Limited budgets hamper reproduction of modules, and some higher education institutions have not yet completed their modules. This is the response of the Commission. Training, workshops, and seminars on module designing are continuously being conducted by the Commission. Creation of committees on instructional materials have been created, and supplementary references are cited and integrated in the modules. We should also allocate funds for the reproduction of modules. In order to improve institutional monitoring and evaluation of flexible learning classes, our higher education institutions are conducting monitoring and evaluation of flexible learning classes through reports by faculty and program chairperson. As of now, they are doing this on their own, but the direction as well of the Commission is to integrate or consolidate also their monitoring, the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of flexible learning throughout or among our higher education institutions. The response of the Commission is this: we will be monitor and evaluate at the institutional level. There will be we will be monitoring as well the concerns in the conduct of flexible learning classes, and we will also conduct assessment of student satisfaction and performance to generate feedback. SWOT analysis should be conducted at the institutional level to assess the level of implementation of flexible learning. In order to update and recalibrate the learning continuity plan of our state universities and colleges, Section 4 of our CHED Memorandum Order Number 4, the guidelines on the implementation of flexible learning, it provides that SUCs should submit their LCP to their CHED regional offices. Most of them have already submitted. We will continuously monitor periodic submissions of the learning continuity plans of our HCIs. On a more optimistic note, an increase in enrollment has been observed despite the pandemic from 3.2 million enrollees in academic year 2018 to 2019 to 3.6 million in academic year 2020-2021. This might be more apparent in the SUCs with an increase from 1.3 enrollees in academic year 2018-2019 to 1.49 million for academic year 2020-2021, which offset the slight decrease in enrollment for private higher education institutions from 1,832,729 enrollees in academic year 2019-2020 to 1,823,003 in academic year 2020-2021. In order to mitigate policy loss, the Commission is recommending the following: improve internet connectivity services to ensure the smooth implementation and maintenance of blended learning modalities. On the part of our state universities and colleges, shifting to smart campuses will help in the implementation and maintenance of blended learning modalities. However, due to limited funding, the Commission can fund all of 113 SUCs. One measure that we can undertake is to ask for additional funding to the smart campuses of our state universities and colleges. On the part of our private higher education institutions, the Commission aims to partner with telecommunication providers in the country to cater to better internet connectivity. In order to continue capacity building for faculty and students, of course, with the aim of mitigating flexible learning losses, in order to maximize investments of our state universities and colleges for flexible learning, the Commission aims to provide more opportunities for capacity building to the students and faculty of our state universities and colleges. Web training seminars will also be offered to our students and faculty to maximize their use of blended learning modalities. We shall also address the training internship components of the program in order to ensure that we will be able to protect the health and safety of our students while ensuring that the necessary skills per program will not be sacrificed. In summary, the Philippines needs a workforce equipped with skills enabling them to compete and be marketable globally. To achieve this for teaching and learning in the 21st century, we need to prepare our students for complex work and life environment. Simultaneous with this, the higher education sector must adapt to the conditions of the country, including the pandemic. Hence, the following should be prioritized to prevent learning loss: a variety of learning opportunities and activities, focusing on project and problem-based learning, use of appropriate technology and mechanism to accomplish learning goals, and collaborative learning environments both within and beyond the classroom. Again, I thank the National Academy of the Science and Technology for the 23rd Annual Scientific Meeting, which has provided an opportunity for the Commission to share relevant updates and discuss how the Philippine higher education sector is adapting to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Haro, for sharing the programs of CHED. We will now proceed to a brief open forum since it's already 11:59. Unfortunately, Dr. Bernido cannot join the Q&A session, but to answer the question on the topic that he presented, we've invited national scientist Father Bernido Lebres, who is himself an expert on basic education. Also, Senator Win Gatchalian had to leave to attend a Senate hearing. Now, there are two burning, very common questions on the topic of on the first topic, and so I will read the first question, which was actually sent in by quite a number of people. And the question reads: how do our science and math curricula, and this is in high school, compare with those of countries that have consistently been on top of the survey? So perhaps I'd like to ask Father Lebres to answer that question, since he's quite informed with this.
Well, I think the best way to answer that question is to analyze our performance in TIMSS, Third International Mathematics and Science. The problems that are given in math and science in TIMSS are graded. The lowest 25% are simply recall. In other words, the students recall what they learned and can do things they've been taught. The next level is recall plus applications. And then the third and fourth level are really higher level thinking. Our students in all the assessments of teams perform at the lowest level, recall. That's where they perform. And so I think one time when I look at the analysis, maybe about 8% of our Filipino students ever to perform at higher levels. Singapore performs 60 or 70 or 80% of them perform at the highest level. So you can just, from the results, you can simply see that their education in math and science is so much better. It's not, but let me respond. I don't think it's a question of the curriculum. It's a question of what did they actually learn. In other words, so if you compare what Secretary Yusek Malaluan talked about as the intended curriculum, our intended curriculum probably looks quite good. But the implemented curriculum, what actually is taught in the classroom, and I've been following this for decades, and the assessed curriculum is simply not on par. So I don't think the point is to compare intended curricula. That's easy. It's easy to write a curriculum, but to actually carry it out, you should really look at the implemented, who's taught in the classroom, and look at what is assessed. And there it's quite obvious from teams and other. Actually, even our own NAST, National Achievement Test will tell you that. No? The National Achievement Test in high school, I think we normally perform at 45 to 50%. So even by our own measures, the performance for students in math and science is quite low. So in other words, we get shocked about the performance in PISA or TIMSS. But the fact is that our own assessments show very poor results. So for some reason, we respond to the international kasi napapahiya tayo. But the annual performances are, I don't know why you get shocked, because if you simply get the results from DepEd of the National Achievement Test, they will give you the same results at the high school levels. It's just that I have to tell you that it's just that we only get upset when we're napahiya tayo sa ibang nations. We don't seem to be bothered by our own problems. We're only bothered kung napahiya tayo sa iba. That's why we don't solve problems. We don't really look at our problems seriously. I'm sorry for saying that, but I don't know why we get surprised when our own annual tests tell us that there is a problem. Yusek Malaluan can tell you that.
Yes, Yusek Malaluan, would you like to comment?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Well, what Father Nebres or Father Ben mentioned is about what is plain, which is with respect to the attainment of the competencies as they are shown in the large-scale assessments, and as mentioned by Father Ben, both national assessments and international assessments, and of course the international assessments has raised the alarm for various groups, and probably more than it did with what has been there as far as our national achievement tests are concerned. But with respect to the cognitive level, part of the curriculum review was to look at, I believe that they used the levels of cognitive demand following the Bloom's taxonomy. That's what they used. And they looked at the various competencies across these levels of competency. And it would appear that there is the expectation was that the distribution of the curriculum competencies would probably increase in terms of cognitive demand towards higher levels. But it would appear in their analysis that there is a much proportion of the competencies in the curriculum that correspond to the higher levels of cognitive demand, even higher than comparator countries that have performed better in the international assessments, and so that part of the issue that the teachers are, as I mentioned earlier in the findings, is that the readiness of the students for the new level of curriculum is not there for the subsequent grades. Along with the congestion, this results in, as far as the implemented curriculum is concerned, a large number of our teachers reporting their inability to finish the competencies of the curriculum for their grade level. So that's among the findings of the curriculum review. And as I mentioned, our curriculum and instruction and its partner organization, the Actor C, will present the results of such curriculum review in a forum or policy discussion series to be hosted by Edu Forum in the next several weeks. And one of the first topics will be on the curriculum review.
May I just add this, maybe for the NAST to understand where we are. Let me send to the members of the National Academy the released items of PISA, and you will see the level of thinking skills that it needs. We are talking in the abstract, but I think the NAST academicians should try it themselves. You'll find that they require a pretty high level of thinking. And for those in mathematics or physics and so forth, I'll send you the team's released items for grade 8. I gave it to our Ateneo High School teachers, and it was a shock to them. The level of thinking demanded by the problems in teams in math and physics is much higher than what we demand of our students. So maybe we should have a reality check. And I've actually sent the released items to Senator Gatchalian and to Yusek Malaruan, just for us to know what we are really talking about and understand that level of thinking skills that PISA requires. The other point that's very important is that the problem of language really comes up. The level of control of English demanded by PISA is much higher than, I would say, 90% probably of our students can achieve. That's the other problem. And this is highlighted in the World Bank report. It's highlighted that the major problem that we face, and you see that in PISA, we were second to the last in math and science, but we were last in reading. In other words, language, the language problem really shows up very strongly in PISA. And it is highlighted in the World Bank report that the problem is that the students are not proficient in the language of instruction. So this, I think Yusek Malaruan put it down as difficult, the language of instruction, but PISA highlights it much more than teams.
Yes, okay, thank you, Father Ben. Maybe a question for the higher education group. Since the high school has PISA and TIMSS, for higher education, how would you assess we haven't had any assessment on the pandemic results of education during the pandemic, but in your opinion, how do you think we would be faring? Maybe ask Dr. Nonato, Attorney Haro, and Dr. Garcia for their opinion. You're muted, Maribel.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm okay now. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. As I said earlier, currently we are implementing a new higher education curricula. And so it's in the middle of the implementation when this pandemic came. So we don't really have any evidence or proof yet to no evidence to show that this curriculum is effective. And particularly, this curriculum is now used by the first cohort of senior high school who went into the tertiary. So there is still an issue between the curriculum of the senior high school and the tertiary level, this new higher education curricula. So it seems that for some, they said it doesn't really match. The needs of the tertiary is not much, do not match the senior high school. So there is still that issue which is still have to be resolved. And then the implementation of the 2 years, and then came the pandemic. The curricula was not designed to be implemented online. So I think we will really have to review it. And as I said, the first cohort of the new curricula will be by next year. And it will take time for us to see whether the intended learning outcomes, the competencies that we expect from these graduates would be demonstrated. So there is still a lot of things to look at in this particular situation. Certainly, I would say that it would affect the outcomes of the graduates from this generation, where you have the new curricula disrupted by the pandemic.
Okay, thank
Malaking
you.
bagay talaga yun. Yes,
Sige.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Haro?
Yes. Siguro let me just lay down the context also. Pre-pandemic, actually, we have already issued several policies regarding teacher education. Senator Gatchalian also emphasized on the importance of teacher education programs. In fact, it's an important factor or consideration dito rin sa ating PISA or sa problem with basic education. Pre-pandemic, we have already issued yung policies natin and guidelines regarding upgrading or at least yung outcomes-based education towards the in relation to our teacher education programs. But we have to admit na yung cohort na yon patapos pa lang. Actually, as mentioned by Academician Donato, so 2021 pa yan matatapos. Doon natin malalaman what will be yung the generated competence of our students with respect to teacher education. And simultaneous with this, we have experienced the pandemic. So although yun na nga, we have tried to adapt really in terms of our programs, fortunately for teacher education programs, although syempre, as I think this will be mentioned by President Garcia, there's really programs na hindi mo talaga pwedeng gawin ng online or offline lang. Some of our institutions or many of our institutions have already adapted sa teacher education programs. I think sila din yung mga front runners natin when it comes to adapting or being resilient in terms of teaching and learning. Kasi sila din naman ang magbe-bear ng brunt nito. Sila din ang magtuturo sa mga estudyante natin. So yung inevitably, there are certain factors, for instance, yung sa internship talagang kailangan din talagang tingnan yan. Kailangan talaga nating i-prioritize, especially in teacher education, to ensure that there will be yung mga necessary skills of would then be teachers ay talagang nandoon pa rin.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Garcia?
Yeah, maybe I have a better perspective with respect to comparison, because it just so happens that our College of Medicine, they are not all of them are still, the students are from the old curriculum, okay? Because these are undergraduate students, and it's true. The dean was told me. We had discussed this only 2 days ago about how many of our students are really complaining. The rate of students with very low, the number of students with very low grades. And we were surprised because it's really, his example was anatomy, that the rate, the examination results were quite bad. So in fact, the students are requesting that they be given another examination. And as I don't have the problem for the College of Medicine. I do not have the problem like the one new curriculum, etc. It's the same old curriculum, same old graduates, graduates from the old curriculum, and yet the students are really complaining. I think it's also partly not so much online or whatever. It's more mental health issues. They are really worried about a lot of things, not just their studies, but also their the environment where they do their education, where they do their learning. So, I made a mistake earlier. I shifted to URM, and then I forgot to tell you about my most important recommendation, which I discussed.
Actually, maybe my last round, since we're running out of time, was to ask each one, since NAST wants to give recommendations, ano yung inyong single recommendation? So, mabilis lang. So, sinimula mo na, Dr. Garcia. So, maybe you can start with your recommendation.
My single most important recommendation is that DICT should be put back under DOST. The reason I say this is I found out in UE, we had a very good, we already had a good learning management system. We had trained our faculty, etc. But the students are complaining, yes, ma'am, but it doesn't reach us. So it's really the connectivity that is very important. And I don't think we can just, as mentioned by Director Haro, we can just blame the private sector for this. No, this is the main responsibility of DICT. And my recommendation, if you're going to make a policy recommendation to government, is the one that is most knowledgeable about this is DOST. After all, it was DOST who started internet, and after all, DICT started under DOST. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Father Ben, your recommendation?
Well, I was, for a moment, I think there are many things we need to attend to, but the recommendations that were given by Dr. Bernido are achievable. No? Like, I would like to talk about the language of instruction, but that's going to be a very long and complex discussion. However, I think what Dr. Bernido recommended about decongestion and about the spiral is workable. Maybe not to change the law immediately, but to at least allow flexibility, to allow schools. His recommendation was, number 2 was to allow schools to choose between spiral and disciplinal, depending on their experience. In Ateneo, we already shifted to the disciplinal. We pushed them to do that, and I think other schools have done that. And then the third recommendation that he had was to allow more flexibility even within the DepEd to about decongestion. In other words, to allow divisions to find if they can only cover 60%, which 60% should they cover? In other words, let's accept we will have to live that they can only cover 60% of the curriculum. And let's allow schools to really, depending on their experience, to focus on those that are most essential. It will take a long time for DepEd to agree on all of it. But many teachers of math or physics pretty much know what they should cover, and to allow them then to choose and give them more flexibility. So let's just accept that we can only cover 60%. And given that you can only cover 60%, allow teachers or schools to choose those that are prioritized, because otherwise they will everything equally, important and less important. So the third recommendation was allow more flexibility and allow more experimentation.
Okay, thank you, Father Ben. Yusek Maluluan?
If you're talking about one recommendation that will solve the problem of quality in basic education, there is not one recommendation. It's a very complex problem. When we talk about quality, access might be more straightforward, but when we talk about quality, it's just simply a very complex issue. I agree with Father Ben that we need to focus in the near term on the doable. I can say that the problem of congestion of the curriculum is something that is already in an advanced stage as part of the curriculum review. It is certainly doable. I think there might be some way to increase the discipline-based aspect of the present curriculum. There might not be a need for a pendulum swing as it was shown by Father Bernardo over time. These are both pedagogical or teaching approaches as far as the curriculum is concerned. The implemented curriculum, I agree with Father Ben, is a very, very critical area that spans the learning resources, not just the curriculum and the learning environment. And I think the assessment practices also need to adapt because Father Ben has mentioned that probably all your scientists need to look at the level of cognitive demand and thinking process that is needed by the emerging standards of literacies. And it will show you that the questions focus on application and how our teachers assess at the school level is not something that is already aligned to that form of testing the knowledge of our learners. So it's a big task, and that's one caution also that I would like to make at this point. As we raise the alarm and as people and groups raise the alarm about the quality of education, I think we should perish the thought that it is something that we can address overnight. It is, I mean, we will be happy to hand over to any group or persons that can solve it overnight. But even history, if you will look at the studies on education in various conjunctures of our history, from the Monroe report, etc., these are recurring themes on teacher quality, curriculum, and then outcomes. And so I think at this point we need to have advanced and know which ones can work best for us. And I would stop there, but I would agree with Father Ben that in the near term we have to be able to find out the immediately doable ones that can have major impact on our problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yusek Magagawan. Maribel, Dr. Donato.
Yes. I think I mentioned that already in my presentation, that for a successful move to hybrid teaching and learning, it's access or accessibility to that quality education. So it's really the connectivity that we have to look at. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of opportunity. I mean, under the Global Competitive Index, we're very low in ICT adoption. And if we're really intending to move towards hybrid learning, teaching and learning, it's an area that we have really to plan well and act on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Nato. Attorney Aro?
On the part of the higher education, siguro sa commission din, one policy issue that we can recommend is increase in funding in terms of additional support, not just to our state universities and colleges, but to our private higher education institutions. Admittedly, there are some restrictions as of now for us to give funding. For instance, sa infrastructure, of course, we cannot give funding sa aming private higher education institutions, although we have parang mga grants pa rin naman sa commission. But as of now, the direction of the our legislature is with respect to our state universities and colleges. Maybe we can also incorporate or integrate our private higher education institutions in order to support them. Kasi we are also recognizing their competence in enabling and managing their institutions. But I think one of talagang main concerns also, or one of the main concerns of our higher education institutions is the connectivity problem. Of course, the connectivity problem would entail a lot of investment, a lot of investment on the part of the management. So siguro po yun po yung sa aming sa higher education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Haro. Well, we've had a very fruitful discussion and we've gone over time. But we'd like to thank our esteemed speakers and discussants for sharing their valuable insights regarding the impacts of COVID-19 as well as pre-COVID-19 on the education sector. So again, I would like to thank on topic 1, secondary education, academician Chris Bernido, national scientist Bienvenido Nebres, who filled in for academician Bernido, Senator Win Gatchalian, and USEC Nepomuceno Malaluan. On higher education, we had academician Maribel Nonato, Dr. Esther Garcia, and attorney Cinderella Haro. So to deliver the synthesis of the discussions, and I guess he has to synthesize this because we will use some of this in our recommendations, let me call on Dr. Aaron Joseph Villaraza, professor at the Institute of Chemistry, UP Diliman, and 2016 Outstanding Young Scientist Awardee. Dr. Villaraza, please.
Okay, many thanks for the kind introduction, Academician Dairit. So I know that lunch is just around the corner, but allow me a few minutes to summarize what transpired in the last 2.5 hours, where we had this very fascinating discussion where all the discussion was precisely on how, on the level of both basic and higher education, issues regarding the impact of the pandemic on education and what strategies were employed by various institutions to be able to mitigate these challenges. So the first part of the session, we had academician Christopher Bernido, who talked about curriculum development, and this was reacted to by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian and the USEC attorney Nepomuceno Malaluan. Then in the second part, we had academician Maribel Nonato, who talked about her experience with the University of Santo Tomas. And her talk was reacted to by Dr. Esther Garcia, sharing her experience with the University of the East. And attorney Cinderella Benitez Haro, executive director of CHED, who talked about the different initiatives of CHED with respect to the pandemic. So in summary, in the first talk, academician Bernido first gave us an overview of the state of secondary education in the Philippines with respect to, in particular, international rankings, where the Philippines ranked very low in math, science, and then reading. And he specifically pinpointed 3 problems to address. Number 1, the curriculum design. Specifically, he he contrasted the spiral curriculum in comparison with the disciplinal curriculum. He also mentioned that the problem of congested curriculum and also the problem of conventional teaching methods, specifically teacher-centered pedagogy. All of these 3 factors contribute to what he described as a perennial lack of students' mastery of the material. So summarized by so in the talk now of Senator Gatchalian, Senator Gatchalian noted the irony that that curriculum is perceived as, rather than helping education or facilitate learning, as actually being a cause for learning loss. And so he proceeded to share with us the results of workshops which he had conducted on mother tongue-based education, as well as the implementation of the spiral curriculum. And in summary, what the workshops had revealed is that, well, teachers do need continuous further training, and that there is inadequacy of materials for teacher training and implementation of teaching in the mother tongue. And a lot of these proposals are actually contained in the Senate bill, which he is sponsoring, which is Senate Bill 2152, also called the Teacher Education Excellence Act, whose purpose is to elevate and teaching profession by creating a teacher education council, which would consolidate or coordinate rather the activities of CHED, the PRC, DepEd, and the LGUs in order to ensure quality teaching educational services. No? So he also spoke about meetings that he had with the ASEAN, and at the ASEAN level, it is clear that quality education is crucial for the economic recovery post-pandemic of the entire region. And that he has a sincere wish that more than returning to the new normal, what we will actually achieve is a better normal, that we will have Filipinos who are not just better Filipinos, but also better world citizens. Then the reaction followed given by Yusek Malaluan. He also noted the same comment of Senator Gatchalian about how curriculum is interestingly perceived as being a cause for learning loss. And so in response, he presented some of the programs which the Department of Education has already begun to implement. So for example, the Sulong Edu Kalidad, which has as its 4 pillars, the KITE, the K-12 Curriculum Review, to improve learning environment, teachers upskilling and reskilling, and the engagement of the various stakeholders. He then outlined some of the results of the ongoing curriculum review, and the results of this ongoing curriculum review will be discussed in a forum series, which is being organized called Edu Forum Series, and that Yusek Malaluan also invited academician Bernido to participate in the discussions in this forum. Next, moving to higher education. So we began with a talk by academician Nonato, and who shared with us her experience with the University of Santo Tomas. She started out by giving us painting a picture of what the situation was immediately before the pandemic in University of Santo Tomas, which was that the university had just undergone a difficult transition into the outcomes-based curriculum, so the obidizing of the curriculum. And it was not a transition that was easy. And I have to admit, in my own institution, we also had to transition to obidization, and this wasn't a simple affair. Anyhow, just when this transition was taking place, suddenly the pandemic hit, and the additional question had to be addressed: how is this obidized curriculum going to transition now to an online delivery mechanism? And while UST is guided by the principle that quality education should be accessible to everyone, well, there are challenges. One major challenge being that there is hesitancy both among the faculty and the students to adopt online instruction technologies, notwithstanding their issues precisely of the availability of gadgets or, for example, basic internet connectivity. And that some faculty had in fact opted to just go on leave in order to wait out the pandemic and wait for things to somehow go back to normalcy. However, it was fortunate for UST that early on, as early as 2002, they had already invested in learning management systems, such as the creation of the UST Cloud Campus, the Blackboard learning management system. So though in the beginning there was limited reception, this pandemic encouraged everyone precisely to expand into this LMS. And that, however, even with the expansion of the use of the LMS, still the biggest hurdle is internet connectivity. So, okay, and an answer to the question was there learning loss? The answer is yes. Now, this was reacted to by Dr. Esther Garcia, who related her experience in the University of the East. And she had a very interesting first slide with the acronym FUEL, which is Flexible UE Learning. So fortunate for UE as well that even prior to the pandemic, UE had already invested in learning management systems. So as early as 2011, there was already an action of moving into blended learning, and that Canvas was the LMS of choice. This was taken up in 2018. And basically, the use of Canvas required training on all levels. So it required a convincing of the faculty, of the students, and also of expansion of the capacities of the IT department. Then once the pandemic struck, more had to be used. So in addition to Canvas, the IT department then subscribed to Zoom, acquired Google Meet and MS Teams, so on and so forth. And with respect to the instruction and laboratory courses, UE opted for Labster and also remote computer access by using remote utilities. Okay, but then again, as Dr. Esther Garcia mentioned when she spoke about her single recommendation, it's one thing to have the content, the LMS. It's another thing to actually deliver the content to the learners. So internet connectivity still is a major issue. And then finally, the last reaction was given by Executive Director, CHED Executive Director, Atty. Haro. And she started out by giving painting us a picture of the global impact of COVID on higher education. And most importantly, that there was a tremendous amount of school closures. Many schools had to close as a result, and that many challenges therefore had to be addressed, such as new learning flexible designs. And so workshops had to be organized for faculty capacity building, and to use the new digital technologies which are readily available, and also to create more learning opportunities for the students. So to this effect, CHED came up with a learning management system called the PhilCHED Connect, and that it is providing support programs in order to be able to provide students with their needs to be able to participate in online learning, such as gadgets and internet connectivity. So, however, a recommendation which is common among all the three sections, three speakers on the second half, is that, really key to all of this is really internet connectivity, the improvement of the ICT infrastructure. And so in short, I'd just like to summarize my summary that the recommendations of the session, that perhaps the policy and the implementation of the spiral curriculum should be revisited, and that the government needs to improve the national infrastructure for ICT. And that's all from me. So thank you very much for listening, and back to you, Academician Direct.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Villarasa, for providing a very comprehensive synthesis of this session. May you ask our speakers and discussants and rapporteur to turn on their cameras for a group photo. NAST Secretary will be taking our photo. So if you're all still around, we'll have a group photo, unless the others are already gone to lunch. So NAST Secretariat, are you taking the photo?
Yes, sir. Let's just wait for the others to open their camera. Let's just wait for progress po.
Bye.
Are we okay?
Hold on, sir. Attorney Haro and Ms. Nebres, can you please turn on your camera po for the photo op? All right po, I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks to all our speakers, our actors. We've gone over time, but it's been a very meaty session. So this concludes the plenary session on educating for our future, retrieving the COVID-19 generation for the 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting. Thank you to all our esteemed resource persons and speakers who dedicated their time and shared their insights in these discussions. So I am now closing the session. Thank you. The executive director of NAST will be giving a report, which would be played now. And the following session will be on at 1 p.m. So we'll see you then, but the executive director, Dingning Samarta Domingo, will be giving a report. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luningning Samarita Domingo, Director of the National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippines. I would like to express my gratitude for all of you for attending this 43rd annual scientific meeting. We are delighted to share with you what NAST has accomplished so far from January to July 2021. For the recognition of outstanding science and technology achievements, we have received entries or nomination for 14 awards that the NAST administers or manages. We have yet to receive nominations for the other awards, which will be awarded late part of this year. So the figures will still change. So far, we have received 409 entries or nomination, of which 8.31% has been selected as winners. Some of them will be announced and awarded near the end of this ASM, which will be on July 15, Thursday. We worked hard in our call for nomination or entries and reached out to the regions. Though the National Capital Region still leads all the regions, its share of nominees has decreased a bit from 36.85% last year to 36.19% this year. The good news is that the Calabarzon region has jumped up from 23.85% last year to 31.78% this year. Region 3, Caraga region, and Region 8 follows. As of this time, the NCR has the most number of selected winners with 6.60%. The Calabarzon region and Region 3 follows. For the past years, the NAST has been working so hard to encourage all eligible men and women scientists and researchers to submit nominations. Last year's nominees were comprised of 56% males and 44% female. This year, we have a reversal of the ratio, 50.86% female and 49.14% male. The female nominees are led by those coming from the NCR, Calabarzon region, and Region 3, comprising 44% of the nominees. For those who have been selected as winners, 3.91% are male scientists and experts from the NCR, and 2.69% are NCR females. Every year, notable Filipino scientists are elected to the Academy, who are then referred to as academicians. This year, the Academy has elected 4 new members. Dr. Cristina Montiel of Ateneo de Manila University, PhD in Peace, Political Psychology. Next is Dr. Arvin Jesmus of the National Museum, PhD in Biology. Next is Dr. Manolo Jimena of UP Diliman, PhD in Metallurgy. And last but not least, Dr. Camilo Roa Jr. of the UP Manila, MD Pulmonary Medicine. You will get to know more about them during the investiture ceremony. One of the functions of NAST is to craft policy resolutions or recommendations on issues of national concern. These are then given to various government agencies, organizations, and private sector. As of July 9, the NAST has crafted 18 sets of recommendations from its 3 regional scientific meetings. These are responded to by the Department of Health and NEDA. As agreed upon by the Board of Advisors of the first ASEAN Foresight Alliance workshop held in Malaysia in 2019, the Philippines hosted the second AFA workshop on June 7 to 9 In collaboration with Academy Saints Malaysia and ASEAN Secretariat, with 98 participants from the ASEAN region, the activity is the first step toward having an ASEAN Vision 2050. It was spearheaded by academician Rodora Asansa and national scientist Lourdes Cruz. As a member of the Inter-Academy Partnership, the NAS endorsed the IAP statement on the protection of marine environments together with 76 science academies around the world. As of July 9, the NAS has conducted 22 webinars, fora, and the likes. These activities were attended by 15,245 unique users. 85% of the participants evaluated activities and gave a remarkable 93.15 average satisfaction rating. Some of the highest rated webinars include the webinar on measuring mental health and well-being during the pandemic of academician Alan Bernardo, God-related seminar on sexual orientation and gender identity of academician Agnes Rolla and academician Edward Duang, and webinars on feeding Metro Manila in 2050, spearheaded by the NAS Agricultural Sciences Division. The NAS is also active in conducting the activities related to Future Earth Philippines under the leadership of National Scientist Lourdes Cruz. We had meetings with NEDA, DILG, DNR, and CCC. We are glad that the DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña is supportive of this endeavor, attends meetings with the other government agencies, and helps in the achievement of the goals of the project. With us also here is USEC Rene Solidum. For this year, the NAS was able to establish new linkage with the outstanding women in the nation's service or towns to the NAS Task Force on Climate Change, chaired by academician Rex Victor Cruz and academician Juan Pulhin. NAS and Towns launched the NAS Philippine Towns Talks, pagtugon sa mga hamon ng pagbabago sa klima, the first in a series of webinars on climate change. The NAS has also established new linkage with the ASEAN Center for Drug Policy or ACDP to the leadership of academician Carmencita D. Padilla of NAS Health Sciences Division. ACDP and UP Manila conducted the National Substance Use Science Policy and Information, and to be followed by other activities. Last year, the NAST, to the leadership of academician Eufemio Rasco Jr. and the Agricultural Sciences Division, joined the Food System Vision Prize of the Rockefeller Foundation. Of the 1,317 entries from 119 countries, the entry of NAST was elected as one of the special mentions, 11th to 14th place, and received $25,000 US. The cash prize was released by the DBM in February 2021, and the NAS will use it to continue conducting activities related to the promotion of the planetary health diet, feeding program for school children, and more research on food system. Another good news is that the NAS received commendation from the Department of Budget and Management for achieving 100 to 250% of its calendar year 2020 performance indicators. For first semester this year, the NAS has utilized 33% of the allocated funds. The NAS is composed of 77 scientists, of which 12 are national scientists, and a secretariat with 18 permanent employees, 1 contractual, and 14 COS. We would like to thank you.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I hope you are all enjoyed your lunch. I am Academician Christopher Monterola, member of NAST's Philippine Social Sciences Division, and I will be moderating the 5th plenary session of the 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting. In the next 2 hours, we will be listening to a series of discussions that will focus on balancing the economy and health. Is there really a trade-off between these two? How do we deal with balancing the economy and health? Our 3 esteemed speakers, I'm very honored to be given the privilege to moderate this particular session, are given 20 minutes each to deliver their presentation. To our virtual audience, please type your questions in the Q&A box here in Zoom and in our virtual platform. If you are watching through Facebook Live, please type your questions in the comment section. The speakers will answer them during the open forum, and if needed, they will be answered offline. So handa na ba kayo? It is now time to listen to another set of valuable insights from experts, starting with the topic balancing health and economy towards sustainable sustainable and inclusive recovery, to be discussed by Academician Arsenio M. Balisacan, Chairman of the Philippine Competition Commission. Before his appointment, Academician Balisacan was the Philippine government's chief economist, serving as the Socio-Economic Planning Secretary and Concurrent Director General of the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, in 2012 to 2016. A member of the regular faculty of the University of the Philippines for over 3 decades, Acad Balisacan was Dean of the UP School of Economics and Director Chief Executive of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. His research areas have covered key developmental issues in Philippines and Asia, including poverty and inequality, agricultural transformation, regional development dynamics, globalization, competition law and policy, and the political economy of policy reforms. On a personal note, he is a low-profile, deeply committed individual to poverty alleviation, and I deeply admire his effort on this one. Academician Balisacan, the virtual floor is now yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me thank the Academy for this privilege of providing a policy perspective and balancing health and economy towards sustainable and inclusive recovery. I also thank the participants at the NAST regional scientific meetings, particularly Professors Ron Mendoza and Alice Ferrer, for useful discussions and observations on the subject of this presentation. The usual disclaimer applies. In particular, the views and findings I will be sharing here do not necessarily reflect those of the Philippine Competition Commission. Notwithstanding the country's strong macroeconomic fundamentals, the COVID-19 pandemic plunged the Philippine economy in 2020 into its most severe recession in recent decades, putting almost 5 million workers out of work at its height, eroding at least 3 years of recent gains in poverty reduction, and inflicting scars that threaten the economy's longer-term potential for inclusive growth. The economy is now showing signs of turning around this year as vaccinations get underway. However, recovery appears slow, uncertain, and weakly inclusive. It cannot be overstated. The country urgently needs to quickly recover to the pre-pandemic levels of employment and income to avoid deeper economic scarring, so that the economy can move back faster to its high growth trajectory. From a policy perspective, how do we do this? In part, the answer is strengthen the public health system to sustain economic recovery and foster a resilient and inclusive economy. We organize the rest of the presentation as seen on the screen. To make sense of the current crisis, we go back to this popular framework that characterizes the stylized pattern of case infections and the economy in the course of the pandemic. To be sure, the recovery patterns emerging in country experiences across the globe vary widely, but a framework is a useful device to illustrate the policy choices moving forward. Governments across the globe have imposed movement restrictions or lockdowns to contain the coronavirus outbreaks and prevent the healthcare system from being overwhelmed. In principle, lockdowns are put in place not only to avoid contagion, but also to buy time to improve the healthcare system. This way, we flatten the curve, moving from and move from point 1A to 1B. Consequently, as lockdowns disrupt day-to-day business activities, output contracts, going from 2A to 2B. Once the curve is flattened, the restrictions are eased, and the economy begins to recover, rising from 2B to 2C. We added to this framework the stylized pattern unemployment, as changes in employment condition more directly affect economic welfare of workers and households than do changes in national output. Like output, employment falls, as can be seen in this panel, and goes from point 3A to 3B. However, as can be seen, employment is not expected to recover as fast as output due to several reasons we shall discuss later on. Public policy can mitigate, though not fully, the pandemic's sharp impact on employment, even in the short run. In this case, employment drops to 3D instead of 3B, even in this panel. We shall go back to this framework later when we discuss our policy imperatives moving forward. For now, let us take a closer look at the changes in the economy, particularly unemployment, in the course of the pandemic. A year after the first imposition of enhanced community quarantine, or ECQ, the Philippines continues to battle virus containment. Notwithstanding more infectious virus strains, the recurring surges in daily cases and deaths have exposed the weakness of the country's public healthcare system. By looking at stringency indices in the region, it appears that a certain level of movement restrictions has become part of the new normal. However, the relatively higher level of stringency in the Philippines vis-a-vis the recurring surges may indicate that or more the persistent need to scale up the healthcare system. It goes without saying that the imposed quarantine measures, especially at their heights, translated to income losses for many households. Based on surveys conducted last year, more Filipinos have experienced hunger or moderate to severe hunger during the pandemic. Further, we estimate the number of the poor to have increased by 8 to 9 million in 2020. The pandemic has exacerbated existing inequalities and created new ones. The burden of employment contraction has fallen disproportionately on unskilled and low-skilled workers, and on the highly vulnerable household groups, especially in high-contact service sectors like tourism and transport. Further, while the pandemic wiped out 1.7 million wage and salary jobs in the 12 months to January 2021, employment in the Philippine informal sector rose by about half a million. This may indicate that workers who used to be formally employed have resorted to lower quality and lower paying jobs to make ends meet. Meanwhile, access to healthcare and education has also worsened. Low-skilled and unskilled workers, fortunate enough to remain employed, are mostly unable to work remotely. Hence, the poorer workers now face the double burden of decreased income and increased health risk. Lower income levels also mean more hunger and less access to nutritious meals, which can lead to malnutrition. The shift to e-learning amid the pandemic has similarly created another dimension of inequality for education, as access to reliable and affordable internet services is limited for less well-off individuals, particularly in rural communities. The loss in years of schooling, as well as the hunger and malnutrition caused by food deprivation, will impair human capital and translate to substantial losses in individuals' future earnings. Certain businesses have gained from the pandemic, such as those that were already or have quickly migrated their operations online. On the other hand, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, have been disproportionately affected. Rapid surveys done in March and August of last year show that MSMEs employing more unskilled and low-skilled workers have had lesser opportunities for work-from-home arrangements. This is because more likely these smaller firms engage in labor-intensive and high-contact businesses. MSMEs are also more vulnerable to greater indebtedness and the risk of firm closures. The possible loss of organizational and informational capital, such as firm-worker relationships, connections, and networks, including lifelines of small and medium enterprises, will take time to regain, slowing down productivity growth. Collectively, the absolute and relative impacts on health, education, and livelihoods can lead to economic scarring. If unabated, these scars will erode the economy's potential for long-term economic growth and inclusive development. Such consequence makes it all the more necessary for policies designed for recovery to address these inequalities. The recurring infection charges and recent imposition of stricter quarantine measures have dampened economic performance. Based on the latest growth forecast of the World Bank, IMF, and ADB, we are set to recover our pre-pandemic GDP per capita level only by mid to late 2020. In comparison, our neighbors are expected to recover theirs by the end of this year. Lower growth forecasts from some multilateral institutions may also affect investor confidence. The silver lining is that despite varying estimates, all institutions agree that current growth forecasts can be turned around, especially with an effective rollout of the vaccination program. Meanwhile, with the easing community quarantine restrictions, unemployment and underemployment have decreased, although they are yet to go back to pre-pandemic levels. As mentioned earlier, we expect employment to recover more slowly than output due to several reasons. However, what can be observed from this figure is that employment is also responsive to movement restrictions, meaning the faster we can contain the virus, the more sectors of the economy that can be open. Consequently, employment can recover more quickly. Finally, we mentioned a while ago that in our estimate, over 8 million Filipinos to be pushed back into poverty because of the health and economic crisis, make that 9 million if the recession leads to corresponding rise in inequality. This erases 3 to 4 years of previous gains in poverty reduction due to high income growth and low inflation pre-pandemic. But we can prevent more people from sliding back into poverty if the economy can rebound and achieve a high output growth by the end of 2021. In sum, the Philippine pandemic experience has been quite different from the experiences of neighboring countries, which, upon opening their economies, have been en route to recovery. The question remains, how do we move forward? Without a doubt, economic recovery is and will be conditional on solving the health crisis. As clearly demonstrated by our experience with the infection surge last March, containment of the virus is necessary for the economy to remain open and for growth to be sustainable. In the short term, we can make great strides toward recovery by improving our test, trace, treat systems so that outbreaks in the different parts of the country can be successfully contained. Today, testing remains inaccessible to many, especially the poor. More than a year into the pandemic, many of our laboratories are still taking a day or two to deliver PCR testing results. Other countries can now provide the same within hours. Our contact tracing ratio has also remained low owing to the lack of capacity of some local government units, especially those with less resources. Some coordination inefficiencies also remain between LGUs and relevant national government agencies, contributing to lags in contact tracing and data reporting. Addressing these issues together can make community transmission easier to control and outbreaks containable and preventable. Vaccines have presented another way to beat the virus. Recent real-world data show that the currently available vaccines decrease the risk of transmission and, more robustly, the risk of hospitalization and death from COVID-19. Thus, the government must ramp up the country's vaccination program by boosting the capacities of inoculation sites, addressing shortages in vaccine supply, and improving the government's communication strategies to effectively address vaccine hesitancy. Indeed, we are thankful that inoculations in the country have been picking up in recent weeks due to improvements in the efficacy or efficiency of the vaccination centers, as well as increases in vaccine supply. However, vaccines alone will not end the pandemic. For even though they have high efficacy, the length of their protection is still uncertain. Further mutations of the virus are also expected. Hence, the goal of enhancing our test, trace, treat systems should not be laid aside. Meanwhile, in the longer term, we need to address the decades-long neglect of our public health care system. We must invest in more and well-equipped public hospitals and local health centers to guarantee easily accessible health services in all regions of the country, not just in urban centers. Along with the infrastructure, we also need to enhance the incentives for our medical professionals to stay and work in the country, particularly by guaranteeing better compensation. Equally crucial, if not more, is the need to address the high cost of health services in the country. In particular, the current health insurance regime should be holistically improved to substantially reduce out-of-pocket costs to patients and make healthcare truly universal. Once we have resolved the health crisis, we can expect the economic crisis to also subside as consumer and investor confidence is restored. Even now, as we remain in the midst of the pandemic, the government can bridge the situation by providing economic aid. The difference between 2D and 2B will be determined not only by the size of that aid, but also, or more importantly, its governance. Are we providing enough money for economic recovery? Apparently so.
it appears that the Philippines level of provision is more or less what is expected based on its income level and economic record. On the other hand, it is the design of provision that matters more than the size. As a developing economy, we are expected to have fiscal constraints, but with proper governance, we can always do more with less. This means economic assistance or stimulus programs must be well-targeted, transparent and fair, efficiently administered, and time-bound. Whether through direct cash transfers, loans, or other forms of support to firms and households, economic aid must be given to the most vulnerable members of the population, such as the poor and those employed in high-contact sectors and cannot afford to work remotely. And such assistance must be administered safely and efficiently, given quarantine restrictions. Hopefully, the ongoing rollout of the national ID system will facilitate the implementation of future social programs. Let me reiterate, the inequalities in access to health and education have to be quickly addressed to prevent long-term economic scarring. For example, limited economic assistance needs to be aimed at reducing the out-of-pocket costs to the poor and vulnerable households. Similarly, internet allowance may be provided to targeted families to expand access to online schooling and bridge the digital divide. At the same time, anti-competitive exclusivity arrangements in the provision of internet services must be dismantled to reduce cost of access and improve the quality of such services. As shown by our stylized framework, employment will take longer to recover. This phenomenon is apparent in our latest employment data. To operate in the new normal, firms will need to transform their business models, be digitalized to stay afloat. This may result in permanent job losses as businesses shift from labor-intensive models to capital-intensive ones, such as those equipped with automation and AI. On the other hand, firms unable to shift to digitalized operations may take longer before being able to operate again because of greater indebtedness, or they may have in fact already closed permanently. Loans or grants could be given to firms with lesser capacity to transform, especially MSMEs. Providing wage subsidies can also prevent more job losses while stricter movement restrictions remain in place. Further, a portion of workers will need to be retrained. It could be that their old skill sets may no longer be in demand in the new normal. Moreover, their being unemployed during the long pandemic period may have resulted in the loss of some skills, making it harder for them to be accepted in higher paying jobs. Retraining and reallocation programs can address pandemic-induced job skills mismatch and enhance labor productivity in the longer term. There is an important caveat as government provides assistance. In providing economic aid and in carrying out other interventions to speed up recovery, policymakers should always be mindful of competition risk. Thus, a more targeted approach must be used to avoid, for instance, turning companies who were already financially bleeding pre-pandemic into zombie firms. Similarly, assistance facilitating acquisition of financially distressed firms by dominant market players can lead to market monopolizations, which may harm consumer welfare and inhibit longer-term productivity. What's the bottom line? An inclusive pandemic response. This will get us out of the crisis faster and can get us back to our previous high growth trajectory sooner than later. The road to a sustained and inclusive recovery requires a strategic and timely deployment of policy tools that would strengthen the public health system and protect livelihoods and the most vulnerable population groups. With a carefully crafted mix of policy tools, the government can quickly and effectively mitigate the socioeconomic impacts of the pandemic, averting economic scarring that erodes longer-term potential for growth and sustainable development. Beyond recovery, the nation must build back better, enabling the health economy system so that the economy can withstand future health shocks, such as another pandemic, as well as those related to climate change. If anything, the pandemic has taught us the dependence of economic growth and the fundamentals of health. Now more than ever, we must pursue the long overdue reform necessary for affordable and quality health care in the country. Moving forward, science must inform the government's policy choices. This will mean long-term investment in public research and institutions, boosting technical capacities, and intentionally normalizing the culture of evidence-based policy and decision-making. Thank you, and I look forward to having a dynamic session.
Thank you so much for the very insightful presentation, Academician Balisacan. To our participants in Zoom, you may now key in your questions for Acad Balisacan in the Q&A section. It is found at the bottom of the Zoom link. This Zoom Live platform. To our participants watching via Facebook Live, kindly key in your questions in the comment section. We will now proceed to our second speaker, who is Dr. Diosdado Dads M. San Antonio, USEC or Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction at the Department of Education, who will now talk about learning losses. In his current post in DepEd, USEC San Antonio has been tasked to coordinate the ongoing review of the K-12 curriculum. He also attempts to find ways in ensuring that every learner achieves authentic literacy. He holds a research PhD in education from the University of Newcastle, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome USEC San Antonio.
Good day, everyone. The Curriculum and Instruction Strand at the Department of Education is glad to be a part of this session of the 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting. And we are sharing the initiatives being carried out to address the learning challenges in the time of pandemic. We have to understand that COVID-19 pandemic has really offered the basic education sector a lot of challenges. By the time we opened the school year last October 2020, we were mindful and we have experienced many challenges. Among them is the need to develop MELCS-based quality learning materials within tight timelines. While we have been starting to develop alternative delivery materials, recognizing that the climate change has made it more frequent for class suspensions to be called, we said that it's really important that the children have access to self-learning modules so that even when class suspensions are declared, learning can still continue. So when COVID-19 came, we were in the middle of the development of this learning modules. So we all we did was to reconfigure the contents, because we also decided to streamline the most essential learning competencies, because it would be impossible to do to cover everything in our original curriculum document with a lot of competencies listed. But we assure everybody that the most essential learning competencies we are using did not, in essence, reduce what the content and performance standards have been used even in the past. We just use the criterion endurance, determining the learning competencies that would be useful in the lives of our learners, even after COVID-19, and of course useful so that they can move to the next grade and face the academic and cognitive demands of the next grades. Second challenge is the fact that learners do not have same resource access to same resources for home-based learning. When we made a survey, of course, many opted to do the printed self-learning modules mode instead of the online one, which has issues on connectivity and, of course, the cost of maintaining internet connections at home. And most of our clients in the Department of Education do not have them. We also realized that the provision of support to learners and families, considering the strict social distancing protocols, was another challenge. There are families we know that have parents who are not capable and who may not have the time to extend support to our children. So we allowed the hiring of learning support aides. And we, of course, reminded our fellow teachers that there would be demand and need for closer communication between the home and the school. The other challenge is, while learners are home-based, how we can monitor the extent of their learning is really a bit more difficult. And so this also had to be considered when we were designing certain initiatives to ensure that the challenge could be addressed. And finally, among the big challenges we face is the fact that learners have experienced long period of disengagement from learning tasks. And in fact, when we talk about learning losses, we know that according to the World Bank article, it could also be about the reduction in the average learning levels for all students. It could be the widening of the distribution of learning achievements. And it could also refer to the increase of students with very low level of achievement. And some experts are also saying that learning loss refers to any specific or general loss of knowledge and skills or to reversals in academic progress, most commonly due to extended gaps or discontinuities in a student's education. This one is from Jung and Jaturas. So when there is discontinuity in the way the basic education service is provided, most likely there would be loss of knowledge and skills or even reversals in academic progress. For Von Hippel, Workman, and Downey, learning loss is a phenomenon that would be better described by the phrase like summer slowdown or summer stagnation. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there was an extended vacation on the part of the learners, and that could really be a source of learning loss. Of course, we also acknowledge that learning losses come in different forms, like the summer learning loss, which occurs when students take extended breaks in their education during summer. Interrupted formal education due to a variety of reasons like calamities, COVID-19 pandemic particularly. Of course, in the past, we had experienced interruptions like the Taal volcano eruption, the military siege in the Mindanao area, and the frequent suspensions of classes during typhoons. They are, of course, kinds of situations where learning loss occurs. Returning dropout students would come with them with certain losses of things previously learned before they dropped out, and school absence due to prolonged health-related problem and others. Of course, we know when the child is absent, the opportunity to learn is not available unless there are options for home-based learning while the child, for example, is sick. And ineffective teaching also can cause learning losses. Learning loss is best understood not as a reduction, not only in existing knowledge or skills, but as a difference between a current reality and some ideal or at least normal condition. This one is from Laurier. Of course, with the COVID-19 school closures, that normal condition is the time without the pandemic, of course, where teachers and learners come to school face-to-face, discuss lessons, share ideas on the different concepts to be discussed. And the loss is the difference in the learning that occurred during disruption and the learning that would have occurred in a COVID-free environment. Again, learning that would have happened using the traditional face-to-face teaching, learning methodologies versus the purely blended home-based learning as well. So there's that. We could also say that there's a learning loss. How much learning students lost during school closures varies significantly by access to remote learning, the quality of remote instruction, home support, and the degree of engagement. So these are some reasons why learning losses may also be experienced in different levels by the kind of learners, considering their access to remote learning, the quality of the facilitation made by teachers or even the parents while on remote instruction, the support at home, and the degree of engagement by the children. So I've been actually saying that we can still effect learning if the students are properly motivated to engage themselves in the different learning tasks. And what are the recommendations to recover learning losses? We believe that there should be curriculum recovery mechanisms that have to be developed by identifying the missed learning standards and content that are prerequisites to future learning. Any content or standard or competence that would be a requirement for the child to learn in higher grades should really be bridged. We have to determine the readiness of the students to proceed to the next level, of course, similar to number one. And we have to develop an action plan to recover the learning loss of the students by providing tutoring schemes or accelerated high-dose tutoring for students who need them, and incorporate social emotional learning into teaching, adjusting the school days and school calendars, and expanding the workforce as needed. So there should be really aggressive interventions to address learning losses. We also recommend that we have to identify whether differences between expectations and the actual results align with past trends. These results could help to separate the potential impacts of the pandemic and could identify additional patterns in student achievement data that could inform instructional approaches and allocation of resources. So, third, we have to gather the best practices for intervention and emerging ideas for rapid make-up of lost instruction in every region. We have to identify successful exemplars among schools that may have implemented strategies that limited COVID learning loss or limited inequities in COVID learning loss. Of course, our strand is actually undertaking a research on the best practices so that we can put them together and provide them as options for other schools and many of our fellow teachers who may wish to implement more effective ways of providing support to our learners during home-based learning as well. We've also noted, for example, that implementing cross-curricular integrative assessment is something that promoted academic ease and at the same time responded to our call for learning tasks to be more meaningful to the learners. This best practice, for example, implemented in DepEd Navotas in NCR has made possible the fact that learners did not have to produce performance tasks or outputs for 8 learning areas. Instead, the teachers were challenged to work together, collaborate come up with an integrated performance task that address the competencies expected for a particular period in a quarter, which just meant that the learners would just pay attention to one performance task that allows them to showcase the learning acquired in the different disciplines. So 1 versus 8, a significant reduction in the workload of the learners, and at the same time, a better way to make sure that the assessments, classroom assessments, are more meaningful to our learners. We also have to examine whether students are learning less in lockdown and whether disadvantaged students do so disproportionately. We have to identify whether specific student groups experience more COVID learning loss than other student groups to target interventions and funding. And we have to identify any differences in patterns of COVID learning loss across different grades and subjects, which could inform strategies about how to help students regain ground. So we have to really find ways of looking at this possible disparities in the extent every student in our classrooms have experienced or suffered learning losses. We also propose to incorporate data based on access to online learning environments, online learning usage, hybrid learning opportunities, and data about school closures. Program evaluation results could inform resource allocation to mitigate the impact of the pandemic and support strategic decisions about what instruction might look like during future interruptions. So we'll be, of course, monitoring how far our students have been able to make full use of the available online resources, digital resources we have developed for them through our DepEd Commons and other initiatives like DepEd TV and the radio-based instruction. The Bureau of Education Assessment Division, is actually developing a tool to diagnose learning loss, and it will be administered to incoming grade 6 and 10 learners this coming 2021-2022. In addition, we also will be undertaking a more focused professional development of teachers on assessment literacy in collaboration with the Office of the Secretary or Bureau of Education Assessment, PNU. We will try to really provide better orientation to our fellow teachers so that the assessment practices they actually implement in the classrooms would be congruent with the expectations of the system and even the large-scale international assessments practices as well. Beyond assessing learning losses, we know that the presence and quality of our relationships may have more impact on learning and development than any other factor. Especially, of course, this demands that we have to highlight the value of our fellow teachers providing tips to the parents that if they provide support, moral, psychological support to their children will be more inspired to be engaged in learning. Educators need to assess students' abilities in a way that motivates them to grow. And if education is to be equitable for all, then it is necessary to transform our nation's education systems to ensure that they are deeply informed by the science of learning and development and designed for equity. Of course, the Department of Education in our basic education sector plan for 2030 has decided to create one more pillar of our performance indicators, which is about equity. And of course, from Andreas Schleicher, our metrics of success in education do not attribute much to social emotional learning. They basically just look at the accumulation of cognitive learning outcomes. This crisis made the systems break down, and suddenly people realized that we should have better sense of those metrics. There should be better ways of also measuring and determining the extent our learners are able to grow and learn socially and emotionally, because after all, socio-emotional maturity also is a very important requirement for one to be a productive citizen of the world. In the Department of Education, we are OUCI, Office of the Undersecretary for curriculum and instruction. And we also claim that children are most important. We always remember this. We also use the following references for this presentation I'm sharing with you today. Thank you very much po. Mabuhay and God bless.
Thank you so much for the valuable information you shared with us, USEC San Antonio. Yes, indeed, many studies have shown that the ROI for education in K-12 gives the highest value if properly managed. So to our participants in Zoom, again, you may now key in your questions for USEC San Antonio in the Q&A section box. To our participants watching via Facebook Live, kindly key in your questions in the comment section. Okay, on to the third and final talk for this plenary session that on the topic vaccine cynicism will be discussed by academician Mahar Mangahas. The title of his presentation is on Filipino attitudes towards COVID-19 vaccine. Okay, that the Mahar Mangahas, as you all know, is the co-founder and president of the social the social weather stations, the Philippines' leading institute for quality of life monitoring, opinion polling, and social survey archiving. Akad Mangahas holds a PhD degree in economics from the University of Chicago. He was professor of economics at the University of the Philippines, vice president for research of the Development Academy of the Philippines, and UNICEF consultant on social indicators for the governments of Malaysia and Indonesia. Among his many accolades are the Helen Dinerman Award, the highest award of the World Association for Public Opinion Research, for championing rights and freedoms of survey researchers in the Philippines. The University of Chicago Alumni Award for Public Service, and of course, the Distinguished Research Fellow Award of the International Society for Quality of Life Studies. Of course, you know that academician Mangahas is a household name, and especially now that the election is coming, you will constantly see his ideas and the survey of social weather station never miss actually always predicted the result of the national election in news and in many media. Akad Mangahas, the virtual floor is now yours.
Good afternoon to all participants and guests at the annual scientific meeting of the National Academy of Science and Technology. I'm pleased to be able to address you and share with you what we know from our national surveys of social weather stations on Filipino attitudes towards the COVID-19 vaccination and other circumstances that should lead us to understand better what's going on and how we can cope. This presentation of Filipino attitudes towards COVID-19 vaccination is based on materials coming from the social weather station surveys. The first thing to be aware of is that Filipinos are really very fearful of viruses. We have been monitoring this since 2003. We have asked about SARS, bird flu in 2004 and 2006, swine flu, and Ebola. So we know about the great worry of Filipinos of virus. But the worry about COVID-19 is even worse. We've done this 5 times since May 2020 up to May 2021. And there's no let up in the worry, the degree of worry about getting infected by COVID-19. It's much worse than the worry about the previous viruses. Now, we've been asking about compliance with health protocols. And as I see it, it's good. We ask constantly about using a face mask, washing the hands, keeping physical distance, and using a face shield. And we've asked how often people do this, whether always, most of the time, sometimes, or rarely. And as you can see there in the chart, complying with these health protocols is good and it's strong. It's not tapering off. So I would not put blame on the lack of compliance with these health protocols for the problem. Now, here is something that we've known for more than 10 years. We've known that Filipinos are predisposed to be wary of modern science. Social Weather Stations has been a member of the International Social Survey Program since 1991. Every year, we join them in asking a common survey of the people's attitudes. And in 2008, we joined in a module that asked this particular question, that tested this particular statement, quote, overall, modern science does more harm than good. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Now, this is where, to our surprise, Filipinos, we see, tend to agree more than disagree with this statement. Whereas in the entire set of 28 countries on which this statement was tested, most people disagree. Most people say, in effect, that modern science does more good than harm. The net agree is the intensity of the reaction to that statement, and it's minus 42 for all countries. It's, on the other hand, it's plus 27 for Filipinos. Filipinos are an important exception to this statement. This is an indication of our wariness of modern science. That, of course, makes it harder for us to cope with anything that requires people's participation. Now, we are very weak in basic education. And personally, this is, to me, a weakness that leads to our greater cynicism about science. I'm considering basic education as at least completing junior high school. That means adults who have gone to a little college, at least, and more so if they have finished college. These are our basically educated Filipinos. These are now only 61%. And this has only grown by 10 points in the last decade, from 54% to 61%. We need to improve basic education in order to get more cooperation from our people on anything dealing with science. Another thing that I see as a reason for our lack of cooperation with science is the very, very low spending on research and development as a proportion of GDP. The recommended international minimum is 1%. And here is a collection of countries in terms of that proportion. You see that Thailand is accomplishing the 1%. India has 2/3%. Vietnam has 1/2%. And Indonesia has 1/4%. But the Philippines has only 0.16%. There's very little activity in research and development. We as a people are very unfamiliar with these things. Look on the other hand at how much is being spent in Singapore, the US, Germany, South Korea, almost 5%, and Israel. With so much activity in research and development, the people themselves are bound to be more cooperative and disposed to accept the implications of science. Now, here is the SWS question survey done at the end of the first quarter of this year about willingness to be vaccinated. This divides into 3 equal parts. On the right-hand side of the pie chart, in the green, the dark green and the light green, are the 1/3 who say they will surely get the vaccination or will probably get the vaccination. Actually, there's more will say surely, so it's an intense willingness. On the left side, in the red, the dark red and the light red, are those who say they're unwilling. 26% say they'll surely not get it, and 7% say they'll probably not get it. And that's also 1/3 who say they're unwilling to get it. And that leaves a very big 35% in the middle who are uncertain. They're neutral. They're not sure. We can divide these 3 groups into the willing, the hesitant or uncertain, and the resistant. Now, when asking these questions, this question, of course, the context here is how much vaccination is actually available. And the people know that there's hardly any available. It's practically a hypothetical question. If you have the opportunity to be vaccinated, will you surely get it, probably get it, surely not get it, or probably not get it? And it divides into these 3 groups in equal measure. 1/3 willing, 1/3 unwilling, and 1/3 uncertain, given that people don't even see much vaccine available. Now that willingness is already very, very far more than the limited supply. That amounts to already more than 20 million Filipinos. But how many have been vaccinated by now? Maybe only 2 million or so. So the issue is not willingness. The issue is the supply of the vaccines. That's very clearly where the government ought to go. This willingness to be vaccinated is very clearly related to education. Here are the 4 groups of people that how we commonly divide adults into those who have not finished elementary, those who have not finished junior high school, and then those with some college, so they have finished junior high school and they've gone a little bit further, and then the college graduates, 11%. Only about 1 out of 8 adults have finished college. 1 out of 3 have at least finished junior high school. As that grows, there'll be more willingness to cooperate with a scientific move here, like vaccination. We've also asked about the preferred country source of the vaccine. And This is outstandingly American, of course. A little China, but China, Japan, Australia, all the rest, those are very, very far apart. This is not a knowledge about all of those countries' vaccines, of course. This is a case of trust across the world. Of course, that helps a lot. And mistrust hurts a lot. Now, here is where we cannot help it. This is a fact of life. Filipinos mistrust China. The net trust of China is negative. That means there are more who mistrust it than who trust it. It's the least trusted of all the countries of the world to Filipinos. And the United States is the most trusted. It's a fact of life. It's not equally trusted in all years. It fluctuates up and down, but it's more trusted always than all other countries. I put some comparisons here. There's Japan, Australia. There's also Russia. We have a few points for Russia. And trust for Russia is more or less neutral, +6. An equal number who trust Russia and who mistrust Russia. This is not about the vaccine. This is about the country. But that's how people's attitudes work. You don't expect people to know scientifically about a particular product, but they know whether they feel they can trust or cannot trust the country. Now, we have to emphasize that the suffering from COVID-19 has been not only the health suffering, not only the deaths and the sicknesses. Actually, that's very small compared to the economic suffering, compared to the joblessness. I'm only going to show you two indicators: joblessness and hunger. These were so high that we have used a new term for them, catastrophic. And you can already see from the chart how catastrophic joblessness went in 2020. In May 2021, it dissipated a little bit, but still it's very, very far off. We've lost a few years in terms of economic development. This is because of excessive lockdowns, excessive restrictions on transportation, making it hard for people to go to work. Then I want to show you hunger. Hunger is something that SWS has been tracking quarterly since 1998, quarterly, including the time of the pandemic. Early in 2020, we did it by means of mobile phone surveys. Mobile phones, but probability-based surveys, just the same, since we have a database for that. And we found that it was likewise catastrophic. It reached more than 1/3 of the people suffering from hunger. We had already gotten over the hump. There was a severe hump in the late 2000s up to about 2004, 2014, and it was already on the way down. But with the pandemic, not the pandemic itself, I believe, but the very, very severe economic restrictions which were imposed, thinking that that's the only way to get over the pandemic, hunger was sacrificed. Tremendous. We've never suffered that much. So based on that, this is my summary. First, we know very well that Filipinos fear viruses. We've known that for earlier viruses that we've been tracking by surveys. And of course, even more so is the fear of COVID-19. Secondly, we know that the compliance of the public with health safety protocols is actually good. I don't think we should blame Filipinos for I don't think we should blame non-compliance with protocols for the spread of the virus. Now, thirdly, and this is unfortunate, we have a handicap. We Filipinos have been predisposed to distrust modern science. This is, I think, because we have weak basic education and we have very weak investment in research and development. You can't change that overnight, but you have to keep on starting somehow. And unfortunately, it hits us at the time of pandemic. Now, as for vaccination, willingness, hesitance, and resistance are all present, and they're present in equal measure. They're not fixed for all time. Assuming that the vaccines work, that should be demonstrated, and I would expect that willingness will increase, hesitance will be reduced, and I don't know about resistance, probably that will be the last to dissipate. But the problem is not the demand. There's 10 times as much demand for the vaccine already, even among those willing. The problem is the supply, and that should be eased up as much as possible. I think there's too much control over the supply. The scale of economic suffering is catastrophic. Much more. It's much more than the scale of suffering from COVID-19 itself. And that, I think, is enough to indicate the proper direction that policies should take. That is what we are told from the SWS surveys. Thank you. How do I put this on? I have another slide here.
Yeah, there you go. You can see it now.
Can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
Can I join the meeting now and talk?
Yes, yes. You are being heard by. You're now in the spotlight, Academician Maher. Go ahead.
All right. Now, just over the weekend, we have this new result from our new survey of June 23 to 26, 2021. And you see here that the situation has changed markedly. Here we already have 10% who have at least one dose of vaccination. 7 have 1 dose, 3 have 2 doses. And now we have 36 who say they'll surely get it, 9 who will probably get it. And if you take all of these together, that's already 55%. 55% willing or already got it. You have 1/4 uncertain, and you've only 21% resistance. So this is a fantastic increase in about a month and a half. There's about a month and a half between this early May and this June 23 to 26. And so this shows very clearly that if you have a demonstration of the presence of a supply, that hesitancy, that resistance dissipates. So that's sorry that only came in our last round over the weekend. So that's why I'm only putting it now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Academician Mangahas. That's very good news. That's a very good news. very insightful and very stimulating presentation. And of course, to all our esteemed speakers for providing us with fresh perspective on the impact of current crisis to the region's economy and education sector. Thank you all so much. We will now proceed with the open forum. Now, I will read some of the questions from the Q&A box. Kindly put them in the Q&A box if you are part of the Zoom environment. Of course, you can ask the questions in the virtual platform and then the comment section on our Facebook Live. So let me start by getting the question of National Scientist Emil Javier. His question is, are the government responses thus far sufficient? Maybe yes or no, or maybe what more should we do? What should we do differently? So the surveys presented by academician Mahar Mangahas indicates that actually Filipino follow protocols by more than 80%. And the result presented by academician R.C. Balisacan also demonstrate that we as a nation has actually quite a high stringent index. So these are two things that are all good. But what should we do differently and what more should we do? I think I am opening the floor to anyone who would like to contribute on this discussion. I think Mahar Mangahas maybe because he already gave one specific idea in his closing, that is to increase the supply. Yes, Akad Mangahas.
Well, I think that the restrictions of the IATF have not been subjected to research. I think they should be subjected to research and prove that their restrictions are good for the country. For example, I don't see any reason why there should be a curfew. There's no evidence that COVID spreads at night. Why should there be a curfew? But there are people who can work at night, you see, and that's an additional livelihood for them. Why should they not be allowed to do that? All these travel restrictions, I think, should be subjected to research, but they are overly oriented to quarantine and lack of mobility. And that, I think, is the government's own fault. That's not the people's fault. That's suffering caused by, I think, over control. Why should they even have fatigue uniforms? Why should they be carrying long arms? You know, are those working? I think those are just promoting an attitude of authoritarianism, and that's another problem in itself.
Salamat po, Akad Mahar. I fully agree with you. And in fact, ang isang nakita ng research, outdoor, dapat okay lang, right? Ang nangyayari sa atin, UP Oval, naka-close, ang ino-open natin yung mga indoors, no? So yes, I fully agree po with
Hindi sila sinasubject sa research.
Akad Balisacan, what is your perspective on this? Maybe the top one in your mind na dapat gawin ng gobyerno natin ngayon?
As I was saying in my presentation, the most urgent thing to do now is to recover quickly, because the economic cost of the scarring is rising every day. And my fear is that if that recovery is delayed further, even our long-term potential for growth and development is going to be eroded severely, and going back to the high growth trajectory that we had enjoyed in the last 10 years would no longer be within reach. So I think it's very, very important that we need to get the recovery going quickly. And if we can get that within a year instead of next year, that is possible. And there's really, I mean, Mahar already identified one clearly factor that has been a major element in this constraint to the economy. But there are many other more. For example, I think that I mentioned about the capacity of the economy to assist the poor, or the government to assist the poor, especially for those who have don't have the means to access the technologies that will enable them to participate in the economic activity during the pandemic.
it's not that we don't have much resources. As I said, it's also a question of targeting those resources that we have. We can always do more with less. I think there's a good room for changing the mix of spending so that we can actually and better reach the poor, as well as improve the monitoring and the design of those assistants such that they really hit more those who are
targeted
assistants. Yeah.
Maraming salamat po, the ACAD RC. Yusek Dads, any idea related to this po? Ano ang top priority dapat ng government natin, in your opinion? ACAD, sorry, Yusek Dads, you're muted. Yusek Dads, muted pa rin po kayo.
Yeah, we also agree that the health and safety of the learners and our fellow teachers would be very important. And so while we have been pushing to have, of course, from the perspective of a basic educator, we would want to do a blended learning that has a face-to-face component. But we understand that the decision of the president is for this to be done at a later time. So being a part of the executive branch, we will, of course, always implement the decisions of the president. Of course, in the Department of Education, what we have been able to show is the Bayanihan spirit is alive. We've been able to somehow deliver what we intended to do, the continuity of learning, although, of course, there are issues. It was not a perfect plan, and we have said that even prior to the implementation, but we've been monitoring and evaluating the things that we do and made necessary adjustments as needed. So yes, in the case of the education sector, we hope that very soon we'll be allowed to do a blended approach to delivering basic education services. Let me just also add that I think it was suggested that some of the things related to the people's hesitance to get vaccinated could be attributed to like a poor or a weak basic education system. I've been saying this as a DepEd ed professional for the last 36 years, starting out as a teacher, that everything that is wrong with society could be attributed to us. Anything that the citizens fail to do as a responsible individual would be the fault of a teacher who failed to properly provide the values, the cognitive skills, critical thinking skills required of them. But I think I can also claim that the strong compliance with the protocols could also be attributed to a good or effective way of making people really follow rules. I mean, I would say this could be an improvement, but perhaps it could also be said that the fear factor could be the reason, but the fact that many of our fellow Filipinos are also willing to obey is something that could also be a good trait that perhaps education has also contributed in some ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. I think Mahar would like to give a quick response to that. Yes, Paul?
I'd like to point out that we have in the social weather station surveys also the reactions from parents as to the effectivity of the blended learning. We have 4 reports in the SWS website, and they're all negative. No, I mean, in other words, a lot of harm has been done to education from the blended learning, and therefore I also think that we should try to go back to face-to-face as much as possible. Maybe not 100%, but why should it be completely zero? You see, just like we should open up the economy, we should open up education and not insist on full lockdowns on education.
Thank you for that. Yusek Dads, do you have a quick response to such?
Actually, we have not abandoned. We are always preparing the preparation for the face-to-face classes. Of course, in phases, we'll start with the areas where the risk is very low. It's there. We are refining the protocols that DepEd will follow. And anytime we are given the go signal, we'll be ready to implement the real blended learning with face-to-face component.
So yes, actually a while ago, I was talking to some researchers who demonstrated the group of Dr. Ronel King that during the pandemic, they now have a results that the mental health of the learners increased by 3 times. Yung mental health problems increased by 3 times during this time, no? And yung hindi po nalalaman natin yung PISA among others, hindi lamang actually academic achievement yung nakalagay doon, kundi pati yung socio-emotional skills. And that is very critical for learning. Kaya link lahat ito. So in that note, I will now segue to the next question. I think this is an interesting question. It's intended for academician Mahar. And the question is from academician Raymond Tan. No? His question is there any evidence now of an increase in science appreciation as a result of the pandemic? Sa tingin niyo po ba magiging issue ang science pagdating ng election sa 2022? Magiging siyang part na.
Aywan ko. Baka pwede namin maglagay yon. But we don't have something on that, no? Let us see. Lagay ko ng an idea for the agenda within the next 6 months.
Thank you so much po.
Science can be a role.
Okay. Any other opinion on that, Akad Balisakan and Yusek Dads? Okay, if none po, then let me proceed to the next question. Okay, again, this is for you, Akad Mahar. Is there any evidence that vaccine hesitancy or rejection is related to mistrust of China since the initial supply of vaccines was mostly sourced from China?
I think, of course, it's because of the distrust in China. Actually, people don't even know that Sinovac is from China. You see, that's why as long as there's a vaccine, they'll get it. You see, they're not. How can they choose anyway? So, but I think we are already over the hump about hesitancy. It's very clear that that's diminishing very soon as long as you get the vaccines in place, and no more crazy deals like buy 2 get 1. You know, that's the silliest deal I ever heard of. Putting a 100% tax on the vaccines in effect. You see, I'm glad that that's been shut down now. But I don't know if we will get our second dose. See? I'm only half vaccinated myself. I don't know if I will be able to, you know, if my LGU will be ready for my second dose.
Thank you for that, Akad Mahar. The next question is actually for Yusek Dads. Yusek Dads, meron po bang quantification daw of learning losses? Have we quantified what specifically are the learning losses that we suffered during this pandemic? Maybe may mga subjects po ba daw that who are more prone to learning losses? Like obviously, yung mga physical education, syempre, hindi mo ma-experience yan, but other subjects. Do we have any quantification of this in DepEd?
As of now, wala pa, but we're intending to measure the extent of learning losses as soon as the 2021-2022 school year opens. So our Bureau of Education Assessment is devising something. I understand there's a research project being undertaken by NEDA in collaboration with UNDP on the effectiveness of the different learning delivery modalities we have offered as well. And our strand, we also have our own research on the best practices, as I mentioned during the talk.
Okay, thank you po. And this is another question for you, Yusek Dads. Will the Philippines participate again in the next PISA 2021? I don't think it's 2021, right?
2022.
22 dapat. What are the DepEd's preparation and expectations given the problems experienced within the education sector during the pandemic and the weaknesses already existing in the system prior to the pandemic? This is from academician Alan Bernardo.
My understanding, the last time we talked about this, it was still DepEd DepEd's decision to do the 2022. But I understand we can like change our minds anytime. But as of now, that's our expectation, and we're in the midst of preparing to roll out training of our fellow teachers relative to the design of questions, assessments in the classroom that are like aligned with the way questions are asked in the national achievement tests and even the international large-scale assessments. My own sense is one factor that could have contributed to the dismal performance is the fact that the learners are not actually familiar with the way the questions are asked at the PISA and other international large-scale assessments. So we'll have to really capacitate our fellow teachers. We have created a group that is working on the design of the training program, and at the same time, the design of like sample questions that could be used while the learners are actually learning. So I understand this would be more challenging for us, considering that the face-to-face component is not yet there, but we'll find ways.
I believe the reason why academician Bernardo asked this question is because he has a team who tried to study PISA. Akad Bernardo, meron din po kaming work with DepEd, and in fact 3 weeks ago pinresent po namin sa kanila yung result ng AI kung ano yung mga locations kung saan tayo dapat mag-intervene. Interestingly, this is Filipinos have one of the lowest growth mindset in the world. Yun po yung isa na nakita na result all throughout, and that is also the one that is closely linked even to the academic performance of our learners. Sige po, siguro isang venue, pag-usap-usapan po natin ito, Akad Bernardo and Yusek Dance. Next question, Yusek Balisacan, there is a question on, in your projection, have you already included the trillions of pesos na inutang po natin dun sa projection nyo ng recovery? Paano po ito in the short term and the long term? How will it affect the recovery?
Yeah, the graph that I showed comes from the IMF, and that's that compile IMF, ADB, and other organizations compiles all these recovery efforts, stimulus programs of various governments. So the total amounts for recovery and stimulus programs are all already there included.
Mm-hmm.
And
so thank you.
It appears that while many are saying that you are not spending enough, it appears that given the level of our development and our economic history, that we are there at the average. I guess so. But looking at how we are mixing the policies to target certain groups, particularly vulnerable groups, I think that what is needed is better governance of those monies so that they can achieve more, even if it's not at the level of, say, Japan or Korea or or even Singapore.
Mm-hmm. Your take, academician RC, on the ayudas. Should we continue giving this?
Yeah,
do you recommend
yes, of course, but it has to be properly targeted. As I said, even in my own village, there are obviously households of, owning 3 cars, 4 cars, and you see them in their cars, but everyone receives the ayuda, and it just makes sense.
Dito po sa Makati, lahat nakakakuha rin ng ayuda basta meron kang address dito, kahit nasa mga million ka na kondo. Yes, the next question is for Akad Mangahas. Do you think, this is from academician Michael Tan, do you think the Filipino pakikisama might eventually help overcome hesitancy? Pakikisama here to include a bandwagon effect.
Well, yeah, I saw that question. And actually, I think it's moot. It can. But hesitancy is disappearing, I'd say, very, very fast. So we don't need to add more reasons, really. We have to try to produce our own vaccines. That's what we have to do. We have to import some more. We have to open it up. I see so much racketeering going on, in terms of trying to, cash in on all of these restrictions. That's what's making me unhappy about the way the government is responding to these things. Every restriction there, every requirement of quarantine, to going abroad and everything like that, all of those are all rackets, seems to me. Let's get rid of those. That's good governance.
Thank you for that hard-hitting commentary po, Akad Mahar. But yes, I think one of the recommendation of NAST at the end of this is isa sa ilalagay natin yung all throughout this sessions is yung pagkakaroon ng Virology Institute. Because we are expecting that this will happen again and again. And we need a National Center of Excellence who will tell us what are the most best practices when we are hit by this pandemic. Meron pong question dito from our platform. This is from Mr. JP D. Juanerio. During this COVID-19 pandemic, there have been an increase in the politicization of science, and the conflicting messaging of the government response have been confusing a part of a population. How can we defend science from politicization and make people understand to everyone?
We should just apply our science in our own way and let people see that we don't use politics in it.
Well said po. I think that is the reason why kahit na nasa politika yung trabaho nyo.
Kanya-kanya. And in fact, I encourage surveys by everybody. Kanya-kanya. Go into everything. We cannot do everything. So let's have more. Let's have more of this thing. We're not afraid of competition.
And let's be transparent about this. At the end of the day, mabe-validate naman kung sino ang mas may tamang science or hindi. Akad Balisakan, what do you think? And Yusek Dads.
The figure presented by Mahar and the intensity of our research investment as a country, 0.16% of GDP. That's really very alarming. That means that we don't even know exactly even the things that we do in government or even elsewhere. We really don't know what the impacts are, what has informed those programs, because we don't do research. We don't, especially applied research, those ones that are useful for the design of public policy. And I think that has to be properly addressed. And 1% of GDP, by the way, it's not too much. It's not that's very achievable. If we can only prioritize the way we spend our nation's resources.
So it's not just about the resources, it's about the proper prioritization of the resources and understanding that at this point in time, this is actually a health issue more than anything else. Yusek Dads, what do you think?
My take on the push for research, those of you who know me, some perhaps in this forum, would affirm that I've been very passionate about the push for a very strong research culture among basic educators. When I was regional director, I would tell my team, basic educators should not just utilize the findings of the researchers from the universities. We can do like evidence-based best practices gathered from our own research initiatives to better understand the things that matter in the work that we do. And so I organized my own free research clinics in the area of my expertise in basic education. And I organized research conferences. I changed the paradigm. The first time I organized a research conference, a presenter would be roasted by the participants who feel they know more. I said, that's not the way to go. We have to provide support to everyone. Research conferences should be a way for us to learn from one another, not to show off who is better in terms of knowledge, but helping each other how to understand phenomena in more scientific and methodological, in more scientific and critically oriented perspectives. So, and the Department of Education in recent years has also been allocating a research grant. And I remember when I was RD for Calabarzon, our chief at the research office in the central office would ask me, how come is it that in your region you would want more while the other regions are
taking time to utilize the research funds. So this is one area that I really feel even us basic educators should be doing. Thank you.
Salamat po, Yusek Dats. And indeed, NAST in particular, this is actually one of our important mission vision, no, to increase the research. Academician RC, in fact, aside from the 1% po na sinabi nyo, Academician Mahar, ang push nga ni Academician RC is make it 4%, 2% minimum. Pareho ng Korea. And there has been clear correlation between this and the progress of a country. No? Sa NAST po, ang number one na tinitingnan bago ka maging academician is yung research output mo. So yan po. So this is we are championing this particular concern. Okay, next po. The next question is to Academician Balisacan, but wala si Academician Balisacan, nakat yata siya. So mamaya ko na lang ito itanong. The next question is for our corresponding member, corresponding Academician Gonzalo Sirapica. What do you think of increasing the funding of grants to small business innovative research, grants to help in the economic recovery across all the departments similar to the US SBIR program? Again, this is a question for Academician Balisacan. Hintayin po natin siguro mamaya. Or maybe you guys have an idea related to this one? Akad Mahar, Yusek Dep.
What's the question?
It's about increasing the funding of grants to small business innovative research. Ano po sa tingin ninyo? Wala
I'm
pong...
all for that. Depende lang sa resources. Why not? Kung pera ko yan, ibibigay ko yan.
But again, I think po, hierarchy of needs. No, I think maganda na nag-invest tayo, for example, sa kay Dr. Raul Distura. If my recollection is right ngayon, yung kanyang EdTech na company ay meron ng 100 million na annual revenue. And at the same time, it helps us understand more itong mga critical na components sa pandemic. Yes, dito ka na, Akad Balisacan. A question to you from Academician Bernardo again. Aside from the risk of eroding our macroeconomic fundamentals, are there already indicators of increased economic inequality arising from the economic downturn? Data from other countries have already indicated intensification of existing income inequalities. Ano po sa tingin niyo?
Yes, there are already studies coming out also in the Philippines showing, and that inequality is coming from inequality in access to IT, for example, the internet, to work from home arrangements. And as I said, as I was showing in my presentation, the households of workers with low skills, relatively low skills, and households with or have not households have suffered more from the pandemic than those coming from the skilled sectors, skilled workers, and that is a key source of the source of inequality. And if the fear, my fear actually is that that inequality can make things worse for sustainability and inclusivity of future development growth. So it has got to be managed quickly, addressed quickly.
Mm-hmm. So if you think, pag bumalik po ba tayo at nag-reverse na ng direction, bumalik yung GDP natin, do you imagine that ano mangyayari sa inequality na to? Will that, if we will not do anything, will that still be there? Reversible po ba itong inequality?
As I was saying, and Mahar would agree with me on this, that it's more than just going back, getting the GDP back to the pre-pandemic levels. It's more getting the employment back to the pre-pandemic levels, and that's what it's going to address the inequality more than achieving the pre-pandemic GDP level.
Thank you po. This is a little bit more controversial for you, Yusek Dats. No, this is from our national scientist Raul Pabella. Why is DepEd celebrating the technicality on the World Bank taking down the report instead of facing up to the substance of the failure? Ano po ang opinion niyo dito?
Of course, thank you for raising that question. I think what is I mean, we have acknowledged that there is a need to improve the quality of education. Even before the release of the PISA of 2018, we have launched the Sulong Edukalidad, our initiative to really transform our efforts so that we can really finally achieve higher quality basic education results for our learners. I understand that the World Development Report of 2018 talk about the things that cause underachievement. In fact, that report did not include the Philippines, but it could also apply to us. Like they mentioned that the readiness of the learners to learn, the quality of teachers, the kind of school officials, I mean school leaders we have, and the resources we offer are factors that matter in fostering higher learning outcomes. So the Sulong Edukalidad initiative is also somehow responsive to what the World Development Report has mentioned. Our pillars is captured in an acronym KITE, K-12 Curriculum Enhancement Review, which is going on now. The need to improve the learning resources and the learning environment, and then the teachers upskilling, teachers and school leaders upskilling and reskilling, and the engagement of stakeholders. So yes, we feel that the report did not mention what the Department of Education is doing to address the results. And us, because the results, the report was released without first being discussed with us, it did not give us the chance to highlight the things that we're doing now. So I think it's more of that issue, that point that the report said things that we've been saying also since 2019. And we were really doing things relative to efforts for improving the quality. And so I agreed with Secretary Liling when she said that this is something that has to be corrected as well, that they should also respect even small stakeholders of the World Bank like the Philippines.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Yusek Dats. And in fact, it actually impacts the jobs of our Filipinos abroad, yung mga ganitong klase ng information. Thank you for your perspective. Meron pa pong isang question dito. This is a question from Ms. Jacqueline T. Chuoco sa platform natin. This is her question. Considering the current situation, most of the parents are hesitant to send their children to school and just tutor their children, hoping that the placement test could be availed. What do you think of this po? And actually, there is another question na nabury na dito na ang tanong nila if DepEd is ready for a high dose of tutorial classes para i-make up yung mga learning losses natin during the pandemic.
I think that's for me. Yes, we have issued a guideline on what could be the options during the break, which started this week until the final date of the school opening is declared. So we encourage high levels of enrichment and remediation lessons for learners found to be in need of such interventions. The other thing is, yes, we are in the process of updating the issuance on our home education or homeschooling policy. I think in the next few months, we'll be ready to release an updated version. The policy we're using now is so dated, 1997 pa, more than 20 years old, and we feel that we have to update. We recognize that there are parents who would prefer, even prior to COVID-19, who would prefer to homeschool their own children. And we recognize this as a valid way of providing basic education services to the learners. And yes, we are also trying to find ways of administering the placement test, the Philippine Education Placement Test, even online with proper proctoring mechanisms to ensure the reliability and validity of the examination. Yeah, we're doing that, and we will always find ways to validate learning acquired by learners using other modes.
Thank you so much po. And some of the findings that we've seen looking at PISA data, kasama kasi ang social emotional skills din, and maybe this can be validated also by academician Alan, is yun nga, growth mindset, improvement in growth mindset. Nakalagay kasi sa question ni Ma'am Evelyn Mendoza. And one of the most interesting component na pwedeng actually magkaroon ng intervention is that the growth mindset of the students in the Philippine settings are very much linked to the teacher's enthusiasm as a teacher. That is one component na hindi pwede na estudyante lang, but also the teachers, that we have to improve their conditions and their enthusiasm in teaching. So yes, unfortunately, we are out of time po, Academician Mahar at USEC GADS and USEC RC. Maybe ang last part po ng program natin, your message to our audience, no? Ang message po ninyo sa ating mga kababayan at sa bayang Pilipinas in general. Role ng science, role ng NAST, role ng DepEd in balancing health and economy during this pandemic time. So maybe I can start with USEC Academician RC.
Okay, maybe a one-liner. United, learning from the past, and committed to science to help inform our ways forward. We can achieve quick, sustainable, and inclusive recovery.
Wow, thank you so much, Acad RC. Maybe next, USEC Dads, San Antonio, ano po ang message nyo?
I understand that the effort to create a better education system will have to really rely on the massive support of the whole society. So we invite parents, other stakeholders to help us like teach the proper growth mindset, for example, critical thinking. I have a favorite example about the way we actually rear children that are not very critical in their mind, in their ways of thinking. As a parent myself, I hated it when my sons would ask me questions when they were growing up. And I would say, that's not yet for you. And I realized those were things that I did that did not actually help them be more critical. Of course, now that they're older, college graduates, they can, question my decisions, etc. But even in our universities, but I think many of the professors would not feel comfortable being asked questions by their students. So there's a need to perhaps change the way we facilitate learning, to acknowledge that even if we are the teacher, we are still capable of committing mistakes, and the children can ask questions. Perhaps the other pedagogy that we have to emphasize is the art of teaching learners how to ask questions so that they can be more critical and eventually be better human beings. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, USEC Dodge. And in fact, again, this is your advocacy, authentic literacy. I like the term, no? Authentic literacy po. And yes, finally, of course, Academician Mahar, your take?
We all come from institutions that can do a certain amount of research. So let's all think of ways to do it and apply it in our own localities, our own LGUs, and stop simply discussing, stop trolling. Go for real research. Say, I found this, I looked at this, I studied this, and this is what the case is. And so that we have real research taking over the discourse instead of just yung mga haka-haka, mga chismis-chismis.
Thank you so much, Akad Mahar. Ibig sabihin po ng real research, by definition, original, may business value at novelty. Hindi pwedeng original lang. No, may business value, may sinasagot siya na question, na may nilalabanan niya yung mga haka-haka, etc. Okay, currently we have 1,179 participants po in our platform. Thank you so much for our speakers in this session. Okay, before I give the floor to Dr. Maha Rabago, our outstanding young scientist in 2016, they want me to announce, NAST would like to announce that there are exhibitors and advertisers, okay, in the current Zoom account. NAST, we have an NAST booth. We have Philippine Science Heritage Center booth. Ito pala yung mga nasa booth natin. Yung UP Manila Scientific Career System ng NAST, Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, CIRCA. Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, DA-PhilMec, De La Salle University, DOST, Del Monte Pacific, ito yung mga sponsors natin, Philippine Rice Institute, Centro Escolar University, Biotech Coalition of the Philippines. Again, thank you po sa inyong lahat, ACAD, RC, ACAD, Mahar, and USEC DADS. So at this point, let me call on again Dr. Mahaleya Ravago, Associate Professor at the Department of Economics at Ateneo de Manila University, and 2016 Outstanding Young Scientist Awardee, to deliver the synthesis of our discussions, Dr. Ravago, the virtual floor is yours. Ma'am, you're muted. Or at least hindi ko po naririnig yung sound. Or maybe it's just me. Can you confirm, USEC DADS, kung naririnig po nyo?
Oh, we don't hear you, Ma.
Maha, hindi namin ikaw naririnig. Don't panic. Hindi pa rin. Wala pa rin kaming naririnig. Maybe you can, are you using a speaker, or maybe you can remove that device?
If you are using a headset, kindly unplug na lang po and use your main device.
Okay.
We don't hear you.
We don't hear you still. Okay, while Dr. Ravago is fixing her microphone, may we ask the academicians together with Dr. Ravago to turn on your cameras for a group photo, and the NAST secretariats will be taking our photo para hindi tayo maubusan ng oras. NAST secretariat. There you go.
Let's go, sir. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ravago, how's your microphone? Hindi pa rin namin naririnig. Sayang, may sign language. Okay. Nawala si ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Still, no?
Okay, let's continue the discussion. Meron pa naman tayo.
You can hear me now, okay. Yes, first of all, I'd like to commend all the speakers, academicians, RC Balisacan, Mahas, and USEC San Antonio of DepEd for a very insightful and thought-provoking presentations, as always. Please allow me to synthesize the presentations they have made. Academician Balisacan started by providing us with a stylized framework of the economy and case infections during a pandemic. This framework is characterized by lockdowns to contain outbreak, prevent the healthcare system from collapsing, and their economic impact, which is contraction of output. The economy begins to recover once the curve is flattened out and restrictions are eased. Academician Balisacan added to this framework the pattern of employment, which, as he noted, more directly affect the welfare of workers and households. He then uses this framework to evaluate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Philippines' policy responses. He noted that a year after the first imposition of ECQ, we continue to battle virus containment, even though the country has more stringent restrictions relative to our neighbors. The quarantine measures, as expected, translated to income losses for many households. The pandemic has exacerbated existing inequalities and created new ones. The data shows that unskilled and low-skilled workers, especially those in high-contact service sectors like tourism and transport, have been severely affected. Academician Mangahas noted that joblessness was catastrophic in 2020. Meanwhile, access to healthcare and education has also worsened. The poorer, low-skilled workers are in double jeopardy of decreased incomes and increased health risks. Lower income levels also mean more hunger and less access to nutritious meals, which can lead to malnutrition. SWS survey results, as shown by academician Mangahas, corroborated this observation, noting that hunger was catastrophic in 2020. Academician Balisacan further noted that the shift to e-learning amid the pandemic has similarly created another dimension of inequality for education, as access to reliable and affordable internet services is limited among the poor households, particularly in rural areas. This brings us to the presentation of USEC San Antonio, where learning loss is defined as the difference between current reality and some ideal or at least normal condition. With the school closures due to COVID-19, that normal condition is the time without the pandemic, and the loss is the difference in the learning that occurred during disruption and the learning that would have occurred in a COVID-free environment. How much learning students lost during school closures varies significantly by access to remote learning, the quality of remote instruction, home support, and the degree of engagement. In the discussion, academician Mangahas noted that SWS survey results indicated that blended learning may have done more harm than good. Academician Balisacan noted that the loss in years of schooling, coupled with hunger and malnutrition, has huge adverse implication to individuals' future earnings. Taken together, these negative effects that the country is experiencing now can lead to economic scarring. He warned that if unabated, these scars will erode the economy's potential for long-term economic growth. Academician Mangahas noted that catastrophic scale of economic suffering, rather than the scale of suffering from COVID-19 itself, indicates the proper direction that policies should take. Economic growth forecasts from multilateral institutions placed the Philippines to recover its pre-pandemic GDP per capita level by mid to late 2022, in contrast to end of this year's forecast to recover for our neighbors. Lower growth forecasts may also affect investors' confidence, putting the country to a self-fulfilling prophecy. Academician Balisacan noted that economic recovery is and will be conditional on solving the health crisis. A few of his recommendations: first is improving our test, trace, treat systems. There is a need to address the coordination inefficiencies among and between LGUs and relevant government agencies, also build the capacity of poorer LGUs. Second is ramping up vaccination. This brings us at length to the presentation of academician Mangahas. SWS survey data shows that since SARS outbreak in 2003, Filipinos are fearful of viruses, more so with COVID-19. Thus, people follow health safety protocols. Also, because of this fearfulness, people are willing to get vaccinated, and majority overwhelmingly prefer US branded vaccines. While more vaccines are coming from China, SWS survey shows far fewer Filipinos prefer China brand over US brand. While there is willingness to get vaccinated, hesitancy and resistance are present among Filipinos, but the most recent survey result reveals that this hesitancy and resistance are dissipating. Nonetheless, academician Mangahas emphasized that the problem is vaccine supply and not the demand. Meanwhile, academician Balisacan noted that vaccines alone will not end the pandemic. The evolving mutation of a more deadly strain renders the protection offered by the current vaccines uncertain. This brings us back to further enhancing our test, trace, treat systems. He further noted that in the longer term, we need to address the decades-long neglect of our public healthcare system, invest in more well-equipped public hospitals and local health centers, enhance the incentives for our medical professionals to stay and work in the country, and address the high cost of health services in the country. In the education sector, USEC San Antonio noted that if education is to be equitable for all, it is necessary to transform our nation's education systems to ensure that they are deeply informed by the science of learning and development and designed for equity. He offered some recommendations to recover learning losses, including development of curriculum recovery mechanisms, identification of differences between expectations and actual results, learning from best practices of intervention, and examination of whether students are learning less in lockdown, and incorporation of data based on access to online learning. Is the government providing enough for recovery? A question posed by academician Balisacan. He showed that the Philippine stimulus is just appropriate based on its income level and economic record. However, it is the design of the provision that matters more than the size. With proper governance, we can always do more with less, he said. He noted that beyond recovery, the nation must build back better, enabling the health economy system so that we can withstand future health shocks. He emphasized that moving forward, science must inform the government policy choices. Unfortunately, academician Mangahas noted that Filipinos are relatively predisposed to distrust modern science, probably because basic education and research and development investment are both very weak. Moreover, I think this session poses a challenge to the scientific community and especially to NAST to further intensify its outreach and advocacies on the use and deployment of science. A greater challenge to our leaders in the government and policymakers for you to be baliw na baliw sa research and make long-term investments in public research and institutions and intentionally normalize the culture of evidence and science-based policy and decision-making. Thank you. Magandang hapon po ulit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abago, for that very comprehensive synthesis and linking lahat ng mga talks. And indeed, okay, that is the main idea po nitong NAST na to. I hope that we will do our part to make science actually an election issue in 2022. Marami pong salamat. Now to serve the moderator for the final plenary session of the 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting, let me call on the Chancellor of UP Manila, Academician Menchit Padilla, member of the Health Sciences Division and AST Philippines. In behalf of the speakers and presenters, Academician R.C. Balisacan, Academician Mahar Lagmay, and USEC DOST San Antonio, this has been Academician Chris Monterola, and thank you for joining us at this session. Enjoy the rest of the day. The floor is yours now, Academician Padilla.
Thank you, Academician Monterola, and maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I'm Academician Carmencita Padilla, member of the Health Science Division, DOST Philippines, and I will be moderating the 6th and last plenary session for the 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting. And for this session, our focus will be on health systems, response, and preparedness. The COVID-19 pandemic has strained our healthcare system and tested its ability to respond to an invisible enemy. It even magnified the flaws of our health system. And as we respond to the current pandemic, there is also a need to gear up for the next. To explore this topic further, this plenary session is composed of a main speaker and 3 reactors: a social scientist, a clinician, and an LGU executive policymaker. The discussions will be followed by an open forum. And for our participants in Zoom, please key in your questions in the Q&A box. And for our participants watching via Facebook Live, kindly key in your questions in the comment section. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you our main speaker, USEC Vergere, USEC Dr. Maria Rosario Vergere, our Undersecretary of Health for the Public Health Services team and official spokesperson of the department. USEC Vergere has committed decades to public service, having worked in Marikina City's Health Office before joining the Department of Health in 2007. She was previously the OIC USEC for Health Regulation team and Assistant Secretary in charge of the Public Health Service team. She also acted as OIC Deputy Director General, Field Regulatory Operation of the Food and Drug Administration, Office Director
of the Health Facilities and Services Regulatory Bureau and Chief of the Health Research Division of the Health Policy Development and Planning Bureau. Aside from the public service, Yusek Vergere is also committed to nurturing our soon-to-be public health leaders, serving as the faculty at the Development Academy of the Philippines and part-time faculty in the Ateneo School of Government. To discuss the national health system response to the COVID-19 pandemic, let us all welcome Yusek Maria Rosario Vergere. Yusek Vergere will now deliver her paper. Yusek Vergere, the virtual floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the National Academy of Science and Technology, led by President Dr. Rodora V. Asanza, for inviting the Department of Health to this event, as it paves an avenue to share with everyone how the Department of Health, together with the various government and non-government agencies, are facing the pandemic with a delicate balance of agility, purposeful collaboration, and spirit-led leadership. The new decade started with a significant challenge across the globe, and currently, we are still facing the challenge of responding effectively to an ever-unraveling crisis with many unknowns, and that is the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me begin by giving a brief situationer of the COVID-19 pandemic in our country. As of July 11, the Department of Health has recorded a total of 1,473,025 COVID-19 cases nationwide, of which 49,701 or 3.37% are active cases. Majority or 96.05% of these active cases were diagnosed as asymptomatic, mild, or moderate. Meanwhile, 1,962 or 3.95% are classified as severe or critical cases. As of July 11, we also have recorded close to 1.4 million recoveries in our country. Our case fatality rate of 1.76% remains to be lower than the global case fatality rate of 2.17%. This slide shows you our epidemic curve as of July 10 of 2021. The different colors tell you regions where they were reported. We can see that those getting ill continued to rapidly increase since March, and a new peak has been reached during the first week of April. There has been a gradual decrease and seemingly a plateauing of our cases during the past weeks. With a decline of cases in the National Capital Region, we have observed more cases coming from those outside of the National Capital Region. It is therefore important that we remain vigilant and continue practicing the minimum public health standards, especially that the new COVID-19 variants are being discovered. Through the resolute leadership of our local government officials, responses against COVID-19 has become more localized and responsive to their true needs. The COVID-19 pandemic constitutes a significant challenge to the Philippine healthcare system. Although no country was spared in this global health crisis, it has undoubtedly highlighted existing gaps in our healthcare system. During our response to this pandemic, we remain cognizant of that fact that our resources are limited, and as such, prioritization must be done. This must exhibit fairness and transparency. Supposing that there may arise conflict of rules or guidelines, human dignity and the safety and needs of the individual shall prevail. Knowing that there are existing gaps in our healthcare system, we must and have continued to uphold the intrinsic human dignity of each and every person by endeavoring to set up our guiding principles in the national government's response against this pandemic, which are, first, a multi-sectoral approach, which is very crucial. Second, data-driven decision-making matters. And third, communication is the key. This brings me to my first lesson. The crucial concept of COVID-19 response is to embrace that this endeavor is one that requires a joint effort between the national and the local governments, and that it should espouse the whole of government, whole of system, and whole of society approach. It is important to have a continuous collaboration among various national agencies, complemented by the guidance of our experts and technical working groups, in order to mount an efficient and effective response to this pandemic. Therefore, all necessary information from all sectors are welcomed, including those from our non-government partners and the civil society. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed a significant challenge to various sectors of society in our country, and it continues to affect the lives of many Filipinos. For the past year, it has been evident that a national government-enabled, local government-led approach to a people-centered response is needed in order to ensure successful public health emergency response. Responding to the public health emergency caused by COVID-19 requires an enhanced and empowered partnership among the national government, the local government units, and the civil society. In addition, regional and global partnerships proved to be an important aspect of addressing this pandemic in terms of disease control and prevention. After all, increase in travel and diplomatic relations prove that countries are interconnected more than ever. When COVID-19 was discovered in our country last year, the Department of Health activated the Incident Management System as well as its Emergency Operations Center. Crucial decisions are taken by the Interagency Task Force and the Interagency Task Force Technical Working Group for the management of emerging infectious diseases. This comprised of different government agencies like the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Tourism, the Department of Interior and Local Government. Then, eventually, as we realized that implementation has been a great challenge, the National Task Force was formed. The national government, through the Department of Health, the Interagency Task Force, and the National Task Force, enables our local governments by developing policies and strategies and providing support in implementation and coordination through rollout plans, resource mobilization, and operations monitoring. Our local governments, through their local chief executives, had been the lead as the primary responders in the implementation and service delivery to the community. Thus, the role of local governments had been pivotal in achieving our objectives to provide a people-centered response, while the private sector, civil society organizations, and non-government organizations form essential and vital support in our response against COVID-19. With the lessons we have learned from our current situation, we have decided to institutionalize the Philippine Centers for Disease Control in the DOH. With the Philippine CDC, we will improve our capacity to prepare for and respond to public health emergencies to protect lives and allow development to proceed even in the worst of times. Establishing the Philippine CDC will ensure that the Philippine healthcare system is well prepared to forecast, to prevent, to monitor, and to control emerging and re-emerging diseases and threats both of the national and international concern. Investments for information technology is needed to ensure up-to-date field data for responsive decision-making. Adoption of the scientific career system for qualified employees of CDC allows our technical experts to continue their clinical and professional practice, particularly to pursue their research interest and or to receive grants and honoraria as long as within the mandate of the CDC and in consultation with the Civil Service Commission. Likewise, the CDC also aims to improve local response by exercising automatic command and control over local governments during national or local public health emergencies, developing performance-based incentives to private facilities with internal epidemiology and surveillance units, ensure establishment of ESUs in every province or citywide health system in line with the Universal Healthcare Law and the Mandatory Reporting of Notifiable Diseases Act. The government has also been simultaneously working to build our capacity to manufacture our own vaccines. Through the leadership of the Department of Science and Technology, together with the Department of Health, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Department of Trade and Industry, we have created the roadmap for pharmaceutical and vaccine self-reliance. Part of this roadmap are several activities that will be carried by various government agencies to ensure that the Philippines is prepared for future pandemics. In the medium term, it is important that our Food and Drug Administration reaches maturity level 3 in accordance with the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool or assessment. During the early phases of our regulatory strengthening activities, we have received assistance from countries such as Indonesia and Thailand. Our FDA's goal is to achieve this qualification by the end of 2022. We also note that the current effort of the Department of Science and Technology to establish the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines and reinstitute the Pharma Center that will support R&D of the local pharmaceutical and vaccine industry in the country. We hope to also finally establish this center by 2022. With FDA's maturity level 3 and the DOST's VIP, we hope to at least be able to establish in the medium term a fill and finish facility through the negotiations being made currently by our DTI Bureau of Investments and the NDC. Recognizing that defeating the pandemic necessitates a response continuum, we have adopted the prevent, detect, isolate, treat, and reintegrate strategy, which remains to be the cornerstones of our national COVID-19 response. We have also integrated the National COVID-19 Vaccine Deployment Program in the PDITR strategy because immunization is one of the most essential public health interventions to defeat a pandemic. COVID-19 is an infectious and communicable disease, which is mainly transmitted via droplet transmission. It has emphasized the importance of prevention in reducing the number of cases, and that is why the Department of Health launched the Vida Plus solution, which is a behavior change campaign designed to help raise awareness about key preventive behaviors against COVID-19 and the importance of vaccination. This campaign aims to emphasize an individual's role in the fight against the contrabida, which is COVID-19, and to strengthen an individual's capacity of making right health decisions for themselves. Vida Plus stands for B, bawal ang walang face mask at face shield. I, isanitize ang kamay at iwasan ang kulob na lugar. D, dumistansya ng 1 metro at limitahan ang pisikal na interaksyon sa iba. A, alamin po ang tamang impormasyon. At plus, suportahan ng FDA-approved bakuna. We have partnered with various local governments and private companies to effectively cascade this campaign in various sectors, as well as with our private sector partners, which are tasked to continuously monitor and enhance compliance to the minimum public health standards in industries and workplaces. Lastly, acknowledging the challenges brought about by this pandemic in the education sector and personal development, we are continuously coordinating with the Department of Education and Commission on Higher Education to prepare guidelines on the gradual reopening of campuses of higher education institutions for limited face-to-face classes during the COVID-19 pandemic. Testing is one of the cornerstones in providing the appropriate management in each COVID-19 case. Hence, we continue to expand our laboratory capacity so that healthcare workers are able to provide timely intervention to individuals who might be infected with COVID-19. We have come a long way in terms of testing. From just one laboratory in February of 2020, we now have a total of 273 licensed COVID-19 testing laboratories across the country, composed of 206 RT-PCR and 67 gene expert laboratories. We also have increased our testing capacity from just 300 tests per day in February of 2020 to an average daily output of 49,087 samples tested for the past 7 days. As of July 9, we have conducted over 15.5 million tests and tested more than 14.5 million individuals. We are also currently using antigen testing in NCR as part of our strategy in active case finding due to the high number of COVID-19 cases in our region. Due to the discovery of the COVID-19 variants across the globe, we have been conducting weekly genomic testing of COVID-19 positive samples that meets the set criteria with the University of the Philippines Philippine Genome Center and the University of the Philippines National Institutes for Health. We continuously send all positive samples from international travelers to the UP PGC for sequencing in coordination with OWA and the Department of Transportation. We also have instructed disease reporting units in all regions to send samples for sequencing, especially when they detect clustering or unusually high number of COVID-19 cases in their area. As of July 4, the Department of Health, the UP Philippine Genome Center, and the UP NIH has sequenced a total of 7,878 COVID-19 RT-PCR positive samples nationwide. As of July 4, we have detected a total of 1,217 alpha variant cases or the B.1.1.7 variant first detected in the United Kingdom, where 7 remain to be active cases, a total of 1,327 beta variant cases or the B.1.351 variant first detected in South Africa with 12 active cases, and a total of 19 Delta variant cases or the B.1617.2 variant first detected in India with no active cases. There is also a total of 2 Gamma variant cases or the P.1 variant, which was first detected in Brazil, and both cases have recovered. A total of 166 Theta variant cases or P.3 variant first detected in the Philippines, where 1 case remains to be active. Through buyer surveillance, there are more variants being detected among international travelers that further support the need for stronger border control and quarantine and isolation completion by our travelers. To complement the intensified border control of the country, the DOH calls the public to strictly and consistently adhere to the minimum public health standards to minimize the risk of exposure and therefore infection. After detection of cases and close contacts, it is imperative that we ensure their timely and appropriate management. Other than the COVID-19 cases, individuals with COVID-19 symptoms such as fever, cough, and sore throat should be immediately isolated and close contacts quarantined. Close contacts should complete a total of 14 days quarantine, while confirmed cases should be isolated for 10 days. To improve the isolation of confirmed COVID-19 cases, the DOH and the DPWH continuously increase the number of temporary treatment and monitoring facilities nationwide. From one quarantine facility in New Clark City that only catered to our repatriated Filipinos during the early COVID-19 response, we now have a total of 9,510 temporary treatment and monitoring facilities all over the country, with a total bed capacity of 135,321 beds and currently a 23% occupancy rate. We also have a total of 18 mega TTMFs in NCR, Regions 3, 4A, and a total bed capacity of 3,579 and a 28% occupancy rate. Our TTMFs complement our hospitals in the management of COVID-19 cases. Cases must be addressed, triaged, and properly referred so that cases who are asymptomatic or with mild cases be first referred to temporary treatment and monitoring facilities, and that cases with moderate, severe, or critical disease will be accommodated by our hospitals. Isolation facilities should also serve as a step-down facility for those who are recovering to decongest our hospitals. To strengthen proper referral of COVID-19 cases to the appropriate facility, the Department of Health instituted the One Hospital Command Center, which facilitates referral and transport of cases to the appropriate healthcare facility. To prevent our healthcare system from being overwhelmed, we added COVID-19 beds, life-saving ICU beds, and mechanical ventilators to address the growing need of our country in terms of health and critical care capacity. We can see that the overall healthcare utilization, isolation beds, COVID-19 ward beds, ICU beds, and mechanical ventilators are all below the utilization rate from the peak from last April 13 to 15 of 2021. To respond to the increasing demand for human resource, we also have augmented the number of health personnel per region. As of June 25, there are 10,194 health human resources for health hired out of the 11,520 approved slots for emergency hiring in 537 healthcare facilities across the country. The government has taken a whole-of-system approach to guarantee that we give up-to-date and effective evidence-based management for COVID-19. For the clinical management of COVID-19 in all hospitals and healthcare facilities in the country, the DOH, through Department Memorandum 2020-0138, has adopted the COVID-19 Clinical Practice Guidelines of the Philippine Society for Microbiology and Infectious Diseases. The treatment of COVID-19 is largely supportive. However, together with the Department of Science and Technology, the DOH also has taken steps to study the efficacy of our herbal products and repurposed drugs in the management of COVID-19 through clinical trials aligned with the current regulatory processes of the Food and Drug Administration. To date, the DOST has supported clinical trials on herbal products such as virgin coconut oil, lagundi, tawa-tawa, and repurposed drugs such as favipiravir, tocilizumab, and melatonin. This is being done together with the conduct of the WHO Solidarity Therapeutics trial and its remdesivir arm. Likewise, to improve the access to life-saving drugs for COVID-19, the DOH, through the Pharmaceutical Division and the Department of Trade and Industry, have implemented the suggested retail price on these investigational products for COVID-19 to prevent individuals from selling these commodities at an unreasonable price. While early observational data on various pharmacological and non-pharmacological interventions are being investigated in clinical trials or given a compassionate use, we reiterate that supportive care and intensive respiratory management remains to be the standards of care for COVID-19. Our strategies on reintegration do not solely involve the efforts made to reintroduce an individual into a society. Rather, this also focuses on allowing the whole population to adapt to the new normal. Key considerations for the gradual easing of the lockdown restrictions introduced by many countries in response to the spread of COVID-19 across the globe varied. The transition out of lockdown is set to be a complex and uncertain phase. Challenges and circumstances vary from country to country, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. It is vital that we clearly communicate this to the public to build trust and ensure that people observe restrictions specific to their situation. Approval of decisions to open sectors and specific institutions shall be based on the following components. First, the evidence that COVID-19 transmission is controlled based on community risk classification level of the specific area. Second, minimum public health standards and capacities are in place to prevent, to detect, to isolate, treat, and reintegrate cases and close contacts. Third, outbreak risks are minimized in high transmission and vulnerable settings, particularly in the homes of older people. Also, in mental health facilities, crowded places of residence or based on the nature of their work. And lastly, Stakeholders involved are consulted, aware, engaged, and participating in the preparation for the gradual reopening transition. Vaccinations also serve as a cornerstone in bringing back a semblance of normalcy in the country. The primary goal in identifying the priority populations is to directly reduce morbidity and mortality and to maintain the most critical essential services. That's why we started vaccinating the healthcare workers, senior citizens, and individuals with comorbidities first. Second, we want to substantially control transmission and minimize disruption of economic, social, and security functions. Hence, next in line priority groups include the essential workers. While our goal remains to be achieving herd immunity, we have to maximize our current vaccine supplies. We can do this by vaccinating those who are at most risk and vulnerable. By fulfilling our primary and secondary goals, we pave our way to population protection, an important milestone to achieve herd immunity. Through population protection, there will be fewer cases of people being hospitalized or dying from COVID-19. And lastly, the tertiary goal is to resume the country's essential activities to near normal, which covers the rest of the Filipino population. As of July 11, 2021, we have administered over 13 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccines. Over 9.6 million have received their first dose, and over 3.5 million have completed their two-dose regimen. With the PDITR Plus strategy, all stakeholders need to be on board for these strategies to work. I would like to highlight the strong collaboration among different stakeholders from the different national agencies, development partners, academic institutions, and the private sector. And this allows improvement in the data management since data flow has been one of the greatest challenges that the DOH has faced. And this leads me to the next lesson. Evidence has steered and shall continue to direct our decision-making from the institutional down to the individual levels. This shall empower every Filipino in making health-informed choices to protect themselves against COVID-19. We have to keep in mind that science is evolving for SARS-CoV-2, and decisions at the institutional and individual levels are critical. Implementing evidence-based strategies based on historical as well as current data is critical, rather than acting based on what is politically opportune. Decisions made from validated data ensure that the limited resources are optimally guided by fair and transparent priority setting. Since the start of the pandemic, data flow from the disease reporting units has been very challenging. Several persistent issues are being faced, from collection to validation and to reporting of data. In terms of collection, not all local governments, laboratories, and hospitals report complete, accurate, and timely information to DOH through our official channels. Also, the validation process of submitted data is multifold. Validation at the source, validation during collection, and pre-analysis causes delays in reporting. With reporting, local governments, our regional offices, the Department of Health, and even the National Task Force report different numbers. The strong coordination among different sectors also intensified the data management systems from data collection, governance, analysis, and information. Through the WHO, development agencies, partner agencies, and the private sector, we were able to launch COVID Kaya, DOH Data Collect, COVID Document Repository System, or the CDRS, FASTER, and the DOH Tracker, among others. These applications and platforms enabled enhancement on the accuracy, completeness, and timeliness of our data. More disease reporting units, especially laboratories, have become more compliant in the submission of accurate and complete data to DOH for analysis. Around 90 to 95% of our laboratories are now submitting on-time data which we need. Improvement in data needs to be properly cascaded to allow the government to respond appropriately. Hence, communication is crucial which leads me to my final lesson. Effective communication is key to addressing this crisis. It entails a risk perception, rumor management, and addressing information gaps. The Department of Health has to strive to contain the pandemic while communicating with the public and being transparent and accurate in relaying information. With our communication strategies, we are preparing the public for what is coming next through enabling members of the community, all while expressing a degree of empathy in communicating policies. The science regarding COVID-19 is continuously and rapidly evolving. Because of the current advances in technology, there is a huge volume of data available for everybody. This can be a two-edged sword. For one, when information is used properly, it capacitates agencies such as the Department of Health to make decisions and implement regulations. However, it can also be used to take advantage of the current situation and incite reaction from the public, such as fake news. Since there is a shift towards online sources and social networks, the DOH Media Relations Unit frequently monitors public reactions. However, we are more keen on the information the media releases to the public because the media really has a huge influence on the public. We try to call out our media partners who sometimes modify our statements, which causes the public to misconstrue the department's statements. We also have 24-hour journalism. In our experience, we receive media questions 24/7, and we also appreciate their queries. The overall goal of DOH risk communication is to build and maintain public trust and confidence with the Department of Health as the national health authority and to provide rapid, reliable, and accurate information for the public to act and to protect their health. The COVID-19 pandemic has pushed everybody to transfer and convene on the digital stage. This is where a lot of false information are, and the DOH is cognizant of this fact. In order to facilitate the rapid dissemination of correct and reliable information, we engage the public through various digital platforms. We release health advisories and case bulletins through public engagements on the DOH website, Facebook, and Viber pages. We also release frequently asked questions, social media cards, audiovisual presentations for TV and online resources. We also update the public regularly with situational reports on the status of our regions, healthcare utilization, as well as testing and vaccination efforts. We also recognize the role of the media with regards to disseminating the correct information. For this, we hold regular media fora and press briefings to discuss the most up-to-date and correct information about the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other issues that may affect health. So this will be my last slide, and I would like to highlight the major lessons that we have learned from this pandemic. First, the whole of government, whole of system, and whole of society approach is crucial. Second, implementing evidence-based strategies based on historical as well as current data is critical. And third, equipping our citizens with the right information to adequately protect not only themselves, but also their families from COVID-19 is key. The progress of the DOH with the rationalization and implementation of the Universal Healthcare Act was partly catalyzed by the COVID-19 pandemic. As we continue to face this pandemic head-on, we continue to learn, to adapt, and to work towards our goal of providing equitable, accessible, and acceptable quality care for everyone and one. Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate the National Academy of Science and Technology for its 43rd annual scientific meeting.
Thank you very much, Yusek Vergere. Indeed, you know, your lecture has demonstrated the crucial role of the whole of government, whole of system, and whole of society approach in addressing our problem with COVID. To our participants in Zoom, you may now key in your questions in the Q&A section. And to our participants via Facebook Live, please key in your questions in the comment section. Now, we will proceed now to our invited reactors, and each of them will share their insights and opening statement before we move on to the open forum. Our first reactor is Dr. Marisa Alejandria, and she will share her perspectives as a clinician. Dr. Alejandria currently serves as the director of the Institute of Clinical Epidemiology in UP Manila at the Institute of Clinical Epidemiology, the National Institutes of Health of UP Manila. And likewise, she's also the acting associate dean for research at the UP College of Medicine. She is a professor of clinical epidemiology and both at the College of Medicine and the Philippine General Hospital. Her research expertise is on the conduct of epidemiologic research, healthcare quality improvement research, health policy and systems research, and developing systematic reviews and clinical practice guidelines. In 2020, Dr. Alejandria has been appointed as the principal investigator for Report Philippines for the cohort on long-term outcomes of diagnosed TB cases in the Philippines. Let us now welcome Dr. Alejandria. Dr. Alejandria, the virtual floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Academician and Chancellor Menchit Padilla, for the kind introduction. And I'd like to thank also the National Academy for Science and Technology for this opportunity to participate in this opportune scientific meeting, and particularly in this plenary tackling the health system response of the country to the COVID-19 pandemic. Allow me to share my screen. Give my reaction as a clinician and also as an epidemiologist, researcher, and with some public health background as well. So indeed, we all agree that the COVID-19 pandemic is a challenging eye-opener, and as illustrated to us by Yusek Verheere, we needed to work together to address, to respond to this global pandemic. We saw that we needed to interact with various disciplines, address different perspectives. We needed to involve different healthcare professionals, and we needed to involve other sectors as well. Not just health, we needed to work with economic sector, transportation sector, and then as clinicians, we needed to work together from the primary care up to the tertiary or critical care. And we also had to transcend disciplines, from public health to intensive care. And we've seen also that as we now move into the vaccination rollout, and as we learn more about the management of COVID-19 pandemic, we needed to involve not just infectious disease practitioners in the management of COVID-19, we needed to involve pulmonologists, allergologists, hematologists. So it's a multi-system approach that we had to adopt in the management of our patients with COVID-19. Okay. So you all are familiar with this hammer and dance curve, and this is what initiated, or this is what propelled us to have a lockdown at the start of the pandemic, because we knew very little about the virus, and we realize the reproductive potential of this virus, the exponential transmission. So once we were able to detect that we are having a community transmission already in the country, the interagency task force, in consultation with experts, decisively implemented the lockdown to minimize the burden to our health system, to minimize the loss of lives and complications, and to buy time for our health system to cope with the pandemic. So that we now have to answer, have we hammered the virus? And are we now dancing with the right steps? No? And we all know, and I'm sure none of us expected this pandemic to still be with us until now. It's more than a year. And it has evolved into different variants with varying transmissibility. And that has challenged us, scientists, the healthcare system, coping with the variants. So that is where we are now. We have to admit that COVID-19 is here to stay. It might move into an endemic disease. It will be part, it's actually part of our differential diagnosis now. And we need really to be able to dance with the virus. And when we see patients, we need to be able to recognize and have this as one of our differentials for patients presenting with the acute onset of fever and cough. Plus, we need to look at epidemiologic history. That's from the clinical perspective. And this curve actually on the features of the disease in terms of the incubation period, the period of infectiousness, is actually the scientific basis for all our guidelines on testing, the preventive strategies. And this is also the basis, the rationale why it has risen into endemic potential. It has become a pandemic because it's efficiently spread. It's being a respiratory virus, the transmission is more efficient compared to a sexually transmitted disease, food or waterborne disease. And what's unique, the added feature also that led to its exponential transmission is the pre-symptomatic phase. 2 days, even 2 days before, 1 to 2 days before the onset of symptoms, you have the virus already and you are potentially infectious already. And it's the acute onset and its presence in the upper respiratory tract that made it highly infectious, particularly in the first 5 days. Okay? And that has been the basis also of our testing guidelines. Okay? And here, I'd just like to show to you all the transmission dynamics of COVID-19, which emphasizes why we as clinicians will also need to have a holistic approach in the management and prevention of COVID-19. Actually, this interplay of factors applies to any other infectious disease. The contact patterns play a major role in the transmission dynamics of COVID-19. How close are you to the index case, the duration of exposure, contact frequency, okay? And then how you will respond to the disease, to the entry of the virus into your system is determined by host factors. Your age, do you have comorbid illnesses? Okay. So this, we all know now that the elderly, those with comorbid are the ones that are prone to have the more severe disease or more severe COVID-19. while children are less prone to get the disease. And then we also know that the environment is playing a major role, and more studies now have come out and show that at indoor, the risk for transmission is higher, 18 times higher in an indoor setting, especially if there's poor ventilation, poor air quality. And this is also the reason why we have restricted big gatherings, because this can be super spreader events. And then lastly, the other important factor in community infectious diseases is the role of socioeconomic factors. So poverty, job insecurity, prolonged working hours, household crowding also promote the transmission of the disease. And as we move forward to an exit strategy, the lessons we learned in the COVID-19, particularly this interplay of host agent environment plus socioeconomic factors, will actually be also applicable in other communicable diseases. In fact, if I just remove COVID-19, this can apply also to TB. So any acute or chronic infectious disease will have this interplay of the host agent environment, socioeconomic and cultural factors. Okay. Which is why in infectious diseases, the interventions is usually a bundle. Okay. So to address socioeconomic factors, you need social and income protection. And particularly for COVID, we had to provide PPEs for the workplace and community setting. We had to check the environment. Okay, so as we now slowly open up, the workplace, the schools, they have to comply with ventilatory requirements, and then the distancing, avoiding crowding. Okay, so to have a safety seal, to be allowed to move slowly to face-to-face. Okay, and then we are also adopting appropriate return to work guidelines. We continue to have our testing and isolation guidelines. And as I mentioned earlier, it's the early viral load peak in the disease that is important to prevent onward transmission. As soon as symptoms arise, or you know that you have been exposed, then self-isolation should start immediately from testing. And then we struggled in the early part of the pandemic with the turnaround time of our lab results, but this time I think we've solved that. So we now have better turnaround time, better access to lab facilities. And contact tracing is something that we need to sustain, not just for COVID, but for other infectious diseases, particularly respiratory infectious diseases. Foodborne, waterborne diseases, you will need contact tracing systems as well. And then I mentioned that the other more important measure that needs to be maintained and sustained is improving indoor ventilation and air quality. So it has been shown also in literature that aside from droplet, aerosol transmission plays an important role in the spread of the virus, more than just these touching surfaces, okay, which is why we have to emphasize improvement of indoor air quality and through better ventilation. Okay. Here we're saying that this investment in ventilation will go a long way, not just for COVID, but for other respiratory diseases as well. And even occupational related diseases, allergies can also be addressed with improved indoor air quality. It will result also in less absenteeism. It can save companies significant costs, which would offset the expense of upgrading the ventilation system. Okay, so newer systems, including air cleaning and filtration technologies, will need to be installed. Okay, so I think these are the refinements, no, that I think we need to put in our health system response if we are to sustain, no, and move towards opening up our economy. We have to make our workplace, the school, business establishments safe, for everyone. So there, safe indoor requirements are required not only to protect the unvaccinated and those for whom vaccines fail, but also to deter vaccine-resistant variants or novel airborne threats that may appear at any time. So we have to make our environment pandemic-proof. Okay. So improving indoor air ventilation quality, particularly in healthcare, work, and educational environments, will help all of us to stay safe now and in the future. So again, we need to re-engineer the environment, the schools, the workplace, and more importantly, we have to maintain and sustain these changes. And then in infectious diseases, prevention is primary. All starts with prevention, and this is something that we need to still solve, when we see our epidemic, when we analyze our epidemic curves, we realize that this is still one area that needs to be solved. The delay in consultation, so by like 3 to 5 days, when you have a delayed consult, then especially if you're a vulnerable individual with comorbidities, then you increase the risk of transmitting the disease, and you also increase the risk of progression to severity. So with the delayed consult. So this, I think, something that would warrant also social science study to look into the social cultural dimensions of primary care. This has to do with behavior change. Why do our people in the community do not consult right away? What are the issues? Is it just financial, structural, or is it the quality of the service? So these are things that will help us to improve our primary care. And then here I put this slide because it needed a pandemic for us to be able to go back to the basics, to practice hand hygiene properly, practice physical distance, wearing masks if you have symptoms. So, but it also brought up issues on access and equity. And again, we need to put in our social cultural lens, if we are to sustain these important personal protective measures, particularly hand hygiene, which goes a long way, and physical distancing, avoiding crowding is, I think, something that we need to put in our system. And here, I just like to highlight from a clinical perspective, again, this is for clinicians and students to be astute, and in history taking, especially our trainees, our students, we train them. It's not just about signs and symptoms, comorbid conditions, but also looking at the health conditions of, asking about the health conditions of household members, housing conditions, travel history, occupation and work environment, hobbies, and pets, because these are sources of infection. So again, it's a holistic approach also when it comes to doing our epidemiologic and clinical history and assessing the risk of an individual for an infection. So this will also help in contact tracing and in the prevention aspect. And then here are factors also that I outlined here in preparing, refining our strategies. We need to know really the science behind it. It's the mode of transmission actually will determine the strategies. And we've seen really that respiratory viruses are the ones that have a higher pandemic potential compared to sexual transmitted disease. we have an ongoing pandemic on HIV, but we have been able to, in a way, manage it. And then TB is still an ongoing, it's been endemic with us. And I mentioned the reproductive potential of COVID-19. No? So it has a high reproductive potential, which led to exponential transmission. And then the acuteness, no, of the symptoms, and plus it affects the upper respiratory tract. And it, aside from being an acute disease, it has also a post-COVID sequelae, like what we call a long COVID or a post-fatigue viral syndrome. And this needs to be recognized as well. And this requires multidisciplinary rehabilitation services. So whether will this be considered as an occupational disease as well, something that needs to be discussed. Okay. Now, let's move to the health system. Okay. And as I mentioned earlier, the lockdowns were meant for our health system, no, to be able to buy time and address, no, the response to the pandemic. And these were the issues, no, that our healthcare workers were able to identify. So we had problems with our referral networks, insufficient infrastructure supplies, no, gaps in isolation and contact tracing, okay, lack of coordination and inconsistent messages, and this is even worsened by infodemic, misinformation. Okay, and as presented by Yusek Verheeren, we needed an LGU-enabled, no, referral system. So, and adapting a unified algorithm. These were the proposed solutions, and we needed to ramp up surveillance, and that involved epidemiology and genomic surveillance, no, as the variants evolved, no, at this 2021. Okay. Then we had to look also for enablers of adherence to the personal protective measures. So we started off with an overburdened health system, which led to, we had actually 3 lockdowns, or not necessarily. The first was the lockdown, and then we had modified quarantine restrictions in August when the virus mutated, okay, and making it highly transmissible. And again in early March or April this year, because of the entry of the variants, which are highly transmissible, we had to again impose stricter quarantine, enhanced measures. And when that happens, it means that our hospitals are overwhelmed, you know, and this is where we really need to work on our front lines, no? The primary services. No? We have to enhance our primary care, our referral networks. Okay, so it's now looking at the health system, both the clinical and public health perspective. Okay, I put up this just to make us think in a pandemic situation such as this, no, that is extending. How should a decentralized health system respond to a global public health emergency? Is a decentralized system the way to go? How do we, the tool, should we look at our organizational structure, the health system organizational structure, to make it more efficient in responding to pandemics of this level, which may apply also to disaster management. Okay. So something to look, think about. And here, just to review, what public health is, and because I'm bringing up public health because if you review the literature, those countries with a strong public health system are the ones that were better able to respond to the pandemic. And just to review the definition, it's the science and art of preventing disease, prolonging life, promoting mental and physical health and efficiency through organized community efforts, education of the individual on personal protective measures, organization of medical and nursing services for early diagnosis and preventive treatment of the disease, and developing social machinery to ensure that every individual has a standard of living adequate for the maintenance of health. So this pandemic actually highlights the need to transform our healthcare system. The early part of the pandemic is characterized by a lot of heroism. No? So our healthcare workers had to sacrifice. No? They are able to go home to see their family in response to duty, but at some point that has to evolve. No? We need to consider humanism. No? We cannot sustain it cannot be heroism all the way. We need to factor in humanism already. So we need team-based problem-solving approach to the delivery of healthcare. And this has been mentioned, the human resource for health. Chronic understaffing has to be addressed. Okay, and then to analyze, we need to review a devolved system versus a central system. And then we need creativity and problem-solving skills to transform the healthcare system. And this is where we will need to harness technology, information systems. We need interoperable information systems. We need to make technology work for us to make our response, our health system responsive. So we need organizational solutions. We need a culture of teamwork that acknowledges the human needs, both physical and emotional, of our healthcare providers, and not ask them to sacrifice their well-being on a routine basis. Okay. So organizational solutions will also include, as I mentioned, harnessing information technology. So we need IT-enabled coverage systems, data-supported anticipatory staffing, team members empowered to high level of function. And these organizational solutions can extend also to our medical education. So wherein our educators can assess the needs, the workload, the learners' workloads. We need to teach and model teamwork, team culture, demonstrate support learners and faculty experiencing stress of their studies or emotional challenges of patient care. Okay. So we need to really study the best way to combine, to harness technology, online systems and face-to-face. So a hybrid mode of learning. What's the efficient way to do that? So health systems need to provide support for our healthcare providers to prevent and mitigate emotional exhaustion and distress without stigma for seeking help or time away from work. So moving forward, what do we need? We need, I think, an integrated registry, disease registry. We need a timely and sensitive epidemiologic surveillance and a genomic biosurveillance. This plus a sustainable contact tracing system with mandatory reporting. Yusek Berhere mentioned about the Philippine CDC. This will need to be addressed by the Philippine CDC. Our surveillance will need to be interoperable and not fragmented. And it should not be just for COVID-19, but for other diseases like influenza that we also need to monitor, dengue, TB. So that's really something that we need to look forward. And then the system should be able to identify clustering. So we need to optimize our genomic surveillance. So our clinicians, the process, the system of clinicians sending isolates to the genomic center. So if we need clustering, unusual presentations, reinfection, vaccine failures. This system of optimizing our epidemiologic and genomic surveillance needs to be further laid down. Okay, so and then eventually, how do we optimize as we move forward? Okay, how do we do sentinel surveillance? No, we need this registry to characterize the COVID-19 in the Philippines, no, by time, person, place, and then the variants also through the genomic surveillance. Need to be able to characterize also, no, these variants in terms of transmissibility, disease severity, and then its impact on vaccines as well, no, the effectiveness of vaccines. So that's for the surveillance part, contact tracing. Now, for this health service delivery, no, so we need a healthcare referral network, integrated referral network that is linked also to the health insurance system. And this network is aimed to facilitate referrals, no, so that the emergency rooms are able to triage efficiently. So I think this is something that has not been really factored in, monitored, no, the utilization of the ER and its impact on healthcare utilization. Okay. So we certainly need this to work on our health provider referral networks. And we need a capacitated health human resource. So it's not just quantity, but quality as well. So they need to be trained as well. And then we need science-based guidelines, algorithms, and clinical pathways, and then proper assessment, new technologies. Okay. And then as we assess, no, as we are moving towards really exiting from lockdowns, district quarantine restrictions, we need to be able to assess our health units, no, from the primary or local health unit up to the tertiary level. We need to assess the readiness of our frontline services. We need to assess our ability to continue the provision of essential health services, not just COVID-19, and provide real-time monitoring of our health services. And lastly, we need adaptive, agile health in all policies. Okay. And these are just tools that we can use to assess our health service capacity in the context of COVID-19. No? And likewise, as we move towards assessing in general, not just for COVID-19, but the capacity of our health system from the primary level up to the tertiary level. So these are tools available at the WHO, which I think we can adapt and do a national survey on. It includes facility assessment tools, community assessment tools, and then rapid hospital readiness checklist, biomedical equipment inventory tool, and then this is a tool to assess whether the environment is safe for the patients and the staff, and then infection prevention and control healthcare facility tool as well. So I think these are tools that we need now to use, to assess our system on a regular basis. So what needs to be improved as we move towards better normal, as we move to opening up. So and to make us ready for any surges, then we need to continue to strengthen our public health and social measures. So I mentioned the strong surveillance system, strategic testing, early case detection, our isolation facilities, how do we sustain them? Okay. And then of course, clinical care. So this is related to guidelines, and then we need training. Okay. And then of course, masking, physical distancing, avoiding crowded places, keeping indoor areas well ventilated remains the basis for our response. And then we need equitable distribution or sharing of resources. And then the last part is how to fight the infodemic that has come up together with this pandemic. So this is the last part, no, the importance of communication in addressing the infodemic of misinformation, disinformation. So we need information hygiene. We need to be able to understand context and perspective. Okay, so I think this is where we need our communication specialists, and I just put this as an example in how to address vaccine hesitancy. We need to be able to understand individuals. No? Are we an individualistic society or a collectivistic society or both? No? So here is an example in New York. The New York governor there, no, states that it's not about me, it's about we already. So we need, for the individualistic societies, the approach is to stress individual benefits of safe behavior and vaccination. While for collectivistic society, we need to emphasize collective responsibility. So both ways, I think, needs to be considered, the individual and the common good. And we need to emphasize that public health is everyone's business. And just like to share this article, now, which look at how individualistic societies fared compared to collectivistic societies. And here, their hypothesis is it's beyond population and demographics. Cultural variance also affected the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in this article, they showed that those countries that have a more individualistic are the ones that had more cases, more mortalities, and they are the ones that are less adherent to guidelines such as the personal protective measures. So the willingness to sacrifice for the common good is so affected by the culture also of the society. And I'd just like to emphasize the evidence-based medicine to address infodemics. So EBM, or evidence-based medicine, is explicit, judicious, consensus use of current evidence from health research to make decisions about healthcare of individuals and the public. It's not just about generating and understanding the evidence. It's also about fighting for science, truth, and equity. Okay, and we know that fake news, wrong information spreads faster. It multiplies at a faster rate compared to the cases, and how to deal with it. Okay, so from us as scientists, we need to be equipped to do rapid reviews, rapid appraisals, and then convert this into usable guidelines and algorithms. We need to engage the public. Okay. So as we process the evidence, we need the skills of evidence synthesis, and then we have to be able to curate the evidence, engage the media, and convert it into layman-friendly statements or documents to be able to relay our messages. Okay, so it should not be that the policymakers will be the one telling us how to appraise the evidence, how to do a systematic review. It should not be that way. And we've also evolved our guidelines for our clinicians. We've adopted a living methodology because of COVID-19's rapidly evolving evidence. We've come up with recommendations that are updated on a regular basis, and we use a consensus approach involving all the relevant stakeholders. And the Department of Health has come up also with a national practice guideline program in anticipation, or as we move towards universal healthcare. We need guidelines that are not only applicable in the tertiary care, but also in the primary and secondary levels of care. So I end with this, the health reforms that we need to look into as we move towards universal healthcare. And I think this pandemic catalyzed that. No? So we need to look at horizontal integration of health services through a unified, integrated health provider referral network linked to our health insurance system. No? So I put here, we need to integrate. No? So it's the multi-sectoral approach. The public and private needs to work together. And I like to use as an example here the TB. No? We started off, we had, when we were crafting the TB control strategies, one was the public-private practice model, so PPM models, to address access to care. Okay, and then we need to harness information and communication technology. Okay. We need interconnectivity, interoperability of our surveillance, our registries, our information systems. We need to be able to appraise, synthesize evidence, curate these evidences, generate timely guidelines. No? And probably this is what needs to be done by CDC and in partnership with the academe. Okay. And then health human resource. Again, just to emphasize, we need both quality and quantity. So we need to be able to really quantify how many human resource personnel we need for each health unit and what competencies do they need. And then we need to review our organizational structure to be able to implement an integrated, horizontally integrated health service. We need a functional organizational structure. And of course, review budget allocation, including budget for research and development. And we need an agile health insurance system as well. Okay. So to end, this pandemic has taught us that multi-sectoral transdisciplinary approach is needed. We need to work in solidarity. We need to fight for science, truth, and equity together to be able to move as one, heal as one, rebuild and recover through a strengthened health systems response. So I'd like to end with the verb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alejandria. I mean, when you said that, the COVID-19 is here to stay and we just have to dance with the virus, you gave us a litany of things that we have to do before the next pandemic. And I'm sure that we will have a lot of questions from the audience, but let me go ahead and move on to our next reactor. Our next reactor is academician Michael Tan, who will give us the view on the left. And this, in the talk of Dr. Alejandria, she mentioned the importance of the socio-cultural component of COVID-19 and its personality. So here we have academician Tan. He holds a PhD in medical anthropology from the University of Amsterdam. His areas of concentration are in the cultures of health and wellness, gender and sexuality, anthrozoology, culture and ethics, Southeast and East Asian studies, linguistic anthropology, and One Health, the integration of human health, animal health, and environmental studies. In 2014, academician Tan was appointed Chancellor of UP Diliman. He has also served in the local and international health committees in the Department of Health and the World Health Organization, and has been a consultant with the various organizations including UNICEF, the NIDA, European Union, the Ford Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation. Academician Tan, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chancellor Padilla. Actually, Chancellor Padilla is my boss because I also teach in UP Manila. So magandang hapon sa inyo. I only have 12 slides here to respond to Undersecretary's presentation. And the title of my response is Science Must Prevail. The Undersecretary's presentation is very reassuring. I learned a lot of new things there, new developments actually in the government, especially the health department. It's reassuring to see that the government recognizes whole government, whole society responses in an unprecedented global crisis. And of course, the point that keeps resonating throughout is the importance of science rather than political expediency, which the Undersecretary herself referred to. And we've seen too many negative examples throughout the world that prove this point. If you do not allow science to prevail, you are inviting disaster. And we saw that in the world's richest, most technologically advanced country. So I'm going to add just 6 points here in relation to this topic about science prevailing. And it takes off from the presentation of the Undersecretary. First, we need to learn from history. And I want to remind people history is science too. It's very difficult conducting historical research. And we don't need to go too far back in time to know that we were quite advanced in science and in public health, at least among developing countries for many years. We were producing our own BCG vaccines, our own rabies vaccine, and what is the RITM today. We had the robust pharmaceutical sector as early as the 19th century. I have old magazines from that era, and you have all these pharmaceuticals. You have these. We have pictures of factories that were producing this, and we had our own research capabilities. People often talk about beriberi being controlled, the discovery by a Westerner. Actually, a Filipino produced the first vitamin B1 preparations, which we know today as tiki-tiki. The antibiotic erythromycin was discovered in the 1950s in Iloilo by a Filipino doctor, fortunately working for a drug company who took away the antibiotic and never paid him for it. I read in a magazine recently about coconut husk being used, Philippine coconut husk being used for gas masks. Just a few examples off the top of my head. Somehow, somewhere, we got waylaid, and we became too content with depending on stateside imports. And we did not develop our science. We did not develop our public health. So it's encouraging to see in the Undersecretary's preparation some signs that we're getting back on the right track. I'm glad to hear about the Center for Disease Control. Sana naman, Center for Disease Prevention and Control. Tingnan mo naman, ginagaya na naman ang CDC ng Amerika. Let's have our own name. I'm glad to hear about the Pharma Center in there, but I was sort of surprised. No, not really surprised, but sort of thrown off that we're getting assistance from Indonesia. I sort of got disoriented there because, Indonesian and Thai scientists trained in the Philippines in the 1950s and 1960s. The ones who are there right now are probably the academic grandchildren of the Filipino mentors from the College of Public Health. The whole of UP Manila was full of students from Southeast Asia. In the 60s and 70s, we were the hub to train people, and now they have overtaken us. So COVID-19 reminds us we have to get back on the right track. I'm glad to hear about the Virology and Vaccine Institute. Number two, the whole government approach. I'd like to cite from political science, the structural linkages, of course, are important. That's what's meant by whole government approach, and all the agencies are coordinated. But I want to remind people in the Philippine context especially, we have to make sure we go vertically as well. The Philippines has virtually become federalized without federalism. There's just too much independence at each level as you move downwards. So that even barangays and subdivisions have been doing their own thing throughout this COVID-19. It's just like you travel. I remember the first month, each barangay had a different policy, and you practically needed a passport to enter one barangay into another. If we don't do this, the whole approach becomes a wholly. Maraming butas, too many gaps and too many contradictions. And it is, in fact, in this wholly setup where misinformation and disinformation, spurred by political expediency, becomes truly monstrous. So it's just a warning. Let's not make it a slogan. Let's not make it a mantra. We have to be really looking more into the linkages that count and getting people coordinated. No? My friends in TB control noticed, no, we were making great strides in TB control. Then when we decentralized, that's when we started slowing down. Some people would say we have moved backwards with TB prevention and control. Number 3, we need evidence-based consistency. No? So it's not just evidence, but we have to be consistent in using the evidence. And science primacy must be reflected in consistent government policies and pronouncements. We need definitive statements backed by those evidence, both quantitative and qualitative. We need to learn from some of our specialty societies. I want to commend the Philippine Society for Microbiology and Infectious Diseases with their postings and advisories, no, which are based on evidence and consensus. I hope the other specialty groups do that as well, and that their advisories get to the public. No? I'll wear my journalist hat. I'll help you with that. No? And the need really is more crucial to counter the misinformation and outdated advice. And the most glaring, no, is the continuing fear of fomite transmission. No? That you get it from surfaces and all. And that results in needless expenses around useless disinfection measures. No? I just got a notice from our subdivision saying that if you're doing any kind of repair jobs, you must provide stomping pads. That's the first time I'd heard this term. No? You know what stomping pads are? These are the foot disinfection mats, which are totally useless. And I nearly slipped on them twice. No? But as an anthropologist, I want you to catch the term stomping pads. It shows how desperate people are. They actually believe with those pads you can stomp the virus to death. Diba? Inaapakan, no? Para ano. Of course, we know that's not the way you control the virus. But people will pay for things like stomping pads, no? Needless expenditures. No? We need to face up to the unscientific face shields. Again, I think only 2 countries in the world require that. No? And I actually believe from interviewing people and watching them use it, that they may have contributed to infections. No? They are touched, they are passed on, they're shared, they drop on the floor. No? They're very unwieldy, no? Unscientific, very unscientific, especially for the elderly like myself. No? I can't stand going out with the face shields. No? And they are unscientific. Speak up. Doctors must speak up. No? And then we need to be culture-based in our information and education. It's encouraging. I heard the Undersecretary a while ago that one of their messages right now is avoiding kulob areas. I love that term. No? It captures everything. No? Filipinos can relate to that. Iwasan ang mga kulob na areas. No? Rumor management, I think, is also a good term. No? Wanted to, may hirit naman dito. But how do we handle the trolls? No? These trolls, including some who are hired by government, no? They're there to manipulate electoral opinion. No? But they're also, these trolls are terrible people. Besides the red tagging and all the other things, they are often the ones behind the misinformation also around COVID-19 prevention. It's taxpayers' money that is used to finance these trolls and misinformation. Number 4, let's rebuild social trust. Social capital and social trust are at very low levels throughout the world, but they're particularly low in the Philippines as well. Trust is different from approval. Filipino is basically distrustful based on previous experience and mistrustful based on kutob, fueled by misinformation. And it's now a major hurdle, especially as we struggle with vaccine coverage. I'm collecting a lot of information and hope we'll be able to share it, the things that are going around about the vaccines. So many social challenges really for all the age groups. And I hope, of course, that as we go into more evidence-based actions, that social scientists are tapped, and so that it's no conflict of interest, I want to make a pitch for psychologists who we will need in particular for mental health issues. And we had some of that in the NAST conference today. What happens to children kept indoors for more than a year? Happens to the isolated elderly. I just lost a cousin last week and found myself consoling elderly and young people. Grief management has been thrown off completely. There's no walang burol, the funerals are limited. There's so much lack of closure. And we need to cope with this. It has to be part of our COVID-19 reintegration, to use the terms of the Undersecretary. 5th point, we have to overcome disembodied empiricism. Information management cannot be limited to numbers. The numbers need bodies and context. Let's combine them together. It's part of COVID management. Like I just found out a while ago, today, this afternoon from another lecture, that COVID-19 deaths now rank 7th in leading causes of mortality in the Philippines. So we hear the numbers all the time, but we never make that point that I lost count of how many we have now, but those numbers put COVID-19 as a 7th leading cause of mortality. And more than that, who are dying? That statistic and the point about people's stories who are dying, who are losing their loved ones, must be put in our public releases. In the States, I remember they talked about how COVID-19 was rising, and that has an impact on people. The number alone has no impact, but when you say, pang-pito na ngayon, because very often I hear people say, konti lang naman ang namamatay sa COVID-19. Well, let's wake them up. So whether a clinician or a man or woman in the street, they need the humans behind the numbers. Final point is the whole approach must have One Health at the center. One Health links human health, veterinary health, and environmental health. There are so many striking similarities in many of the strategies described in the USEX report from veterinary medicine, which was my first life, my first career or occupation. Border controls, detection, biosurveillance, all of this. Let's learn from each other, from the three big areas, and that's the only way really to go with COVID prevention. I'm going to skip this last point. It will be in the PowerPoint, but I really want to skip it because we're really short of time. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Academician Tan, for those perspectives. Let's move on to our last reactor. Now, this time we have Dr. Teodoro Herbosa, who will share his experiences and perspectives as a policymaker and a health technology assessment expert. Dr. Herbosa was the Department of Health Undersecretary from 2010 to 2015. And one of his important accomplishments during his term was helping achieve universal health coverage. He also led the modernization of public hospitals through the Health Facilities Enhancement Funds and the Public-Private Partnerships, PPP. Currently, Dr. Herbosa serves as a special advisor to the Philippines National Task Force Against COVID-19 and is chairman of the Physicians for Peace. He's also a professor of emergency medicine and trauma surgery at the UP College of Medicine and the Philippine General Hospital. He is also a faculty of the National Telehealth Center. Let us all welcome Dr. Herbosa. Dr. Herbosa, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Menchit. And can you allow me to share my screen? Let me see. Okay. Thank you very much for the NAST for allowing me to react to the presentation of Yusek Berhere. Indeed, we were learning from the past and coping with the present and moving on to the next. Let me start off with a basic definition of a complex emergency. These are the things I learned as I studied disaster medicine abroad. One of the things WHO defines is something applied to war. It's called a complex emergency or a major humanitarian crisis that often is the result of a combination of political instability, conflict and violence, social inequity, and underlying poverty. When I was studying disaster medicine abroad, this was applied only to civil war, to world wars and strife. But now when I look at the pandemic and after about more than a year, I see all the elements of a complex emergency. We have the political instability, wherein you have the opposition and their trolls fighting the trolls of the government. You have conflict and violence, people who want to overthrow the government but continue to use violence to overthrow this government. Then we see the heightening of social inequity and the underlying poverty that was created by the pandemic. So if you ask me, a pandemic is also a complex emergency. And this is the framework which we should all use to be able to look at where we are and where we are going. Now, It's already been mentioned a lot, and I would like to reiterate this because these are basic principles I learned again in disaster medicine and how to handle huge casualties. The key implementations are 4 C's, and these 4 C's include communication, which was already reiterated by 2 of our speakers, cooperation, which is the whole of government approach, and the whole of society approach, coordination, which is really all about leadership and governance, and collaboration, which means your public-private partnership. So all these 4 C's have been the basics of disaster medicine way back at the time the specialty has evolved. And we should learn to continue this, to use this in a time of an emergency. Now, many people think the government has no plan. Actually, I joined the National Task Force because there was a national action plan that needed to be implemented against COVID-19. By the way, the IATF was formed by a plan that we made when I was Undersecretary of Health. This was the Philippine Pandemic Preparedness Plan. And that created the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Disease. And I actually told Secretary Carlo Nograles that there was this plan that they need to use to be able to implement. And of course, I now have certain critiques of what worked and what didn't work in that plan. But then again, that's another topic. And you've seen that in the plan, there have been several phases. We are now actually on phase 4. We are on an extended phase 3. But let me just explain what phase 1 was. Phase 1 was the hammer and dance. It was explained already what the hammer and dance was. It was really all about being able to buy time by using measures that would restrict mobility and be able to increase testing and protect our healthcare workers. By phase 2, our strategy had evolved to localizing these national strategies because it cannot be that the whole country will just shut down. So on phase 2, the PDITR strategy was developed. And in phase 3, we added the vaccine cluster, which is what we're doing now, implementing a national vaccine deployment program to fight COVID and be able to return to normal. But our last phase, our phase 4, is really about economic recovery. And it's very important that in the previous plenary, this was discussed in detail. Now, some of the things mentioned by Yusek Vergeire is the use of the incident management system, or the previously called incident command system, because it really came from use in terms of emergency care or emergency work and disaster medicine. So these are one of the basic principles of managing a mass casualty incident or an epidemic or a pandemic. You must have an incident command system. And this is where many people do not understand in terms of governance, because many of us are clinicians and work in a clinical setting, whereas a pandemic will work in a societal setting. So very important in that incident command system or incident management system, for those who want to be less military about it. But the incident command system and task forces were actually developed by the military. So it is really, disaster medicine really follows after our lessons in terms of military medicine. So the incident command system has basic elements, and these are operations, which is the national task force. So you understand that our structure involves that the IATF is like the board of directors or board of trustees of the company. And then the NTF, the National Task Force, is like the executive or the CEO and the president and the people that implement it. And with operations, you need to have planning, not only contingency planning, but future planning. And then important part of what people fail to understand, especially if you're a clinician or you're in public health, is that major part of pandemics and mass casualties is really about logistics and supply management. From the very beginning, from the use of test kits, PPEs, face masks, all of this were managed by fighting the global shortage and being able to bring them to the country and distribute them to the different areas and hospitals that needed these PPEs. Important thing also is to refinance it, to finance the budgets. We had the Bayanihan laws that actually funded the operations for our response to this pandemic. And of course, important part is the management, the governance, or administration, as you'd like to call it. Now, what happened to us is that as was described earlier, we are like already in a pseudo-federal state of government. So we actually had multiple site incident command systems. So we had a national task force, and then we had regional task forces, and then we have provincial task forces, and then we have municipal task forces that actually implemented. And the implementation was actually quite not very standard. And I think this is where we need to actually up the game. I trained in Israel, and in Israel, everybody is part of the IDF, or the Israeli Defense Forces. And it is no wonder to me why they were one of the first to get all the vaccines and get their whole country vaccinated, because all the doctors there are part of the Israeli Defense Force, and their command, operations, planning, logistics is all based on the ICS. The other thing that people criticize a lot is that this response was too military and had too many generals. And I beg to differ, because in my study of all disasters all over the world, it has always been the repurposing of uniformed services that saved the day. And it is because they are the ones with the logistics, and they are trained in the incident command system, which they developed and invented, and the concept of task forces, which was also developed by uniformed services. And I will bring you back to literature, because many people think that we did these lockdowns without evidence. There was evidence, because the last epidemic prior to this COVID-19 was actually the Ebola experience. And in the Ebola experience, we saw 3 military organizations actually descend on West Africa, 3 different countries, the US, the UK, and France, which actually helped control this Ebola and prevent it from becoming a pandemic or a global problem. And these are the lessons that we learned from that particular 5 very simple lessons that continue to be very solid in terms of a pandemic or epidemic response. Number 1, slow down the virus, and you take swift action to temporarily ban public gatherings. So that means breaking the transmission, especially for airborne diseases, close the schools, and ask your residents to stay home. So that's basic principle of what they used. Even in a disease that had contact as a form of transmission, you actually have to hold a patient or his body fluids to be infected with Ebola. But the principle of slowing down transmission is the same. Second, test. Rapidly scale up testing and bring it as close as possible to your people, to the community. And this is, you heard Yusek Vergara say that in the beginning we were sending samples to Australia, and then eventually we had all the testing, over 200 plus PCR testing capacity increased all over the country. And that's the key to being able to handle the problem, identify the infected and be able to isolate them. Number 3 is also a very important principle. Protect the healthcare workers who provide care for the sick. If you remember, it was February when we were caught unaware, and many of our senior doctors were actually infected by patients who were admitted in hospitals that they cared for. And we learned very fast that we need to protect our healthcare workers. Number 4 is again the argument that why are there so many military in our response when in fact what we need are healthcare workers? Well, we have both because we need to use both. We need to repurpose all the different arms of government, including the military, including the politics, including local government. So it's really the whole of government that Yusek Vergara mentioned in her talk. And of course, number 5 is really to be able to plan for recovery, because all the efforts above, the first 4, will cause an economic blow. So this is the pandemic's economic blow, and the economic blow is not solitary to our country, but to many other countries worldwide. So let me emphasize on risk communication, because when I was studying disaster medicine, the people from CDC who were the faculty told me a phrase that I could never forget. In our subject on epidemics and pandemics, the first thing the epidemiologist told me was that, Dr. Herbosa, in an epidemic or a pandemic, the rumors spread faster than the virus. So that clearly is what we need to learn. We need to understand risk communication. And if you remember early last year, Yusek Vergara, as the spokesperson of the Department of Health, provided that voice of clarity, that calmness, that contained the panic in the initial phases of this pandemic. And we have to thank her for that, the clarity of how she gave the messaging and how she gave the science. It is important that risk communication is truthful, timely, and robust scientific information. And we thank all the technical advisory group of experts who actually contribute to giving us the correct information so that this can be communicated or laymanized in the time of any crisis. I now, however, have a deference on the daily reporting of numbers, which to this day is continued by the presidential briefing and every noontime wherein the numbers are dictated. I think several countries like Japan early on said the way to fight this virus is to coexist with it. So they don't really report their counting and their numbers. So it's the USA who actually stopped the counting after the election of Biden. Surprisingly, when it was Trump, they were counting every day. But then suddenly the news agencies stopped counting when there was a new president. UK also doesn't produce the counting. The counts are available online if you want to search it, but it is not spoken and given on a daily basis. Canada as well. And recently Singapore, they said they will stop announcing the rise and fall of numbers because this will not mitigate the fears, but only increase the fears. Lastly, it's been mentioned by all the speakers, the fact that fake news, social media, political and interventions, both the political and the opposition actually use the social media to actually fight each other. And we're the victims of that. The society becomes the victim of that because that decreases our solidarity and places us as a disadvantage compared to other countries fighting the same pandemic. So infographics like this have become very useful because data is indeed important. The biosurveillance that we invested in terms of genomics, thanks to Chancellor Menchit for all the work in this field of genomics, we were one of the few countries that could monitor and do biosurveillance of the alpha, beta, gamma, and the delta variants. And of course, data itself has to be visualized and converted. And I will tell you something I learned again in my training as a disaster expert. What was told us was that we are in the information age. And in that quote from an anonymous person, he said, we are now swimming in oceans of data. And that oceans of data, once organized, flow into rivers of information, which, if analyzed, form lakes of knowledge that give us droplets of wisdom. So data is not enough. Data needs to be organized. It needs to be tabulated. It needs to be graphed. And after it's graphed, it becomes information. When it is organized, you now have information. But the information in itself doesn't help because the information needs to be analyzed, vetted, and that's when you create knowledge. And it is the knowledge that actually helps us fight the pandemic. But the knowledge needs to be applied for us to give us the droplets of wisdom that we use and learn from fighting pandemics. So graphs like this are very important, the visualization and understanding what the risks are. This is from FASTER, which is actually used GIS mapping so that we can have a visual idea of how the spread is. Actually, from here, you can see that the spread is really from the NCR to the plus provinces. And then if you look at Mindanao, it actually follows the route of trade. So we've actually seen that in our visualization of data, that it actually follows the movement of goods and services. Now, the next part that's really very important is really the participation of the whole of society, the private sector. And this is just a few of those that have really participated from the beginning. Since last year, since NAP, National Action Plan Phase 1, Phase 2, they have been very active in aligning themselves with government. And solidarity is the term for this. And solidarity is also the term we use to make sure that universal healthcare is implemented. And PPPs, public-private partnership, is a key in terms of this solidarity. It's very important to be critical. Yes, we are not stopping people from criticizing, but it must not be destructive criticism. It must be constructive criticism. We must understand that the government has gaps, and understanding the gaps of government allows the private sector to align with the strategy by filling in the gaps. So this is a very important principle in fighting a pandemic or any disaster. And this is one example that I'd like to share. In January of this year, we held a huge logistics summit for the coming of the vaccines and how we were going to implement the vaccines. The good news today is that we have breached 14 million, and yesterday we jabbed 375,059 injections, the highest ever since we started injecting vaccines in March. So it's getting nearer to the 500,000 a day. That's really our target. Now, we need the experts from all these different specializations like logistics and supply chain management, data analytics or IT to be able to really implement a very good fight against the pandemic. And this is where the private sector has helped in all four important areas: procurement, distribution and administration, communications, and of course, data analytics. And this is one more contribution that the Philippines has given to the pandemic fight globally, because we were the first in the world to actually develop a system called a tripartite agreement. Many of the vaccine manufacturers didn't want to sell to the private sector. They only wanted to sell to the national government. But in November of last year, the group of Joey Concepcion, Ayala, SM, and many other companies decided to enter into a tripartite agreement, and AstraZeneca agreed. And after that, the different LGUs followed. So we're now expecting the delivery of this. So that was signed in November, but the delivery is going to be, I think, next week for the order of the Go Negosyo group. So that was the signing. They called it the dose of hope. And they took a risk. The business sector took a risk because in November, there was no EUA. AstraZeneca was not even registered in the Philippines, so they didn't know, and they paid hoping that it would be approved, and soon enough it was approved. The other one followed is Moderna, because that's the other company that allowed the tripartite agreement, and this is the group of Razon, which is now delivering. They've delivered the first 250,000 doses, and the government bought 13 million doses, and the private sector bought at 7 million doses. The good thing is the government helped the private sector here, because initially the price was like $25 when they were trying to purchase it. But when government came in with a bigger bulk, the price went down to $13 million. So the important really is the partnership that happens so that everybody will benefit. And this was also shown by Yusek Vergere, the partnership in communication. So you have the government with their BIDA solution, and BIDA Bakuna, the Res Bakuna program, which targeted the lower socioeconomic classes, while the Ingat Angat program, and money has been spent by the private sector to really communicate and decrease vaccine hesitancy and increase vaccine uptake, which is really being shown by the number of people lining up in our vaccine centers. So you have all these companies giving money and giving discounts to the government so that people will actually go out and have vaccinations. And then in administration, of course, the private sector, the private hospitals are now implementing and increasing our throughput to be able to fight this vaccine. Lastly, I'd like to show some pictures of how the private sector has helped. SM in SM Aura had this administration site with the city of Taguig. The bus is also a very interesting model wherein Mayor Lino Cayetano could go to different areas in the Philippines. We now have 20 million doses landed in the Philippines. We had 3 million doses that arrived last week, 1 million from Japan, 1.125 million from Japan, and 2 million from COVAX. This morning, 1 million of Sinovac also arrived. So we're again up. We've been short of supply for the past weeks, but now with the entry of all these vaccines, we will continue to jab away. And we have a continuous delivery, and the hope is that by the end of July, we will reach 30 million, because next week, apparently it's the latter part of the month where the deliveries start to come. So we'll have another 4 million doses from COVAX, more doses from Sinovac, more doses from Moderna, the private sector's purchase of AstraZeneca, and then of Sputnik V. And the nice thing is that real-world data shows that our vaccines are working and preventing people from getting sick, especially if you have complete the 2 doses. So for this year, it's really all about containment. If ever we reach anywhere between 50 to 70 million, we will probably be able to contain the disease, especially if we are able to vaccinate the high-risk population, which is A2 and A3. we're now vaccinating A4, and we do hope that we can actually vaccinate more. Now, many people, especially lay people, think that it's very simple. You just jab in the shoulder, one shot, and it's very simple. But there is so much complexity in the supply chain, from delivery to storage to actually before it gets to the vaccination site. So it's really a very complex supply chain management experience in terms of delivering the vaccines. And we've done very well, considering we approach this with a portfolio approach of vaccines. And hopefully when the bulk of our vaccines arrive in the last quarter, all the orders of the private sector and our orders are delivered, we will be able to have a time where we don't have to actually prioritize, but just vaccinate anyone who wants to be vaccinated. Lastly, I think a lot of things we need to talk about is really about the social impact of what the government rules have done, too much restriction, and its impact on our psychosocial psychosocial status. So it's very important to actually look at that. We've also seen that how fake news and media has actually added to the infodemic and contributed to many of these mental health illnesses. And the best way there is to really to make sure that we say hello to each other, continue these conferences like NAST and say hello to each other. So this is the arrival of AstraZeneca. This was of Pfizer by COVAX. This was the Sputnik V of Gamaleya. And recently the Japanese donation. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the National Academy of Science and Technology. We do hope we heal as one, and as is oftenly said, we are not safe until everyone is safe, and walang maiiwan, walang iwanan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Ted, you can stay in the line because we are going to proceed directly to the open forum. And I'd like to invite Dr. Isa and Yusek Vergara to join the floor. We do have a lot of questions, but with your indulgence, I'm just going to extend by a few minutes by getting some of the questions answered. And let me start off the question from National Scientist Emil Javier. And if I can just request you to give just short, concise answers so that we will have an opportunity to ask more questions. So from National Scientist Javier, shouldn't we consider now to selectively open schools to hasten attainment of herd immunity, given that young people are less prone to severe infection and death? I'll start with you, Secretary.
Yes, thank you very much, Chancellor Padilla. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. And of course, to my fellow panelists, Dr. Raisa, Dr. Ted, Dr. Michael Tan is not here yata po. Yes, that is the plan, that we open up schools. And this has been discussed already with our child health experts. We have convened child health experts comprising of the Philippine Pediatric Society and its component societies, and of course our technical advisory group, including Dr. Raisa. So the plan is that we will have pilot sites for this face-to-face classes for children, and the plan would be that we will start with the younger age group, because we know that among the age groups among children, these younger age groups would have the least risk of getting infected. So yes, the plan is there. We just need to discuss this with the IATF officials, get the approval, and of course the approval of the President of the Philippines.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on the need for the vaccination for the teachers from either Dr. Isa or Dr. Ted?
Yeah, that's the demand of the teachers, that before they do face-to-face, they want to be all vaccinated. And again, as was mentioned, that is dependent on our supply. So as long as our supplies arrive and they are vaccinated in their different localities by the LGUs, then they can get what they want, get their vaccinations, and be more comfortable teaching face-to-face.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from academician Eufemia Rasco. An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Is this science-based? And if so, how will this be used to allocate resources for the next pandemic? Shall we start with Dr. Isa?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it's science-based. As I mentioned, in infectious diseases, particularly, prevention is primary. And the preventive measures are based on the mode of transmission. Okay. So like for COVID, because we know it's droplet, and then there is also a potential for aerosol transmission. That's why we had this hand hygiene, physical distancing, and then we are now also implementing that, ensuring that indoor areas, workplace, schools have adequate ventilation, good air quality. Okay. So workplaces, for example, schools will need to invest on these preventive measures. Provision of water supply, hand hygiene areas is needed. Those are important preventive measures, not just for COVID-19, but any other infectious disease as well.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Isa. But if I may just add that at any one point in our history, I can say that science has been very strong. In UP Manila alone, we have more than 500 researchers just on COVID for the past 18 months. So that is really a signal that we are trying to find solutions using science. Now, let me go to the next question from academician Jaime Montoya. Do you think the devolved healthcare system is favorable for an effective pandemic response and preparedness? Do we need to revisit devolution? I will pose this question to you, Secretary, and to Dr. Ted. Let me start with Dr. Ted first.
Well, definitely. In fact, I was amazed that when the National Action Plan was given to Secretary Galvez, he was shocked that our healthcare system was fragmented, because that's how we assessed it. We fragmented our health system, which was before centralized. We fragmented it. We gave the hospitals, the big hospitals are with the DOH, then the provincial hospitals are with governors, then the primary healthcare system is with the municipal mayors. So he was having a lot of difficulty as a systems engineer, trying to figure out how to deliver the resources and orders down the line. Where, in fact, in the military, it's echelons of care. There's levels of care, and it was the old system. So one of the things he did was to ask me to sit down with Senator Angara to try to figure out how we can solve this fragmentation. So the fragmentation indeed actually cost us also in terms of being very quick. You know, in an emergency, you have to move quickly. You have to move supplies quickly. You have to tell people to do quickly. But if it in a devolved system, that takes time. So it goes through a regional office, the governor, the mayor. So I think we need to fix that. We were solving that by financing before, but I think we need to fix that in times of pandemics and epidemics.
Okay, thank you. Yusek Vergere.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the pandemic has shown us the different weaknesses of our health system. And the most critical would be the fragmented health system. I second what Dr. Ted Herbosa just mentioned a while ago. We've seen that major challenge where different local governments have different interpretations of our protocols and policies. They had different levels of commitment, different focus and priorities in their local government. So this has led to this non-uniform implementation sometimes of protocols and has led to confusion among the public. So this in itself, just one example, would show us how fragmented our system is. The devolution has given us advantages as well as disadvantages. But for this public health emergency, it has shown all the disadvantages in our health system. And that is why there is already this move of reviewing this devolution and what else we can do to move forward. But I guess we just want to emphasize that devolution or not, the role of the national and the local government would always be very critical. The relationship between national and local, and in spite of the disadvantages of this devolution, I think the whole of government approach that we have employed has worked well for all of us in this pandemic.
Thank you, Yusek Vergere. The next question I will pose to Dr. Isa, from academician Montoya. What do you think of mandatory testing and mandatory vaccination as eventual strategies to achieve control of the pandemic?
First, the mandatory vaccination, at this time, I think it's not yet the way to go, because our vaccines are still not yet really, we have not have enough evidence yet that it prevents transmission. Plus, the supply, there is still inequity. So to implement mandatory vaccination at this time, I think is still premature. But maybe in the future, if we are able now to really identify which vaccines are effective and which ones, if they will eventually reduce transmission, then yes, maybe it can. But right now, I think not yet, because it also raises inequity issues. So we are not able yet to vaccinate everyone. Mandatory testing, I think testing alone is not the strategy to achieve control of the pandemic. So it has to be several strategies, and there has always been discussions on this, on the timing of testing. And then if you're vaccinated already, do you test as well? So this will have to be considered also. At the start of the pandemic, testing plus quarantine. And there have been reviews, modeling studies have showed that these are effective. But we now have to also probably model again. Does it, when we are now able to vaccinate people, will testing still be a cost-effective measure to control the pandemic? And I would think it's not just testing alone. To shorten quarantine, maybe yes, also. But, it needs to be studied.
Okay, so thank you. In the interest of time, I have one last question to Yusek Vergere, and it's about the Philippine CDC and the Virology and the Vaccine Institute of the Philippines. Can you just give us an update in terms of timeline? You did mention it in your lecture, but I think our audience would like to hear from you again in terms of timelines for the both centers that you were mentioning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chancellor Padilla. The Philippine CDC and the Virology Institute of the Philippines are now in Congress, and we are finalizing with the technical working groups regarding the specific details. Actually, we also have presented already with the Senate, and Senator Pia Cayetano and the others are very much supportive. So we hope, and our objective is for us to be able at least to start the preparatory work by the start of the year next year, and that we will be able to identify already what should be under DOH and what should be under these institutions once we have finalized with the working group with both Senate and Congress. So that is our update for now, but I think it's going to be facilitated because the legislators are very much supportive of these innovations.
Well, thank you very much. And I really would like to thank the panel. There's so many questions, but I cannot read them anymore. But everything is evolving, and we continue to await updates from the group. At this point, I'd like to call in our rapporteur, Dr. Nathaniel Orellasa, Associate Professor of Orthopedics, to deliver the synthesis of this afternoon. Dr. Orellasa, Dr. Nats, the screen is yours.
Thank you po. I hope you can hear me. I'm just checking.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So thank you po, Academician Padilla, and to our speaker and reactors for a very informative and insightful discussion. I have the privilege of synthesizing this plenary session on health systems response and preparedness. And I'm sure many of us have been following the earlier sessions and noticed some recurring themes. So Yusek Maria Rosario Vergere, our first and main speaker, comprehensively summarized the Department of Health's responses and future plans for the from the national government's perspective. She divided her main discussion into 3 lessons learned from the government's efforts to control the pandemic. The first important lesson being the necessity for a joint effort between the national and local government. And for the whole of system and the whole of society approach, there is a need for a national government-enabled, local government-led approach for the people-centered response, while of course recognizing the voluntarism and contributions of the private sector, civil societies, and the NGOs. Yusek Vergere also echoed the recurring message of institutionalizing the Philippine Centers for Disease Control, recognizing the need to invest in information technology and experts in the form of scientific careers that would work to forecast, prevent, and prepare for and even take charge when the country faces pandemics and similar crises in the future. And corollary to this, the roadmap to a Virology and Vaccine Institute, including leveling up of the maturity of the FDA through multi-sectoral efforts, have been laid out. And we heard from her from the question and answer that it should be happening soon. On dealing with the current pandemic, the prevent, detect, isolate, treat and test, and reintegrate, plus the vaccine strategy remains the cornerstone of the country's response continuum. These strategies focus on lasting solutions that lead to behavioral modification, timely interventions, prevention of spread and resurgence, and maybe gradual integration and return to face-to-face interactions. So it is worth mentioning that the measures in place with the cooperation of our people at present have prevented the spread of the newer, more feared variants. And the close cooperation with medical societies, as also praised by our actors and the academe, clearly exemplified the aim to collaborate with key sectors in the society. The second lesson zeroed in on the role of data and evidence to make sound decisions. The difficulty of accurate data collection became evident early in the pandemic, and Yusek Berhere commended the cooperative efforts of many private and government organizations from different sectors, consolidating resources and systems for better data collection, governance, and analytics. The last lesson was on effective communication strategies to properly cascade the voluminous available data and deliver the right message to the public. These include the appropriate interpretation of the rapidly evolving evidence and preventing the inappropriate use resulting in misinformation, miscommunication, and even public confusion. And the DOH recognizes the role of local community ambassadors, traditional and digital media, and other platforms as effective means to reach all sectors of the society. The three lessons as summarized point to strategies that are multi-sectoral, data-driven, and communicated effectively to the people. And it's truly inspiring to hear that how the whole of government and society have been working hand in hand to overcome the challenges of an unprecedented, unpredictable situation. Serendipitously, Yusek mentioned how the COVID-19 crisis, however, catalyzed the move towards the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Act. From our reactors, we heard from three distinguished speakers. The first was Dr. Marisa Alejandria, who as a clinician and epidemiologist expounded on the need to work together, the intersection of different disciplines and perspectives and sectors beyond health. This is true with involving other healthcare professionals in dealing with the clinical problems. She also went back to the hammer and dance curve, which became the basis for the lockdown. She asked us if we have hammered it down and admitted it was not as simple as we thought. We have to admit that COVID-19 is here to stay and may evolve to be endemic. She also mentioned the intersection of internal and external factors influencing transmission dynamics that helps us plan the appropriate interventions and policies. And as we move forward to an exit strategy and even plan for the future, the interplay of the factors will need to be considered. In infectious diseases, prevention, of course, is a primary concern, and she admitted that delay in consultation is still an unresolved problem. That the country, it increases the risk for the severity and transmissibility of communicable diseases. She found it unfortunate also that it needed a pandemic to remind us of the basics, like hand hygiene and preventing transmission of communicable diseases. As for the health systems, her focus on optimizing the overburdened healthcare system influenced by the real problems on the ground were worsened by peripheral issues like the infodemics that everyone keeps on also mentioning. And she also reflected on the effect of the decentralized healthcare system and how it probably affected the efficiency of responding to the pandemic. Moving forward, she highlighted the need for an interoperable system that addresses at different levels of data collection, analysis for policy making, and communication to the population. She reminded us that public health is everyone's business, cooperatively working as individuals for the good of the many, and truly solidarity is our fuel. Now, Academician Tan found Yusek Berhere's message reassuring that if you do not allow science to prevail, you are bound for disaster. His discussion as a social scientist responded with 6 points. First is that we should learn from history, and yes, that we should look at history as science too. Look back and recognize the local successes of the past and understand how we got waylaid. He found it good that the government has planned for CDC, but added that maybe prevention and not just control should be in the terminology. And number 2, he mentioned about truly whole government approach. And he said that we may have too much independence as we go down and we really need to integrate vertically. Let it be wholly and not whole-y, and let it not be just slogans. Point number 3 is that we should have evidence-based consistency. So on top of usual evidence-based measures, it should be consistent. We have to be consistent in using evidence with definitive statements based on those qualitative and quantitative evidences. And there is also a pressing need to counter misinformation and outdated advice, like those his favorite stomping pads and even the controversial face shields. Number 4 is to rebuild social trust. We need to deal with very low levels of social trust in our interventions, even including the vaccine. So we need to recognize the need for psychological interventions as well as address the mental health issues. Number 5 is the disembodiment empiricism. He emphasized that we can't stop with the numbers. The numbers need bodies and context, and we need humans behind those numbers. He ended with his final point of looking at the most important whole, which is beyond, One Health is beyond what we know now as health in humans, but also looking at the health of our environment. So with these 6 points, we saw that science really must prevail. So last but certainly not the least was our action from Dr. Teodoro Herbosa. Dr. Herbosa presented his views as a policymaker and started on the concept of and likened the pandemic to a complex emergency. It's a combination of multi-sectoral conflicts and instability with underlying poverty. He emphasized the importance of an incident command system, a concept that may be alien to many clinicians, following basic elements of any organization that has operations that need to undergo planning and logistics and supply management. On criticisms of the system being too militaristic, Dr. Herbosa shared this disagreement and shared that it's common practice to repurpose the military with their experience in efficient organization and implementation, and cited the 5 lessons that he learned from the fight against Ebola, which includes slowing down the virus, testing, protecting the health workers, repurposing the government, and planning for recovery. Dr. Herbosa also discussed the importance of risk communication, and sadly, it is true that rumor spreads faster than the virus. Truthful, timely, and robust communication is very important in a time of crisis. He recognized the work of the academic and government agencies in improving the presentation of data to the public from properly organized and analyzed data. He reminded us of the importance of solidarity through several measures like private-public partnership, constructive criticisms, and understanding the gaps and aligning with the strategies of the government. And mentioned landmark contributions for the country, including the tripartite agreement with private companies to procure and bring more vaccines to the country. He ended up by emphasizing the role of considering the psychosocial impact of the pandemic and simple efforts to overcome this, like saying hi to meetings like this. So in the question and answer, although we were short of time, we received many thought-provoking questions. We captured some important insights, especially on how the plans and aspirations may be implemented. And we thank our participants for the active engagement. All in all, we have heard not only the current multi-sectoral responses, but also the plans to future-proof our health systems with input from the different levels and sectors of the healthcare system. So thank you, NAST, and to our distinguished speakers for ending this day on a high note. Stay safe, everyone, and good afternoon. And I return the floor to Academician Padilla.
Thank you, Dr. Orilaza, for that very comprehensive, comprehensive synthesis. And that concludes the final plenary session for 2021. And what a way to end, telling the world that we have to dance and live with COVID-19. We thank all our resource persons who have shared their valuable time, insights, and expertise in their respective fields. May we now request just a photo opportunity. We'll have Dr. Naz, if you can also open your camera. Okay. And somebody will take our picture and highlight all the speakers. Okay, please let us know.
I will count to 3 po. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po, thank you.
So once again, we'd like to thank our resource persons for the time today. And we will see you again next time in another opportunity. Definitely Dr. Yusek Berhere and all of our guests actually are on television all the time. So we look forward to updates from our speakers. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. So to receive a certificate of attendance, you are requested to accomplish the evaluation form in this link that is actually provided. Apologies. And as soon as you submit your form, then you will actually receive your certificate. Tomorrow, the 15th of July, we will start the day with a presentation of research results of NAST awardees, followed by the closing program of the 43rd Annual Scientific Meeting. For those who have already registered for tomorrow, you will receive a new Zoom webinar access. If you have not registered yet, you may still do so. The registration link is flashed on your screens. Please do invite your friends and colleagues to register also. Once again, thank you everyone. See you all tomorrow. Maraming salamat.
The National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Since 1976, the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines has been the symbol of the nation's commitment to science. The DOST-Philippines is mandated to recognize outstanding achievements in science and technology, as well as provide meaningful incentives to those engaged in scientific and technological researches. The Academy also advises the President and the Cabinet on matters related to science and technology. DOST-Philippines engages in projects and programs designed to recognize outstanding achievements in science and promote scientific productivity. The Academy also embarks on programs traditionally expected of an Academy of Science. DOST-Philippines has 4 functions. The recognition function. The Academy recognizes and provides incentives to Filipino scientists for outstanding achievements in scientific research and development. DOST-Philippines recommends individuals to be conferred the Order of National Scientist, the highest honor given by the President of the Republic of the Philippines to a Filipino man or woman of science in the country who has made significant contributions in one of the different fields of science and technology. DOST membership. Membership to the Academy is by peer recognition and carries with it the title of academician. Elected as academicians are resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to science and technology and have advanced its cause in the Philippines. Corresponding membership is conferred on non-resident Filipino scientists who have made exemplary contributions to the advancement of science and technology in the country. The Academy continues its primary mandate of giving awards to Filipino scientists and scientific and technological endeavors aimed at advancing the state of Philippine science and technology by the following awards. DOST Awards. Outstanding Young Scientist. Outstanding Book or Monograph Awards. Outstanding Scientific Paper Awards. DOST Award for Outstanding Research in Tropical Medicine. DOST Environmental Science Award. DOST Talent Search for Young Scientists. Dr. Emiliano T. de Ocampo Visionary Awards for Medical Research. DOST Awards or NSTW Awards. Outstanding Research and Development Award or the Eduardo A. Casumbing Medal for Basic Research and Julian A. Banzon Medal for Applied Research. Outstanding Technology Commercialization Award or the Gregorio Y. Zara Medal. Outstanding Science Administrator Award or the Dioscoro L. Umali Medal. Magsaysay Future Engineers or Technologist Award. DOST International Publication Award. DOST Granted Patent Utility Model Award. Activities under recognition function. DOST Lecture Series. The activity aims to promote science and technology and bring our scientists closer to the grassroots. DOST Symposium for the Youth. The activity aims to promote science and technology and to bring our scientists closer to the youth. Research Upgrading and Performance Evaluation. A series of capability building workshops that aims to help researchers to conduct research projects and produce R&D outputs. The second function is the advisory function. Through its advisory activities, NAST has been able to bring science and technology closer to the lives of the Filipino people. Activities such as legislative and information fora, roundtable discussions, conferences, with topics about biotechnology, genetic engineering, research performance evaluation, manufacturing, intellectual property rights, information and communications technology, among others. The main activity of the advisory function is the annual scientific meeting. The function also conducts annual regional scientific meetings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Speakers Bureau is a program under the advisory and advocacy functions of NAST Philippines. This activity aims to gather and bring experts in various fields to lend their expertise to academic institutions or any interested organizations who are in need of speakers and resource persons on any science-related issues. Scientific linkages function. NAST's commitment to international and national linkages are aimed at promoting collaborative efforts among Filipino scientists and between Filipino and foreign scientists, promoting and encouraging scientific cooperation through Scientist Exchange Visit Program under the Memorandum of Agreement between NAST and the Foreign Science Academy. The Academy has maintained linkages with 29 science academies and institutions all over the world. The fourth function is the maintenance of the Philippine Science Heritage Center. Philippine Science Heritage Center was created under Republic Act 9107 to be the country's main repository of the contributions, achievements, and accomplishments of Filipino scientists in the field of science and technology. The activities under the Philippine Science Heritage Center are Salin-Lahi Symposium, a series of symposia tackling one S&T related matter to bring science closer to the public and to areas not usually reached by scientific conferences and seminars targeting elementary and high school students and teachers. Meet Your Scientist, a monthly seminar that aims to promote the achievements and contributions of Filipino scientists and increase awareness and appreciation of students on science-related degrees and inspire them to pursue careers in these fields. The NAST Philippines is also in charge of the Scientific Career System. The Scientific Career System is a system of recruitment, career progression, recognition, reward, and attraction of scientists in the public service. NAST Philippines envisions itself as an academy of recognized experts that serves as principal advisor to the nation in science, technology, and innovation, contributing to national development. Together, let's work hand in hand towards a progressive Philippines anchored in science.
Welcome to the Philippine Science Heritage Center's new Salin-Lahi Science Center, honoring our top Filipino scientists and their game-changing contributions to the world of science. Know more about all of them and let the Salin-Lahi Science Center be your gateway into their minds. Salin-Lahi.
be interesting to be very scientific about this. Let's take a look at the data and then see what the data would tell us.
So then, this is the time now that we can do our public health education. Here in Cagayan de Oro, that's what we're doing.
There is hope in each other. We need to tell each other the truth, right? So that, and we need to be advocates for the truth, what we know. We need to help guide our family members, people who are in our circles, to look at evidence, to look at data, help each other understand what these things mean.